Both races very carefully staging, which is critical. Just inching in.
We're really taking our time down here.
Yeah. 022 light for Samantha Yulton and 079 for Tex. Tex goes 10.34 and Samantha goes 11.26. Really running through them. The guys are going through the finish line, and the next pair have done their burnouts. And next we've got David McGlynn in the airflow lane from Morissette. Oops, looks like there's a little bit of liquid come out of David's car, unfortunately.
Yeah, left a very solid trail of stuff. And
hopefully it's just radiator.
I don't think, whatever it is, it's certainly not drying quickly down there.
No.
Looking at where the puddle is, you'd almost have to guess it is something coming out of a radiator. So hopefully it is fairly straightforward to clean up.
Josh Fletcher, in the meantime, is staged in the Rocket Lane, down from Cornubia in Queensland. Nice 020 light for Josh. And runs through for a 10.64. I wonder if that's from the Fletcher family that race in Outlaws.
Yes.
It is?
Yes.
Okay.
One and the same.
Out of juniors or?
Yeah, Josh raced juniors as well,
yep.
And Bill Fletcher as well, part of the team.
Yep. Race and family.
Absolutely, won a bunch of Supercharged Outlaws championships as well over the years, and they've won. I think Josh has also won a Super Street championship as well. So very tough racing family, that's for sure. We're going to go back to a single lane for a little bit while we get that little mess cleaned up down there in the Aeroflow lane. Troy Hutton from Pimpama in Queensland.
Plenty of Queenslanders here, eh?
A lot of Queenslanders, obviously getting ready for the Winter Nationals, Gulf Western Oil Winter Nationals coming up.
Yeah, for sure.
Which feels like it's a long way away, but it's actually only it's only about a month away. So yeah, a lot of Queenslanders getting ready. 1081 for Troy Hutton there, 122 miles per hour. Big puff of smoke as the car crossed the finish line down there, and I think he's got a problem because he's pulled over to the side of the racetrack, which means we might have a clean up in both aisle 1 and aisle 2 at this point.
Oh, one at least is radiator because they're mopping it.
That is true. We're getting the flamethrower out down there to burn it off the racetrack. So that is that's what's going on in the Aeroflow lane. And looking over in the Rocket Industries lane, we're having a very close look right around the finish line. The car looked like it was on a really good run, and then there was just a bunch of smoke. And the problem with smoke is once you let it out, you can't get it back in.
Generally oil.
Yeah, so hopefully, whatever it is not spread too far and wide down there, and we can get it cleaned up, because for all the races down there in the pits today, we are on a pretty tight schedule today. We've got a lot of races in the pits. We've got a lot of racing to get through. So I know it goes without saying when we get to this level of racing, but make sure that you are emptying your catch cans. Make sure you are double and triple checking all your fittings, all your fuel fittings, hose clamps, all that kind of stuff, because any minutes that we can save throughout the day means more track time for everybody else.
Absolutely.
So it looks like we've got the all clear down at the finish line, so we're going to keep on rolling. We've just got to clear the quad off down there. So that's great news. Great news.
Yep, keep one lane running. That's good.
Nice to know there's plenty of people watching from around the country. Janie Kasos from Willowbank giving me tips on how to pronounce some of these tricky Queensland suburbs.
I'm sure I'm getting them wrong.
Sorry, Jane. We'll give it a go. We'll do our best, but just remember we are simple commentators, all right? So we'll do the best that we can. Big hello to everybody.
Speaking of Queenslanders, how good was the women's Origin game last night?
You know what? I actually forgot it was on. If I'm being honest, I didn't even watch it. Did we win?
Yes, we did.
And I say we being in the colloquial.
New South Wales, yes.
Yeah, New South Wales, of course.
Yeah, tough game too. Girls really had a crack.
Fantastic.
Yeah, 11-6 it ended up.
Oh, hopefully it's a sign of things to come for the men's Origin as well.
Yeah, absolutely.
Because I can't count the amount of times I've been to Queensland for the Winter Nationals off the back of a loss in Origin. So,
and you get thrashed.
Oh, you get absolutely flogged by everybody up there. So, yeah, if you can go in with a little bit of confidence, that's always nice.
All right, in the Rocket Lane, we have Corey Stutchbury, a local racer here, racing for Dialed In Racing. BK Commodore with an LS 5.7 on board. Corey, one of our regulars at the track championship rounds. .019 light, not too shabby.
Pretty sharp on the tree, some of these races, straight off the bat.
Yeah, considering it's no box racing.
100%.
Corey runs through for a 10.57, 128 mile an hour.
Next up, it is Sammy Jo Johnson down there from Erskine Park in New South Wales. So she's been doing fantastically over the last 12 or 18 months or so.
Yeah, she's only fairly fresh to the sport.
Yeah, absolutely. Got a
couple of seasons under her belt, I believe.
Nitrous-assisted LS under the bonnet of the VH Commodore down there. Currently sitting, I think it was third in the championship points.
She's done a little bit of travel in this season too.
Yeah, which is fantastic to see, and she's got form.
7 light, yeah, nothing to sneeze at.
She's got form as a competitor as well. Very, very high-level cricketer.
Yeah, apparently so.
997 at 134 for Sammy Jo.
Puts it under the Super Street Index. So. We have Seth Jarvis all the way from Pinjarra in Western Australia.
Wow.
In the VS Commodore, that's some serious commitment.
Man, full credit because, you know, and this goes for all of our races, but
the price
to travel,
of fuel and everything else.
To travel all the way from Western Australia in a sportsman category, mate, that's absolutely sensational. I tip my cap to Seth Jarvis down there and the team. Racing for Creative Patios. VZ SS Commodore. First run. I don't think I've seen Seth here at Sydney Dragway before. So
I don't think so either.
First run here at Sydney Dragway.
To tidy that reaction up. 6:01.
Really loaded it up off the line.
First time at the track, first hit at this tree. Got to start somewhere. Goes through for 11.19.
So I think with that, we're going to move into Super Sedan now.
Yes.
So Super Sedan, the...
Matty Forbes in the Rocket Lane.
I was going to say...
Racing for a long time, raced Super Gas with us and comp eliminator, all sorts of stuff.
Yeah, I saw the Forbes on the door and I wasn't sure whether or not it was Matt.
It's the same Matty.
Yeah, very cool.
Don't know how long he's had this car, but
it's a very neat Camaro for VP Race Fuels Fast Lane shop. Paul Rogers Performance Transmissions, Light Vehicle Solutions, and Dominator Converters. A little bit tardy on the start line, leaving the cherry hanging there, 014, but he'll work that back and get that dialed in. Across the line for a 10.003, 134 miles per hour. No fuss whatsoever, straight down the centre of the lane. That's what you want.
Yep.
Matt currently sitting just outside the top 10 in the championship points.
Okay, now we have another Camaro from Delacombe in Victoria. There's no name on entry, so...
That makes it difficult.
That does make it difficult to call the names.
It's also a little bit cruel of his mother to call him no name.
Yeah. But gets away with a real good 013 light. Oh, gets a little bit out of the groove. Buttons it off, does a smart thing.
Yeah. Better off to keep it shining during the first qualifying session of the day.
You don't want to be crashing at first qualifier and then you're out for the whole weekend.
No, so the aim of the game, you want to be as close to the centre of the lane as you possibly can, right down the centre of that groove, because that's where that nice sticky traction is. It's where the bulk of the race cars go down. It's where you want to be.
Yep.
As soon as you get over towards the centre line, there's still grip there. There's still plenty of grip, but there's a lot less than what there is in the middle of the lane. And if you get the tyres turning at different speeds, that's when you start to see all sorts of bad stuff happen.
Where it wants to go.
Exactly. So next up, it is Daniel Knezevich in the Addicted Performance Ford Capri. Big block under the hood, and I think from memory it had a fairly decent dose of nitrous in this car as well at one point. I don't know whether it still does.
Raced up here at Sydney Dragway a fair bit last couple of seasons.
So we're just setting the track walker out by the look of it. Looks like the Camaro that just went down the racetrack is having some steering issues by the look of it. So that kind of explains why it was tracking towards the centre line but didn't really come back, because it wasn't moving too quickly. It just kind of generally moved in that direction. So it looks like...
No, it's moving now.
Yeah. Whatever it is, they've got it sorted. They've got it off the racetrack.
Fluid, so, yeah.
But all the cameras here. So we will be streaming on the Facebook page and also on YouTube throughout today, and I believe tomorrow as well. But then once we roll into Sunday, we will be going to just purely the 7+ coverage. So make sure you've got 2 days to download the app, guys. 2 days to get it all sorted. Get your logins all under control, because it is going to be a massive, massive day of racing once we roll into Sunday. But we've got a lot of time between now and then, a lot of runs down the racetrack and a lot of racing to be done. So we're just waiting on the okay from our official starter down there, Bill Creeley, who's been starting drag races, I'm going to say, for pretty close to 50 years now.
Definitely. He was a starter at Castlereagh, he was a starter at Eastern Creek.
Yeah.
Billy's been around the block.
You'd argue that he's probably the most experienced starter that we've got, full stop, in this country.
You would think so.
You know, he's been
Royce
doing
still
it for
a
so
starter
long.
at Billowbank?
Occasionally, yeah. I think Royce is still up there, but he'd be about the only one that could give Billy a run for his money. Yeah. But it's not an easy job, and Billy handles it with aplomb, that's for sure.
Yeah, Billy loves it.
So Daniel Knezovic from Narry Warren, 044 on the tree. Gets out quite nicely. 129 to the 60-foot timers. And pretty solid pass, 886, 151 miles per hour to kick things off for him here at the Gulf Western Oil Nitro Champs.
All right, we have Stephen Page from Woodside in South Australia. Here's some guys that put the miles in to come to this event. HJ Monaro with a 416 cube LS in it.
Currently 12th in the championship points in the Aeroflow Sportsman Championship Series. So
Good
a little bit of work
too.
to do.
Must have some sort of forced induction because it's SSAA. Haven't seen a nitrous purge, so
yeah,
might have a turbo or a pro charger or something.
it's aggro. 119 to the 60.
Light, 119. 60 foot, so yeah, it's got some steam.
For a big heavy car, that's moving. 854, 155 miles per hour. That's a really solid run. First rotary of the weekend rolling out now. It is Daniel Ruggia in the Mazda RX-3 down there. The All Epoxy Solutions ADG RX-3 came out at Jambo for the first time in a long time. Couple of weeks ago, yeah. Had a pretty good wheel stand going at one point as well.
There's a bit of a right turn, a 90 light, 27, 60 foot. Goes through for 8.91.
Yeah, no shoots on that car either. Should get it pulled up down there. Fairly light car in terms of getting it stopped, but still fairly unusual.
Another one of our Queensland travellers, Luke Dowdy from Paradise Point in Queensland. It's LS-powered Chevy Camaro. He was here testing on Wednesday night.
Yeah. This thing looks mean in black, doesn't it?
Yeah.
Like the satin black finish on this, the LS, just a really, really tough looking car. Looks like it belongs in Pro Mod more than Super Sedan.
Yeah.
Pretty neat off the start line. A little bit tardy in terms of the reaction times, only 431 on the tree. And across the stripe for an 890 at 141 miles per hour. Drops the chutes and gets it to load up down there as we move back to paired passes
Two
now.
lanes, beautiful.
Yes, a couple of long-time local races here. Dave Gruber out of Gilmore in the ACT, and he's going to take on Nathan Watt in the VL Commodore.
Both extremely sharp races.
Yeah, I think Dave Gruber has definitely won some New South Wales championships in his time.
Yeah,
Not sure
sure.
about national championships, but he's always there or thereabouts.
I can remember racing Dave in the old Canberra days.
Yep, in the first strip rat.
Been around, yeah.
The old HB Tirana that he had for
strip rat.
Yeah, for many
This
years.
one's called strip rat.
This is strip rat 2.
Yeah. 021 light for Nathan, 044 for Dave Gruber. .93 for Nathan White and 9.31 for Dave.
I'm just laughing because Peter Villaris is rolling up in this XT Falcon. He absolutely punishes this thing every time it rolls out.
You're supposed to be neutral, being a commentator.
But
I love this car.
He absolutely thrashes this car every time it rolls out. It's known for doing a wheel stand or two as well. He's taking on Chris Papadopoulos from Roselands.
Clutch car helps.
Yeah, oh, absolutely.
Yep.
There we go.
Same wheel stand and normal. 039 red for Pete and 048 green for Chris.
I even missed the red light because I was too busy looking for the wheel stand.
Yeah.
Goes through for 9:31 for VLRS, and I just missed the time for Papadopoulos over in the Aeroflow lane, unfortunately.
Ollie Kent from North Wangaratta in the XE. The Clevo with some spray. You can see the purge out of it. And Rowan Hudson from Echuca, Victoria. Two Victorians against each other. Big block Chev in the 55.
Rowan's another guy who's done a lot of Ks over the years racing this car. I think I've seen this car everywhere from Perth all the way up to Springmount.
Yeah.
He literally takes it everywhere. You know, it's not an easy thing to travel when you're in a country the size of Australia. It's certainly a fair effort to travel anywhere, but to go racing to do it. Ollie Kent's out in front, 9:38, 141 miles per hour, 10:26 for the big heavy Chevy at 137 miles per hour. Battle of the Utes, or the pickups now. You got Jaden Plant down there in the Dodge Dakota. It's such a cool looking car. Used to be campaigned by Steve Swinsko for a long time, wasn't it? In Supercharged Outlaws from memory.
Yeah, I think so.
Ex-Pro Stock truck from memory.
LS 383 on board. And
don't have any details on the driver in the... I think it's a Hilux from here, from where I'm
with
sitting.
a canopy.
Yeah.
It's got a chute, so...
Must be fairly quick. It's got a
I
nitrous.
think I can see an NOS sticker on the back.
It's the Aussie equivalent of farm truck by the look of it.
Yeah.
Very much in that style of car, actually. Looking at it side on, it's obviously a bit of a tribute to the farm truck.
Jaden, excellent 009 light. And farm truck, so much. Jaden goes through for a 9.68.
Oh.
And 10.61 for the Aeroflow lane.
Sorry, I get distracted by a panel van. And that is a very, very cool car lining up in the Aeroflow lane. I have no idea who it is because we've only got a race number.
I think he's from Victoria. He has been up here before, I think.
8159. I'm just having a
I
look.
recall seeing it at a nostalgia drags.
Yeah, I can't see it on the points list here. But anyway, such a cool looking car, this one. It's got the right badge on it as well. Gordon Taylor in the Rocket Industries lane, the Ford Mustang. With the big block in it, 557 cubes, and certainly runs that way as well. 888 at the big end, 154. 927 for the panel at 151. Big speed from him. Tirana rolling up now. It is Darren Edwards, the Addicted Performance LH Tirana, taking on Demos Stephanopoulos in the TC Cortina.
Darren from Victoria, one of the Addicted Performance guys. And Demos from South Australia, Clevo powered TC Cortina.
Yeah, Demos, usually one of a very tough racer in this category, but hasn't had the best start to the championship season. Scored 20 points down at Mildura, the event that got rained out, so obviously that one was a tricky one. But then only 10 points at the Riverbend Nationals at his home, or at the race closer to his home down there in Adelaide.
75 red for Darren, runs it through for a 8.65, and Demos 027 on a tree goes 9.23.
So next up it is Naomi Dyson, the BNS Waterproofing Penrite sponsored Pontiac Firebird, car with a bit of pedigree in Australian drag racing.
Yes, started in pro stock in John Honan back in '88.
Won an Australian championship as well.
Hey?
Won an Australian championship, didn't
Yeah.
it? With the Missinghams.
Yeah, it did with when Wayne was driving it.
Yep.
Wayne Missingham.
Yep.
Then went to North Queensland with Smith and Ware, so yeah, a lot of pedigree in his car. In the Aeroflow lane, we have Hayley Vella in the Ford Capri. This is Al's Drag Challenge winner Capri. All 1-0 light for Hayley and 011 red for Naomi.
That's
And
such,
he goes through for a 904.
that's such a tough car, that Capri 905. Like, when you consider it does drag challenge,
Yep.
does a lot of Ks on the street, that car. It's such an impressive package.
I think
Graham,
it's got like, I'm pretty sure it's got over 10,000 road miles on it now.
that's crazy.
Which is crazy with basically a pro stock motor.
Graham Blackman now in the Ford Cortina with the 347 Windsor, and Jared Terrell, Pro Hose Newcastle VK Commodore. A couple of New South Wales races. Big hello to everybody watching on YouTube. Don't forget you can chat on there as well. I'm kind of keeping a casual eye across the comments. So let us know where you're watching from. I know we got someone watching from Knoxville, Tennessee at the moment, and I'm sure there's people watching from everywhere as well, but very cool. The internet's an amazing thing, isn't it?
Oh,
like, it's
love it.
opened up the world.
Absolutely. And we have Wayne Rourke in the TE Cortina with a Clevo in the Aeroflow lane, and Jamie Turner. His sister Jess races a dragster.
Ah, okay.
Yeah, same Turner.
Makes sense.
They've been
Same
hopping
family.
his car up bit by bit. Him and Paul do a little bit of drag challenge stuff in this Commodore as well.
Pretty aggro.
Yeah, 015 and 3, 579 on the other side. 891 for Wayne Burke and 964 for Jamie Turner. Usually got plenty of cars in Super Sedan.
100%. You want to talk about a matchup? As this one, Jim Denaro and Sean Maher.
Two of the toughest races.
I'm going to say two of the best there's probably ever been out of New South Wales in Super Sedan. These guys,
Sean's been doing a fair bit of travelling too.
If neither of these guys have won it, it's probably not worth winning.
Yeah.
So Sean,
Let's see if they're up for it for the first one.
Sean Maher, very tough racer. Pretty sure he finished in the top two of the championship over the last couple of years. Jim Denaro hasn't done a huge amount of travelling lately, but still, whenever he rolls out, man, you know you've got a race on your hands if he lines up next to you.
015 light for Sean, 017 for Jim. No one's mucking around. Sean runs through for a 9.21 and Jim a 9.75. Two Chrysler products on the start line.
Yeah, Brent McNiff and Jim Raptis. Jim Raptis, the other half of Go Logistics with Peter Villaris.
Yep, Brett with the Australian version and Jim with the American version.
That's actually really cool.
Yeah, really cool. Make a good photo, wouldn't it? 013 red for Brett. 152 for Jim. Yeah, that would have made a great photo, wouldn't it?
Tell you what, Brett McNiff's taken the angry pills with that car, hasn't he? 898, 147 miles per hour. That's really picking up a bunch of performance. And a 9.4 for Jim Raptis. Next up, Rick Feitzner from North Haven in South Australia. Very tough looking Mustang.
And with a big block Ford on board, 557 cubes.
There's a lot of Ford under the hoods of these two.
Yeah, loving that.
Peter Fernandetto, 598 cubes.
Against another South Australian racer, the XY with a 598 cube Ford on board. Battle of the big block Fords from South Australia.
Is it just me, or are we seeing a lot more Fords in Fords these days?
Yeah, loving it.
Yeah, I knew you would be, JB.
Yeah. Bit of a right turn for Pete. It's away with the 036 and that 036 on the other side of the tree. Pete goes through for a 855 and Rick for a 9.59.
Just a reminder as well for any crews that may be here for the first time at Sydney Dragway, if you are on the start line with your car, please remember you do need to be standing in the green box on the side of the racetrack in order to watch the car go down the racetrack. Different rules at each racetrack, but here at Sydney Dragway you do need to be in the green box.
Okay, so we have Chris Smith, LC Tirana with a small box Chev on board, and Tony Tedesco.
So
I don't know what's going on with Tony, but it's parked.
I think there might be...
Is he staged?
I don't think he's staged. I think he's parked... Oh, no, there he is. So it looks like Chris Smith might have rolled it in and tried to put it on the trans brake, and it's just pulled
didn't
through.
get time, Chris, so I guess he left before the tree came down.
.872 at 154 miles per hour for Tony Tedesco.
And next up we have his daughter, Miss Brodie Tedesco, in the is Holden Gemini. She has been running Super Gas with us a little bit, but there's no Super Gas bracket this weekend, so Brody's running in Super Sedan. And Simon Bonello in his super tough XW Falcon with a 427 Clevo on board.
Yeah, this thing is quick.
Yep.
Too.
Yeah, they've been picking away at it for a long time, and it gets quicker and quicker.
Absolutely. And it's not like they're just doing it with outright cubes or anything like that. Like 427 these days
it's not a big motor these days.
It's not big cubes, but it is an aggressive car, this one. Brody Tedesco, on the other hand, the little Gemini over there with a small block.
21 light for Bonello and 049 for Miss Brody. Simon goes through for a 901. And Brody with a 9.69. Yeah, Simon's car's all steel, glass windows, well, basically a street car, and goes 9.0s. It's ridiculous.
Yep, absolutely. Next up, it is a couple of races from down south. Leo Georges taking on Jack Moreau. Jack Moreau currently second in the Super Sedan points, 20 points behind Peter Furlanetto, who's leading the Aeroflow Championship for Super Sedan. So Jack looking to hopefully pick up 20 points or more and potentially move into the lead this weekend here at the Gulf Western Oil Nitro Champs. And Leo Georges, that thing is just always a fan favourite. It's called the Flying Carrot. It's sponsored by Rocky Lamontina and Sons Carrots.
Another car with a long, long history in the sport.
Absolutely.
Back to Castlereagh days again.
Yep. Yep. Brett Rumble, I think it was,
Yeah,
had it in the early 90s.
Oh, there's another couple of Canberra boys had it at the beginning. It's called Crossboss.
Yep. Around for a very, very long time. Ironically,
something happened with Jack's car.
Yeah, that's not usually good when you see it jump out and just stop like that. Leo's car's not really
down too, so both sides looked like they had problems.
Very unusual for both of those guys to have problems. For one of those guys to have problems, let alone both of them on the same run. For Jack, it looks like he's lost. It looks like he might be picking up a bit of speed down there, but it's definitely something to do with the driveline in that car, because it's not really picking up any kind of speed down there. So Jack Moreau, not the way he wanted to start his Gulf Western Oil Nitro Champs campaign. And so Jack Moreau will take the first exit down there, and we should be able to get rolling with the next pair, which is a couple of small block Chevs, but very different cars that they house in. It is Victor Satlogianis in the LH Tirada, and he's going to take on Nathan Cowie in the Suzuki Mighty Boy. Yes, you heard it right, the Suzuki Mighty Boy.
Oops, maybe a problem with Nafe's car.
Again, that's really unusual too.
Yeah.
That is really unusual. That's usually just
super reliable.
Yeah, bulletproof, reliable combination. Victor Satlogianis, he's got a habit for standing this thing up on the bumper too. Been racing again very, very long time.
028 light for Victor.
Pretty clean, nothing to really complain about on his way down the racetrack, and a 952, 138 miles per hour. That'll slot him comfortably into this Super Sedan field.
And I think maybe this is our last competitor in Super Sedan.
Yeah, Niall Mitchell from Gillaby in New South Wales, the Wicked Customs and Restos Holden Gemini.
Chef Freddy 3 on board.
Now, you know, one car that I haven't seen come out is Chevy Taylor. Carl Taylor. So that makes me think that perhaps there might be still a few more left to come through. No, Top Sportsman rolling through the tunnel. So that's really unusual for Chevy.
Carl was here on Wednesday at the Test and Tune. Maybe, yeah, I don't know. I haven't heard nothing.
Look, I'm sure Chevy's listening to us, and he'll probably text me and tell me what's going on.
Yeah, let us know.
But really, really unusual for Chevy not to
he
not
won't
to roll
sit one out.
Yeah, he doesn't sit out any kind of racing. Another guy who does a lot of travelling. So with that, it does wrap up the Super Sedan category for the Aeroflow Sportsman class, and we're going to move now into Top Sportsman. And this is for the quicker of the sedan cars that aren't supercharged or well, generally speaking, I mean, they can be supercharged, but you tend to see those in Supercharged Outlaws more often than not. Top Sportsman. It's a place for a lot of the purpose-built race cars. For example, like Simon Ishall with that car, full competition car, full chassis, purpose-built race car.
Got a couple of cubes on board too, Simon. 714 cubes.
Pretty sure he's run down into the 680s with this car.
Yeah, it has been fast. This Queensland guy from Kalanga. Yeah, the Tirana's got a 632 in it as well, so no shortage of cubic inches.
Yeah, no nitrous on either of these cars either.
Oh, it'll be interesting to, yeah, like you said, Simon has run in sixes.
I think he might have even run quicker than 680s. I mean, it's hard to keep up with personal bests these days because everybody seems to lower them every time they come out. But yeah, 101 to the 60, that thing's got some bumbo.
Yep.
Yeah.
688. 199 mile an hour. That is a fast bracket car.
Looked like he might have just rolled out of it a little bit as well at the other end of the racetrack. Looked like he might have just dropped the chutes before the finish line down there. Probably should have been 200 miles per hour. Tirana, though, if we have a look at the replay, oh, look at that, just drove into the wheel stand. I missed that. We were keeping an eye on the Cutlass, and the Tirana just absolutely drove into a wheel stand. So next up, it is Daniel Moit, part of the Moit's Motorcars family, and Paul Partridge.
In a Capri, not a Cortina.
Yes, in the Capri. He's had this car for a little while, Daniel. Probably been running it for maybe 5 or 6 years.
Yep, Ford powered with a little bit of spray on it. And Paul Partridge, another long-time racer in New South Wales.
Yeah.
605 cube.
Pardo's got all the trophies.
Yeah,
former national champion.
Yeah, Pardo has won plenty. With a triple O light, the first one for the day, you can see why he's won plenty of trophies.
That's just showing off, isn't it?
He is.
Like 801, 170 miles per hour, 851 at 159 for Daniel Moit. But Pardo goes 000 to kick things off.
That's definitely showing off.
So a couple of supercharged cars rolling up now. It is David Whitmore in the Chevy Nova taking on Kayleen Gawley from Bundamba in Queensland. Racing for Repco West Ipswich. ET chassis and race cars and mad race engines.
Small burnout of the Kayleen.
Yeah, not particularly aggressive in the burnout. Two very differing approaches to the burnout. David Whitmore, he'll go as far as he possibly can every single time out there with this car. He loves doing skids in the Hypernova. It is it's a bit of a fan favourite, this car, isn't it? It's been around for a little while now, and Dave just gets it out there and flogs the thing every time it rolls out onto the racetrack.
Definitely not shy.
So Kayleen Gawley lined up a little bit crooked down there. That may be by design, but she's basically pointing at the 330-foot cone down there.
We'll see which way it goes. Yeah, went straight. 136 line for Whitmore, a 631 for Kayleen. Kayleen with some problems. Dave runs through for a 7.99.
Something came off Dave's car too.
Oh, did it? Okay.
Yeah, just after the 60-foot, I can see Billy has started walking out to grab it.
Must be hot. Billy's kicking it.
Yeah, whatever it is, it looks hot. Looks like it might be a hose clamp or something like that.
Billy's smart enough not to pick something up.
Yeah, Billy knows the drill. He's done that, made that mistake before.
Yeah.
All right, so we've got the wind up to get the next pair going. We do have a track walker down there just at the 330-foot, just having a little bit of a tidy up down there. And the next pair up, it is going to be Vlado Churik, who's currently tied for the lead in the Aeroflow Sportsman points. And Greg Fowler, a guy who also has won national championships in Top Sportsman and Super Sedan. helps if you turn the red light on. Greg Fowler, the Chevy Beretta down there with the 632. You'd think 20-something years of doing this, I'd have the hang of it by now, but no, apparently not.
780 cubes on board for Vlado Turek.
I do wonder if Steve's running this weekend as well.
I thought I saw him on the entry list.
GXP. So, guys who are not afraid to travel, they've done their fair share over the years, and again, former national champions in their own right. Vlado Turek, the THR Developments Ford Mustang, as we said, tied for the lead in the Sportsman points at the moment for top sportsman with Dave Foster in the 57 Chev.
Staged a fair way off to the left, Vlado.
Yeah, long way.
Just on the edge of the groove.
And to be honest,
yeah,
Greg Fowler's off to the right.
Yep.
So, just trying to give themselves a little bit of distance. Obviously, there's a bit of a game plan there.
Well, they know their cars, so...
Well, they've both done a lot of racing over the years, these two. Been on Greg Fowler's side of the racetrack. Red light for Vlado Turek.
102.60 for Vlado.
Whoa. First 200-mile-an-hour run of the day, 200.53, 687 for Vlado Turek. That should be enough for the #1 spot, I believe, by a very, very small margin. I didn't see the time for Greg Fowler, though. Was too busy just trying to keep an eye on all the numbers here. They really take the screen away from us quickly.
Fast. Yep. And Michael Obst from Bowen in Queensland, the Chevy Cobalt. And Darren Whitford in the Pontiac GTO, 540 cubes from South Australia. So we've got Queensland versus South Australia.
Yeah, Darren Whitford, the ProCharge combination in this car. ProCharge Chev, very, very tough car. Run deep into the 6-second zone. And Michael Obst from Bowen in Queensland. Chevy Cobalt.
Yeah, I haven't seen this car before.
No. Definitely haven't seen it here at Sydney Dragway. Maybe some of our Queensland viewers can let me know.
Having a little look around, they're pushing it away, unfortunately. It's unfortunate. Just putting Darren into stage. From Happy Valley in South Australia.
Sounds like a fun place, doesn't it?
Yeah,
Happy Valley.
Definitely. Must be a pub there.
All right, so this is a good test of the racetrack here because this is probably the quickest car that we've had roll out so far today. A lot of horsepower on board with this car.
002 line and a 9.80 and a 60, so super fast.
641.
Wow. With an early shoot too, I looked, didn't it? It's 41 at 217.
It blows me away that we've got sportsman sedans now that are 60-footing sub 1 second.
That's insane.
It's absolutely nuts to me to think about that. But anyway, Steve Fowler now, former multi-time Australian champion in Top Sportsman. Been running this car for a long time. Another car that can run deep into the 6s at over 200 mile per hour. He's going to take on Darren Moody, the SCF Race Cars West End Performance Holden Road Deo. 582 cube Chevy underneath the hood.
760 cubes for Steve Fowler.
It almost sounds like small cubes compared to some of the cars in the field these days. Steve Fowler, a guy who's done a lot of racing and all over the countryside.
Won a lot of stuff.
Yeah, absolutely. Absolutely. Again, this will be another good test of the racetrack to see exactly where it is. You can see that groove really starting to smooth out on the start line now. So the track's starting to come around. And it's certainly shaping up to be a beautiful weather today. And when you look around, very, very nice temperature. Everybody's walking around in T-shirts as well, which is pretty unusual for this time of year.
Yeah, definitely. Beautiful day. Beautiful day not to be working. Waiting on Steve to roll forward. Jasmine, his wife, putting him into the beams.
002.
Stop it.
That's just showing off. 103 to the 60. Should be a solid pass. Had a big wiggle in the middle of the run as well. Yeah, 694 at 201 miles per hour. 836 for Darren Moody at 159. 694 should be good enough for the number 4 spot in the qualifying list.
Couple of 200-mile-an-hour cars here.
That thing made a big move, and Stegs did a good job to pull it back into the centre of the lane there. Got over near the centre line.
Plenty of experience, Steve.
Yeah. I haven't seen him do a lot of racing lately, though.
He hasn't been. They haven't been running track rounds. So.
Yeah.
Brandon Freer from Anglevale in South Australia in his Chevy Nova with a 582 cube Chev on board. Good looking car.
Very much so.
I like it.
Very much so. Taking on a Ruthless Kazantzidis, also known as Herc. The Kazmic Interiors VN Commodore, big block Chev. Underneath the hood of this one, 632 cubes. Also West End Performance. See a lot of cars with West End Performance on it these days, don't you? And have for many, many years. It's the horsepower factory.
Yep, Johnny carrying on the good name.
Yep.
Sam's legacy.
Absolutely, absolutely. So both cars ready to roll it into the beams. A couple of Pontiac Firebirds rolling up next. I couldn't tell you the last time I saw 2 Pontiac Firebirds against each other.
.075 line for Kazantzidis and
yeah, Brandon Freer just got over near the centre line and he rolled out of it, fortunately. Kept it shiny, 906 at 151, so he still gets a time, 777 at 174 for Kazantzidis there. He'll slot into the number 6 position. It's a bit of a strange one. We've got a lot of cars in the 6s. We've got 4 cars in the 6s, only a handful in the 7s, and then a lot in the 8s.
Got plenty of top sportsman cars here too. I think there's 31 maybe.
Lisa Sargent taking on Enyo Morocco, and I was wrong. I thought it was a Firebird. Looking at it from behind, it looks like one, but it is a Camaro down there of Lisa Sargent.
Yep.
Enyo Morocco, though, that is a Firebird. As you can see, the shot that's on screen now, that's what we see from our commentary box. So I'm sure you'll forgive me for that mistake.
Lisa's fairly new to this car. I think she's got a season and a half in it. Jerry Bickle built Camaro with a 600 cube dart motor on board.
Was she running something else before this?
Yeah, she had a satin black Chevy Nova.
That's right. That's right.
Did a couple of seasons in that.
And Jeff Sargent running in Supercharged Outlaws as well, isn't he?
Yeah, husband and wife team.
So Morocco out of Junction Village in Victoria, 400 cube Chev. So you would expect that the Camaro will probably stretch the legs on the top end of the racetrack with this one. Gets off the line nicely with an 042. Morocco with a little bit left on the start line there and rolls out of the throttle before the 1,000-foot mark. 788 for Sargent and 851 for Morocco.
Yeah, Morocco moved around a little bit, didn't it?
Absolutely. Josh Boscovich doing his best Victor Bray impression down there.
Burnout from Josh as usual.
Yep, absolutely. I can see as well he's got the pink riding on the slicks and the front runners, as well as the wheelie bars down there as well. Of course, supporting the big push this weekend for the McGrath Foundation, being spearheaded by Pro Stock this weekend.
What a wonderful cause that is.
Yep, absolutely. We'll be talking about that more as the weekend goes on. But if you haven't already, make sure you jump onto the Pro Stock Owners Association Facebook page.
Pink t-shirts too.
Yeah, they've got pink t-shirts down there. Rob Deckard in particular really leading the charge with that beautiful tribute car this weekend to Haley. Yeah, absolutely incredible. So yeah, we'll talk about that more as the weekend goes on, but there's certainly been plenty of talk on Facebook about it, and Josh obviously doing his best this weekend. The thing I love about this car, he's got the Lenco in it, it's got the clutch pedal. Clutch pedal. This thing, it picks up the front wheels, it dances around. He's pulling a different gear lever for every single...
Totally wrong for bracket racing, but he has won plenty.
Yep.
In the Aeroflow lane, we have Matt Barron in the Chevy Beretta, down from Jim Boomer in Queensland. .006 red for Josh, 025 green for Matthew Barron. Josh runs through for a 7.95 and Matt 8.33.
That was actually a fairly tame run for Josh.
Yes.
It didn't really sort of jump around or buck around too much. So next up it is championship leader, or co-championship leader, I should say, David Foster, currently the reigning national champion as well. Got number 1 on the side of the car. Racing for Sherry Competition Engines, Spry Civil, Drendel's Concrete, Burson Automotive. Long list of sponsors that support him in his racing endeavours.
632 cubes of Sunset motor on board.
And Brad Mackay, the Holden Tirana on the other side from Mount Hutton in New South Wales. Again, another 600 plus cubic inch Chev underneath the bonnet of this one.
.005 red for Brad and 002 green for David Foster.
Yeah, Dave Foster's on this weekend, isn't he?
Yeah, having a crack.
746, 180 miles per hour, and an 832 for Brad Mackay at 161.
Geez, there's some quality cars in Top Sportsman, isn't there?
Absolutely. Absolutely. Ray Fairfull rolling out now with the turbocharged small block.
Yeah, this was the test and tune on Wednesday. I think it went pretty fast, if I remember right.
Yeah, he pulled it out at Jambo and had a few problems on the front half of the racetrack, but when it gets down the other end, it's got some serious steam, this thing. Brett O'Connor, another car that's run, pretty sure he's running the sixes with this car as well.
Absolutely.
At over 200 miles per hour. Very, very healthy dose of nitrous on board with this car.
Yep.
Underwent pretty much a full rebuild from front to back.
Yeah, it was a back half car when it come into the country, and pretty sure it was his brother, Jay's Custom Fabrications, that did all the chassis work on the car. Little bit of Ford versus Chev action.
This car of Ray Fairfull's got a lot of potential.
He had the EA, didn't he?
He ran the red EA with the turbo small block combination.
Yeah, still small block Ford powered.
Yep.
.104 light for Ray, so should be pretty quick.
Yep.
Oh, early shoot, 646. Wow.
No, very
218.
Shoot hasn't blossomed down there, and I think he's going in pretty quick.
Uh-oh.
No, car's gone sideways into the gravel trap. He got very, very lucky there.
Lucky it didn't roll.
Wow. Very, very lucky there. And
218 mile an hour, so you're not going to pull that up with brakes.
Backwards into the sand trap, and look, fortunately, it looks like it's probably sustained about as little damage as you possibly can when you go into the sand trap like that. Pretty stout drive job. You can actually see the skid marks in the left-hand lane there, where it's locked up the rear tyres as he's trying to pull it into the...
that would have been a pucker moment.
Yeah, may require a change of undies, but the good thing is the car's still in one piece and it's still shiny down there, so...
Didn't tumble, so that's always a plus.
Absolutely. So obviously, guys, we're going to be down for a little bit. Looked like the chute just never really blossomed. It was all sort of
here if they're out of the packs or not.
Yeah. Have a look at the replay here and see exactly what happened. So you can see the car going down pretty nicely there. Chute came out early, pulled the chute fine, but it was just that the...
Might have got tangled.
Yeah, it got tangled as it went through, and it looks like we might have just missed the car backing into the gravel trap down there, so that's unfortunate.
Because the launcher parts are out, but I can't see the packs.
Yeah, it looks like they're at the front of the car. So yeah, that's a bit of an odd one for Ray Fairfull. Now I think just checking over, taking his time getting out of the car, because obviously when that kind of thing happens, the adrenaline is absolutely pumping down there. So you've got to make sure that everything is a-okay, and you're not going to rush these things either. So for Ray Fairfull, that is a pretty big wake-up call this early in the morning, but look, the good thing is the car's still shiny, and hopefully we'll see him back out a little bit later on this afternoon. So Top Sportsman qualifying really bringing it. That'll be 5 cars into the 6-second zone already, and I think we've still got a couple of cars left to come, so all of those guys could get a little bit of a touch-up before this session is finished. But we are going to be down for a little while we clear this car out of the gravel trap at the top end of the racetrack. If we are watching online, we hope you're enjoying the coverage. We are simulcasting both on the NDRC Facebook page and also on the YouTube at the moment as well. We can see the comments on YouTube. So please let us know where you're watching from. We hope you're enjoying the coverage. But right now, we might take a very short break, take a few words from our partners, and we'll be back soon here at the Golf Western Oil Nitro Champs here at Sydney Dragway.
Gulf Western Oil is an Australian family-owned company doing big things. Manufactured here in St Mary's, Western Sydney, family-owned certainly doesn't mean small. This powerhouse operation produces more than 25 million litres of oil per annum, distributing across all states and territories in Australia and 19 countries worldwide. With an 18-hour-a-day production schedule and trucks that never stop, Gulf Western Oil is keeping our industries moving. Whether it's transport, agriculture, automotive, heavy duty, or just old mate in his beloved 4B, Gulf Western Oil's high-performance lubricants are the trusted go-to choice for professionals and enthusiasts alike. Owner and Managing Director Ben Vickery is proud to carry on the legacy that his father began. If you call in with a question, don't be surprised if you get put through to Ben himself. The passion for what really matters is contagious, and it filters through the entire team.
I started as a truck driver and then worked my way through to looking after the dock and allocating things, and then started blending, and I've been doing that for about 5 years. And I've been here for 10 years, so if I didn't like it, I wouldn't be here.
Hey mate, how you going?
Gulf Western Oil customers can enjoy the ease of the free NetLube app, which makes finding the right oil for your vehicle effortless. In addition to that, there is a tech hotline where you will be put straight through to one of the in-house chemists.
We have amongst the strongest products on the market. We also have one of the best plants. It's very modern, all stainless steel. Testing every single product that we produce before it's filled is highly important. We want to make sure that the customer gets exactly what they paid for. We also have a lot of OEM manufacturers that we work with to make sure that we have products that are approved against their specifications.
Gulf Western Oil is constantly reviewing their sustainable practices, implementing a certified carbon halo plan, and developing low-emission oils.
Yeah, I'm very proud of working with Gulf Western Oil. I have worked in multinationals. Working for an Australian company is really quite exciting. If we don't have Australian companies, we don't have a future. I've got kids. If we don't manufacture in Australia, we don't have a future.
Gulf Western Oil, here since '88 and not going anywhere. Gulf Western Oil is an Australian family-owned company doing big things. Manufactured here in St Mary's, Western Sydney, family-owned certainly doesn't mean small. This powerhouse operation produces more than 25 million litres of oil per annum, distributing across all states and territories in Australia and 19 countries worldwide. With an 18-hour-a-day production schedule and trucks that never stop, Gulf Western Oil is keeping our industries moving. Whether it's transport, agriculture, automotive, heavy duty, or just old mate in his beloved 4B, Gulf Western Oil's high-performance lubricants are the trusted go-to choice for professionals and enthusiasts alike. Owner and Managing Director Ben Vickery is proud to carry on the legacy that his father began. If you call in with a question, don't be surprised if you get put through to Ben himself. The passion for what really matters is contagious, and it filters through the entire team.
I started as a truck driver and then worked my way through to looking after the dock and allocating things, and then started blending, and I've been doing that for about 5 years. And I've been here for 10 years, so if I didn't like it, I wouldn't be here.
Hey mate, how you going?
Gulf Western Oil customers can enjoy the ease of the free NetLube app, which makes finding the right oil for your vehicle effortless. In addition to that, there is a tech hotline where you will be put straight through to one of the in-house chemists.
We have amongst the strongest products on the market. We also have one of the best plants. It's very modern, all stainless steel. Testing every single product that we produce before it's filled is highly important. We want to make sure that the customer gets exactly what they paid for. We also have a lot of OEM manufacturers that we work with to make sure that we have products that are approved against their specifications.
Gulf Western Oil is constantly reviewing their sustainable practices, implementing a certified carbon halo plan, and developing low-emission oils.
Yeah, I'm very proud of working with Gulf Western Oil. I have worked in multinationals. Working for an Australian company is really quite exciting. If we don't have Australian companies, we don't have a future. I've got kids. If we don't manufacture in Australia, we don't have a future.
Gulf Western Oil, here since '88 and not going anywhere. Gulf Western Oil is an Australian family-owned company doing big things. Manufactured here in St Mary's, Western Sydney, family-owned certainly doesn't mean small. This powerhouse operation produces more than 25 million litres of oil per annum, distributing across all states and territories in Australia and 19 countries worldwide. With an
exciting time for Top Fuel racing as we literally blast off on the Blast Australian Top Fuel Championship. What is Blast? Well, this guy's a good guy to ask. Lee Bartlett, the co-founder of Blast. What is Blast?
Well, Blast is what you think it is, what you expect it would be. It's the ultimate car cleaning ecosystem. So it's all wall mounted.
Yes.
And it's mounted in your garage, no setup time. Just pull up in your rig, you four-wheel drive your car, your caravan, and start cleaning.
Marine too, right? You can do boats?
Boating. Yeah, absolutely. Boating too.
If it's dirty, blast it.
Absolutely.
So vacuuming as well. You've got the chemicals as well for cleaning.
Yep. So it's about, the 3 stages of keeping your car clean. So vac, wall mounted, wet dry vac with a 10-metre retractable hose. Then obviously the wash. We've got a 30-metre hose in this machine, 2,300 PSI. This thing is the perfect tool for not just washing your car, cleaning your driveway, cleaning the solar panels on your roof, cleaning your gutter, your caravan, your boat. This thing is a game changer. And then this is what car dealers use. These are the details. This is how they get that really good pristine finish on the car. It's dry your car with heat and air. So this is an Air Max car dryer blower. This is the ultimate car care setup.
So basically with Top Fuel, we're all about high performance.
Well, we've got that little whoopsie at the top end of the racetrack cleaned up for Ray Fairfull, and we'll move on to our next pair. It is Matt Clark, the Torque Calibration Services Pontiac GXP, taking on Anthony Panetta in the Holden Calibra.
Anthony normally races Super Gas with us, but there's no bracket. He's decided to enter in Top Sportsman.
That was a fairly wild little incident when we went back and had a look at it for Ray Fairfull. If we do get a chance, we'll show you the replay on that one if we get a little break in racing, because it was a fairly intense moment for Ray down there.
Yes, definitely.
So, I haven't seen this car for Matt Clark before, the Pontiac GXP.
It's pretty fresh.
Yeah, looks fantastic. ARB out at Windsor on board. Flat Out Services, Liquid Clothing Company, all helping Matt.
So Anthony's car's the old Lee Bektash car when Lee was racing Super Gas.
Yeah. Still looks as good now as it did then.
Yeah. 044 for Anthony, 015 light for Matt Clark. 816 for Matt, and an 849 for Anthony. Nathan Cooper with his patented burnouts.
A fairly stout burnout.
Yeah, he's never shy. Small block Chev on board with a supercharger on board. Actually won the last track round, Top Sportsman.
A fairly well sorted little combination, this one.
Yeah, it's going down the track really nice.
They're generally not the most stable of cars, Geminis, because they're not a super long wheelbase.
No.
And they do have a tendency to move around a little bit. So when you see one that's set up well and going down the centre of the racetrack, it does make you sit up and take notice.
Got the hunt going on. Double 08 red for Nathan. 2160 foot. Goes through for 829, 164 mile an hour. And that is possibly our last car for Top Sportsman.
Yeah, I think we've got Junior Bike rolling out now. Yep, indeed, I can see them rolling through the tunnel. So we're going to be down for a second while we just put the tyres in place at the turnout down there. Of course, Junior Bike for the younger kids that want to race on 2 wheels. Still a relatively new category in terms of national championship racing. It's probably been around for 4 or 5 years now. But it's been a great avenue for the kids who might want to come out and race but don't necessarily want to jump into something with 4 wheels. Might be because they're family races, bikes, but when you look at it, I mean, motocross and all these other motorsports have had avenues for juniors on 2 wheels for such a long time, and I think it's fantastic that drag racing has finally caught up a little bit to the field and given these kids an avenue to race at. As we say goodbye to JB, and we welcome, for the first time at the Gulf Western Oil Nitro Champs, the one, the only, the effervescent Stephen Bush. How are you, mate?
Thank you very much, Rusty. I'm really well. How are you doing? We've come through a couple of brackets already this morning and about to get into the first qualifying session for our junior drag bike. So we'll be interested to see what unfolds for the junior drag bikes and also the junior dragsters. There's a massive field of the junior dragsters.
I think at last count we were up to 52 or 51, 51 juniors that we have. So
it's no wonder I can't see the back of the tail.
That's exactly right. But how good is it? Because it shows how healthy the sport is at the moment from at a junior level. You know,
yes.
you've got so many kids that want to be involved and want to come out and race. And not just that, but the support from the parents and the guardians and the families to actually get them here, because I reckon more than 50% of those cars that are down there in the staging lanes are from interstate.
Yes, well, I think like even at our local events, we're getting 20 plus cars. So as you say, a good 50% of them probably come from outside of New South Wales to be here this weekend. As is a lot of our races in junior drag bike. Eliza Harris down there on the start line in the aeroflow lane, all the way from South Australia.
Yeah, and taking on Marcus McDonald from Craignish in Queensland. Marcus currently second in the points, in behind Lawrence Rochella. So Marcus having a good season. Eliza currently sitting in the 7th position.
Okay.
So 2 pretty good races here.
So all every race meeting that these races come to, they're chasing points towards the championship, and fairly even off the start line for the 2. Eliza slightly better on the reaction time. These bikes should run similar ETs at the finish line, and an 861 with an 8 Rusty, 78 miles an hour for Eliza in the aeroflow lane, to an 866 with a 7 at 77 miles an hour.
And just like their 4-wheel cousins, they do race to the 8th mile marker, being juniors. So that's why you'll see them sit up down there and get the thing loaded up before the finish line. As we see Nevaeh McDougall rolling up to the line in the aeroflow lane. Don't have any details on the racer over in the Rocket Industries lane.
Yes, I think that's being sorted next door as we speak, Rusty. It's where I've been for a little bit this morning. Both bikes up on the 2-step, 002 on the tree for Nevaeh. Awesome reaction time. Running for Oz Wheels and SVO Transport. Looks like the Rocket Lane will get the finish line first. 850 with a 3, 78 miles an hour through the finish line. That's
a fair effort. 002.
Yep.
First off the trailer. That's a fair effort. As we see Cooper Ashelford taking on Lawrence Rochella. So Cooper Ashelford in 3rd position in the points. There was actually 3 races that were tied for 2nd. So you got Lawrence Rochella, who's on track now, currently a championship leader with 140 points. Marcus McDonald, Nevaeh McDougall, and Bailey Paul, all tied on 120 points for 2nd. So it is a very, very tight championship.
And Lawrence away, better between the 2, but Cooper Scalia to the finish line first. Rusty, 873 with a 77 miles an hour. And Rochella in the Rocket Lane, a 950 at 69 miles an hour.
How's the burnout from some of these kids?
Yeah, they enjoy the burnout, I'll put it that way. There's been a few riders apparently been said, just calm down a little bit in the burnout. We've had races previously in a day have to swap tyres at some point, but obviously that chews up time. So it's all about trying to get the flow happening.
I mean, it's fun.
We're not killing joy here. We're just
we're not the fun police, but
no, we like it. We encourage the banter.
Lincoln Delios rolling up to the line now. Another racer with some 2-wheel pedigree.
Yeah, on a new bike for Lincoln. Was out here testing earlier in the week. So the Honda CBR not I don't believe is the bike anymore, not the bike that he was on earlier in the week. Taking on Kobe Ashleford over there in the rocket lane. Kobe will take the win with a 8.81 at 77 miles an hour. And Lincoln there, an 8.87.
Anastasia Lucky now in the Rocket Industries lane, taking on Christopher Davidson. Sponsored by Albie, his dad. That's always nice. All Care Car Servicing and the Hunter Breast Care Foundation. A lot of love for breast cancer research and foundations, with the McGrath Foundation as well this weekend, with everything that's going on. I know we're definitely going to be talking about that plenty over the next 3 days. You can even see plenty of pink ribbons as well hanging off cars, showing their support too. Chris Davidson goes down 10.23 to a 10.56 for Anastasia Lucky.
Yeah, the Davidson family do a lot for charities of all sorts.
Yeah.
And Albie, a big supporter of bike racing in general, does a lot within the categories that they race in to build a bit more camaraderie and whatnot. So fantastic to see the next generation jumping into the sport.
Absolutely.
And it looks like we're going to move into Junior Dragster now, Rusty. We were talking earlier about the number of entries in this field. We've got our first pair sitting on the start line, and that is Jake McNamara down there in the Aeroflow lane. And we've got Chase Carlslake from Queensland in the Rocket lane.
It's quite phenomenal, actually, the number of races that we've got in Junior Dragster this weekend. It's so good to see. Sort of reminds me of the glory days of Junior Dragster back in the mid to late 90s.
Yes.
Bushy.
It wouldn't have been when we were racing, would it?
No, never.
Times have changed, mate. Times we have to move on.
Well, I mean,
Times have changed.
I remember the first junior titles that we had, I think we had 75 cars or
Yeah,
somewhere around there.
that was nearly every licence holder in the country.
Exactly.
089 to an 079. Cars like slightly better on the line, but issues there for McNamara. The car pulling over to the wall at around the 200-foot mark. Not sure what's happened there for McNamara. Straight out of the car.
Am I imagining things, or is there a trail of stuff on the racetrack?
I can see
Like about where they're racing now, walking now, I should say, and it just looks like there's a little bit of a trail. And I mean, full credit to Jake, he's done exactly the right thing down there.
Yep.
Obviously, Cars Lost Fire knew he had a problem and has pulled off to the side of the racetrack. Chase Carlslake went down no problems whatsoever, but for
McNamara, there's a few issues there, and unfortunately, it looks like they are marking some sort of cleanup there. But
pretty unusual for a junior dragster.
Yeah, it is unusual. That I guess the saving grace from a cleanup point of view is they don't hold a lot of fluid in general. But that will obviously mean a little bit of work for the McNamara team between qualifying rounds.
Certainly less than ideal.
Yeah, definitely. I was having a bit of a chat to Jake before, and he was out here earlier in the week at Test and Tune, and the car was performing very well. So unfortunately, it looks like the weekend not kicking off quite to plan, but I'm sure that we'll get that cleaned up and be back underway with the rest of the first round of qualifying for Junior Dragster.
Absolutely. So just pushing the car back off the start line down there, we should be able to keep things rolling here pretty quickly. It doesn't look like there's a lot of activity in terms of cleanup of fluid or anything down there, so I'd say we'll be able to keep rolling with it. Next pair up will be Cody Sedmak taking on Cade Fowler. So good old Queensland versus New South Wales battle. And yeah, as we said, the number of interstate races that we've got in Junior Dragster across all our categories this weekend. Over 300 entries across all the categories that we've got. I think we've got just about every state and territory represented, with the exception maybe of the Northern Territory. It's quite phenomenal. I know we talk about it being a national event, but it is truly a national event.
Truly a national event. There's probably we've got Barry Plumpton from NZ.
From NZ.
Yep. He's here as well.
Yep.
So a little
Our
bit of
bros are here.
And Yeah, we've got an international commentator to be joining us up here, so there's
We
a little
will.
bit of international spice, of course. So,
will.
yeah, it's fantastic that everybody's been able to converge on Sydney Dragway for the weekend of what will be a fantastic event. I mean, I'm sure we'll see lots of
Yeah,
exciting stuff happen.
absolutely. So here's a replay. I mean, I know we spoke about having a little bit of a break in proceedings, and now we do have a little bit of a break. Here is what we were down for before. This is Ray Fairfull going sideways into the gravel trap after the chutes didn't quite deploy down there. Now, ideally with the gravel trap, what you want to do is go in like an arrow, straight
Yes.
in. That's the reason you've got those furloughs in the gravel trap, is to try and direct the car towards the net down there. I think what happened for Ray, it actually locked the rear brakes
Yes.
and kind of flung the car sideways. Full credit to him, got the car stopped, and fairly minimal damage, because when they were taking the car out of there, the front clip was still in one piece.
Yes.
Everything was all okay down there. But fairly spectacular way to finish off top sportsman qualifying this morning.
Can I ask a silly question?
Go for it, Bushy.
To Adam, our production
Oh.
manager. That's full speed. That's true speed. Wow.
Yeah, yeah. That was a definite pucker moment
Oh,
for
yeah.
Ray Fairfull.
At least going backwards, you might not have seen it coming, of course. But certainly lucky, because that is a new car.
Yeah, it
very
is.
new car for him. I don't know if it's brand new built, but certainly a new car to
And
race racing program.
As I think it was JB pointed out when we were having a look at that replay before, when it goes backwards into the sand like that, or the gravel trap,
Yep.
the turbos are facing the
Yes.
opposite way. So theoretically, you shouldn't get as much stuff into the turbos and into
Yep.
the intakes. Because obviously when you're going at that kind of rate of knots into the gravel,
Yes, it's due.
anytime gravel goes into engines, that's
Yeah.
usually not a good thing.
Not
So,
a good sign. I saw something on social media, a turbo car in the dyno, and there was a box of spark plugs or something or empty box.
Oh, no.
Was with the exhaust
It just
fumes.
went
It went up in the air, and then all of a sudden it's
Yep.
gone.
Disappeared. It's the world's most expensive mulcher.
Yeah, so looks like we've got the tractor down on the racetrack at the moment, Rusty. So,
Yeah.
as I say, there's obviously a little bit of something down there.
Bit of an unusual one.
Yeah.
I did think there was a trail of something there. But I mean, the junior dragsters, they only hold about 600 mils of oil,
Yeah,
give or take, a couple of litres of fuel, if that.
Yeah.
So it's not going to be a huge amount of fluid on the racetrack, but obviously anything needs to be cleaned up. But that is a great example of why it's important as racers to be heads up about
Yes.
pulling the car over to the side of the racetrack
Yep.
and stopping it as soon as you can, because it makes the clean-up, instead of it being spread over 400 metres, well, we've only got to clean up
Yes.
60 or 70 metres of it.
Yes, that's exactly right. And unfortunately for Jake, it's not his first time he's had to call upon that experience. But
That's racing.
It is certainly racing, and we appreciate that the other racers at the venue see what Jake's done and gone, okay, yeah. Of course, when it's safe to do so, we don't want you just going, oh, well, I've done something.
Yeah, don't turn right at 150 mile an hour. That's not going to help you. But it is also a good reminder for all the other races out there. I know we've said it a couple of times already, but particularly this weekend when we've got so many cars that we need to get through, particularly for Saturday and Sunday, make sure that after your runs, you're emptying your catch cans. Make sure you're checking all your fittings, your fuel fittings, oil fittings. Make sure hose clamps are done up. For any car that might have aircon installed, make sure your aircon's turned off. All these little things that take, it might only take 30 seconds to clean up, but it's 30 seconds here, 30 seconds there, 30 seconds there, and then all of a sudden it adds up to minutes and minutes. So the idea is that we want to try and roll through and make sure that everybody is getting their allocated qualifying runs today, and make sure that everybody can get through the program as best we can. So I know that was really pushed at the driver's briefing this morning with our meeting director. Just a friendly reminder for all the racers that are down there in the pits. Might be listening thinking, we're ready to go racing. You know what? Just go over.
Yep.
Just do the check.
one
Take
more-
30
just check
seconds,
one
do
more
the
time.
check. Do the
one
check.
more
It's not going to hurt anything, and it might save you not just putting fluid on the racetrack, but it might also save you a bunch of money too. So we are going to be down for a little bit while we get this cleaned up. We might just take a very quick break here at the Gulf Western Oil Nitro Champs. We'll be back with more after this. Welcome back to the Western Oil Nitro Champs here at Sydney Dragway. I'm Rusty, that's Bushy. We've got about 6,000 junior dragsters left to run here in this first qualifying session, and I say it with the greatest of affection. Oil down in the first pair is not what you want.
No, certainly not. And the car that caused the oil down is already back at the pits and being assessed. So hopefully we can get that car back out for the rest of today's qualifying and racing tomorrow.
Absolutely. So it is Cody Sedmak and Cade Fowler. Cade Fowler with a pretty stout little burnout down there. The tyres actually grew.
Well, I guess nowadays, Rusty, they're making enough horsepower that they can actually do that.
It's true. They've got plenty of bite in these
yes.
things. I'm surprised we don't see wheel stands now from junior dragsters.
I was doing the bit of doom scrolling last night, and someone's used AI, and it's got a junior dragster doing like a full power wheel stand. Like the front end was as high as the wall.
But how can you tell it's AI?
Well, of course. I'm not silly, Rusty.
I am. I probably would have believed it if I saw it. You know, stranger things have happened.
Some of the cars, like the one in the following pair, run a weight bar, which is right over the rear tyre. So, you know, possible.
Give it a go.
But I think there might be just a few horsepower shy.
Give it a go. All right, Cody Sedmak, Cade Fowler. Sedmak in the Aeroflow lane. Cade Fowler lining up in the Rocket Industries lane. 3 comes down. Clean greens both sides. 0-3-4 for Sedmak. And a little bit of work to do for Cade Fowler. 1, 2, 6 on the tree.
Yeah, and Junior Dragster, you probably want to knock a 10th off that.
Yep.
8.01 with a 2 for Sedmak. 82 miles an hour to open the account, and an 8.61 with a 1 for Fowler in the Rocket lane in that pass.
Not a bad way to kick things off. When you're aiming as an A junior dragster to go 8.00.
Yes.
To go 8.01 off the trailer, not too shabby. Next up, it is Mia Ward out of Newbeath in Queensland, taking on Bailey Hawke from Munta Bay in South Australia. As we said, we keep talking about the number of interstate races here this weekend. Junior Dragster is absolutely demonstrating that, that's for sure. So Bailey Hawke currently second in the championship points. Familiar name at the top of the Junior Dragster Aeroflow Sportsman Championship Series, Luca Lamattina leading the way on 120 points. Bailey Hawke in second with 90. Declan McGregor, Abigail Reed, Paige Harvey, Taylor Horton, Blake Taylor, Savannah Condello, Zane Condello, and Charlize Greibel, I should say, rounding out the top 10 in points. So Mia Ward lining up in the Aeroflow lane. The Mackay's Furniture Transport RAS International Pro LED screens, sponsored car. And Bailey Hawke racing for robust work. ProMints Engineering, First National Real Estate, Cooper Coast, Country Living Homes, and Auto Pro Cadena.
Full list of sponsorship on both cars. Hawke will take the finish line here. Leaves the start line with a 0.95. Gets to the finish line 8.02 with a 0 at 80 miles an hour, and a 12.01 with an 8.
That's pretty much bang on the money.
Yeah. Mia looking for a 12.0 because she's in C Junior Dragster, so she's only 18 thousandths above that ET that that team's looking for. So definitely a good opening to the account here this weekend.
I'm going to come out and say it. I reckon to top qualify in Junior Dragster this weekend, you're going to need to run the number to the 1,000th.
Right, that's Rusty's
so
prediction.
If you're in an A junior, you're going to have to run 8.000 and be the first one to do it.
Okay.
Because you look at it, 50, 51 or 52 cars, whatever it is, that's a lot of cars, and there's a lot of quality in this field.
I know in the past if you're not an O, like a .0 something, you were like 14th or 15th.
Yeah, it's ridiculous. It's insanely competitive. Awesome to see the juniors all supporting the breast cancer initiative this weekend as well. If you have a look on the rear wings or around the rear of these cars or on the roll cages, nearly every car out there is running with the pink ribbons on the car this weekend, which is awesome to see.
And I'm fairly certain if you're after a shirt, the Pro Stock racers will be able to point you in the right direction. And Tyler Jarvis will take the finish.
Juice, 770.
Yeah, wow.
That's a touch quick. Maybe more than a touch quick.
But the index is AA, so that's right. That's bang on.
That's bang on.
There you go.
Okay.
The next pass. The next pass, Rusty.
Wow.
So from
So that's how long it's been since I've called Junior. I actually forgot we had the double A.
My understanding is Tyler Jarvis is our #1 qualifier. 5 passes in.
5 passes. I said it was going to happen.
You did?
You had to be
You did.
0-0 to the point. And
usually pretty good. I wasn't expecting it on the net, on that pass, but okay.
Sometimes you're lucky, mate. Sometimes you're lucky. Joe Marizzi now in the Rocket Industries lane, taking on Michaela Reid. Another 4th generation racer, Michaela Reid.
Yes.
From Strathfield Say in Victoria, racing for Belgravia Apparel. And Let's Go Industries. Very nice pass, 812, 81 miles per hour. Joseph Marizzi, a 10.99 with a 9 at 58 miles per hour. Trying to keep up with all these different ET cutoffs for the different class designations. It's getting tricky.
Well, they've given us AA junior drag bike too. So some of the older kids in that category now able to go a little bit quicker. Next pair up, we've got Ava Walker down there from South Australia for Glow Heating, Cooling and Electrical. DreamWorks Garage, Dakin Air Conditioning, PBM Earth Moving, taking on Johnny Lucci for Lucci Civil. And Naughty Boys, VP Race Fuel, also backing young Johnny. The Walker team, another family that's deeply entrenched in drag racing in Australia. Last weekend they were down at the Bend, racing their Supercharged Outlaws front engine dragster. Both races go a little bit too soon on the tree, but they will still get an ET. 011 red for Lucci. Ava will get to the finish line first, 8:02 with a 6, 81 miles an hour. Lucci in the rocket lane, 8:39 with a 6 at 79. Next up, Daniel Carabalat for Lightstream Electrical in the aeroflow lane, taking on Abigail Reid. Reid in the rocket lane. A junior dragster for Daniel in the aeroflow. C junior dragster for Abigail in the rocket lane. Both races into full stage. 075 on the tree for Carabalat. An 8:08 with a 9 at 80.9 miles an hour, and a 12:48 with a 4 at 51 for Reid in the rocket. Our next pair rolling up to the start line. We have Alex Rafalo down there in the AA JD, so he's looking for a 770, taking on Taylor Horton in the aeroflow, also in a AA JD. Horton racing for Motorworks United Signage, ProStar Motorsport, Sparkle and Shine Housekeeping. Rafalo for Sydney Waterscapes in the rocket lane. Rafalo goes a fraction too early. 052 on the tree for Horton though. Going side by side across the finish line. A 773 with a 4. 84 miles an hour, and a 777 for Rafalo in the rocket lane. Our next pair we have Georgia Leafting and Piper Bennett. Leafting in the aeroflow. Bennett down there in the rocket lane. All right, leaving a fraction too soon there, but a 7.99 with a 1. So she's gone a little bit too quick there, 80.56 miles an hour. Piper Bennett goes a 8.08 with a 4 at 81 miles an hour. Now, I believe Bennett is running, was testing one of these new overhead valve engines that they've allowed into
You're across everything, aren't you, Bushy?
Oh, I try to be. I might get some things wrong, so please bear with me.
Overhead valve junior.
Yeah.
Yeah, well.
We've also gone to EFI too, Rusty. At the,
I feel like a dinosaur, mate.
Oh, me too. Me too.
I feel like a dinosaur. I mean, realistically, there's probably not any kind of advantage when it comes to.
Well, I mean, being it's dial your own, technically no. The traction control issue that plagues other classes with EFI is not an issue so much with junior dragster.
Yeah, because it's not about outright performance. It's about consistency and repeatability.
Yes. You know what we should bring? We should campaign a vintage junior dragster. It's got to be a cast block, cast head.
Yeah.
See, your eyes just lit up then. All right, we're going nostalgia.
Yeah, because I've still got one under the bench at home.
Right, so
nostalgia junior
Emma
dragster.
Leifting out and about to cross the finish line. Goes through for a 9.25 with a 7, 74 miles an hour. George Takalis in the rocket lane, a 12.09 with a 7 at 54 miles an hour. Leaves with a O light there for young George as well, so a fantastic pass for him.
Nostalgia junior dragster, but you got to make the cage wide enough to fit all the old blokes who used to race back then.
That's right, and a maximum ET of like, I don't know, how much would you have slowed down?
Oh, probably 15 seconds flat out, I reckon. He's struggling. Oh, dear.
Minimum weight driver and car.
Yeah.
All right, Levi.
Minimum weight 300 kilos.
Levi Knezovic down there in the aeroflow lane, taking on Australian #1 Zane Condello from Barrack Heights, racing for Harrick's 3D and Nuno's bank account, and definitely been giving Nuno's bank account a bit of a workout lately with all the travelling this team's been doing.
Oh, yeah.
Up and down the East Coast.
Well, they're doing well in the points.
I believe that...
both in the top 10, I believe.
Yeah, Zane's mother posted something on Facebook that between both the IHRA and the Andrew Championship, he'll see out his racing career with the #1 on the side. So that just shows the effort that's gone into this team, and you know, Savannah in the next pair, she's certainly coming a long way along with her racing as well.
Yep, and Levi Knezovic as well, doing good things in the addictive performance junior dragster, running AA JD, so can go a little bit quicker than what we see elsewhere. 7.72 at 84 miles per hour. Still getting used to seeing 7s pop up on the boards in qualifying for juniors. Zane Condello, a 7.97, just a touch too quick for that 8 junior dragster. So we'll go to the bottom of the qualifying list there as we see Savannah Condello rolling up now, taking on Bailey Tendek. The A Civil JD.
Yeah, Tendek down there in the airflow lane. Savannah Condello also racing for Nunu's bank account. Surprised me. No, banks don't sponsor anybody, do they?
No.
In terms of individuals.
No. Banks don't give away money to anyone, mate, unless you're going to pay it back with interest. Now, there have been plenty of cars that have been funded by banks over the years.
Yeah, but not
they've
for
got, they got their money back in the end.
Not for free, that's for sure. All right, both cars up at the staging beams, of course, bringing that second white light on. 0.77 on the tree for Tendek to an 0.61 for Condello. Condello, I think, with the edge across the finish line, 7.70 with an 8 and the AA, so 8 thousandths over the ET for Savannah. Awesome run for her. 7.95 with a 9 for Tendek, also in the AA JD category.
That's wild.
Do you know what? My personal view here is AA is typically, or double any prefix is normally
supercharged,
forced induction or some sort of chemical supercharging. That's what it should have been. Should have been. Could you imagine it?
There were guys that were playing with superchargers and blowers many years ago.
You know, if it was me, it'd be nitrous. I think that'd be the easiest way to be consistent.
Yeah. And, if you're looking to launch ahead into space as well.
Yeah. Don't worry about that. They're all billet now anyway.
So, Kyle Day taking on Jacob Longo. Kyle Day, another of these AA juniors from Victoria Point in Queensland. And Jacob Longo, trackside automotive.
Good light for a Day in the airflow lane. 012 on the tree. He will get the finish line. 773 with a 1, 83 miles an hour to an 806 with a 5 at 81 miles an hour for Longo in the rocket lane there.
That is wild. Absolutely wild. So next up it is going to be, I think it was supposed to be Sophia Kirchel in the Atlantic Oils Junior Dragster down there, but it sounds like she might have lost fire.
It definitely weren't quiet down there. The crew did walk towards the start line, and then they all about-faced and returned back to the car, unfortunately. So Mary Jo Bunisev will get a solo pass in round number 1 of her qualifying. Mary Jo racing for Harrix 3D, North Rocks Auto Centre. If you're wondering what Harrix 3D is.
I am, actually.
Harry used to race junior drag, so this was one of the family's cars, and young Harry's doing mechanical engineering at university. Started a business doing 3D scanning and 3D printing. So yeah, he's been making some pretty cool stuff.
So car in full stage now, Mary Jo Bunisev off the line with a 270. Is a C junior, so one of the younger kids in the field. Limited 12.00. And again with the pink ribbons flying proudly off the rear wing across the line for a 13.23 at 40 miles per hour.
Not a bad pass there for Mary Jo. Adam, our production manager, has just said that he's ordered a phone mount. Harry's making a phone mount for his car.
There you go.
So, yeah, does some pretty cool race car stuff too.
You know what? 3D printing seems to be a thing that's really, really going ahead in leaps and bounds in terms of race car. Especially because I think there's some that are now printing carbon, carbon composites.
Whatever material you can print a house in 3D. They've started. There's a few builders in Australia trialing a house floor plan in obviously a big scale printer. If you can, whatever medium you can put through the printer, you can print with it, as long as it binds correctly. Our next pair up at the start line, Rusty, we have Riley Ito for Murphy Finance Solutions, ITF Hire, Pro Tilt Towing and Low Fabrications, taking on Alexi Lancaster from Jimboomba in Queensland for Kidston Freighters. 004 red on the tree for young Riley. Our current New South Wales track champion. Runs through for a 778 with a 0.82 miles an hour. And Lexi in the rocket lane, an 814 with a 2 at 77.
It's pretty wild, the number of these AA juniors that are out here running.
Well, I think we've been around the sport long enough. We know that there's plenty of cars that were running 8.0s.
Yeah.
And most of the cars were running a throttle stop, or a lot of the teams choose to use a weight bias as a method of slowing down the car. And obviously, you take the weight, one of the worst enemies for any race car is weight. Doesn't matter if you're going in a straight line or you're going around in circles. So, you're able to remove the weight, you'll go quicker. Perhaps tune the
and vice versa.
Yeah, tune the engine up a little bit.
Yeah.
You'll get down to that 770. Our next pair on the start line, we have Carl Schulz. He's looking for sponsors from Karana down.
Isn't everyone?
Yeah, isn't everyone. That's correct. Jade Bunisev in the rocket lane for North Rocks Auto Centre. Looks like Schulz will take the win here. 769 with a 1, 85 miles an hour. So he's gone a little bit too quick for even the AA category. 857 with a 9 for Bunisev in the rocket lane there.
Now, I'm just listening to this car of Alessio Spinozzi.
Yes.
It sounds like there might be a little bit of a miss when it gets up in the rev range. It sounds like it's sort of popping and banging a little bit. Lily Horton from Lethbridge in Victoria doesn't sound like she's got any problems. But when it gets up on the revs, it just sounds like there's a little bit of a misfire there. Which, in a full-blown car where you've got 8 cylinders, that's not usually too much of an issue.
Yeah.
But when you've only got 1 cylinder and a misfire, big problem.
It creates the problem's amplified, I guess. there is an issue, I'm sure the team will sort it out. Lily Horton, all the way up from Lethbridge in Victoria for Moto Works, United Signage, Pro Star Motorsports, Sparkle and Shine Housekeeping. I think it's Taylor. Taylor is our #1 qualifier, I think, off memory. 016 on the tree for Lily. Spinozzi out in front at this point, and an 8:42 with a 4, 72 miles an hour through the finish line, Rusty. And an 8:82 with an 8, 72 miles an hour for Horton. Now, Spinozzi was in the AA category, so yes, that car running a little bit off the pace.
Next up, it is Benjamin Addard from Greystanes, the ITF Hire Pro Tilt Towing Junior, and Lucy Hamilton from Hume in the ACT. I dare say Pete Hamilton's young daughter.
Yes.
Long time sports and races, so many second generation races. I mean, we're
we're
talking
third.
about second, and
We're
we're now into third and
with-
fourth
yes,
generation races in junior dragsters. Some of these kids are actually, you know, second and third generation junior races. You know, when you consider juniors have been around for what, 30, how many years now, 35-ish?
Yeah.
Yeah, 35 odd years. It kind of puts it all into perspective. Makes Bushy and I feel very old as well.
Yes, it's because we are, Rusty.
Go away. Speak for yourself.
Well, you are younger than me by a little bit.
Yeah, go pick up your walking frame and walk out of here, please.
Wow. Nice light there for Benjamin Addard. 038 on the tree and goes 8007. So 7,000s above his 80 cutoff. So it's tight at the top for junior dragster qualifying.
Absolutely.
80.5 miles an hour and a 12.16 with a 4 for Hamilton in the aerofoil lane.
A couple of our Kiwi friends now, or one of our Kiwi friends, I should say. Carlos Harvey from Auckland over in NZ. Uasa Battery Speedflow Junior Dragster. Generally, they come over this time of year and do a bit of racing around the Nitros and also the Winter Nationals as well.
Yes.
Always cool to see them over here.
Yeah, very much so. I'm not 100% sure if the car travels back and forth or whether they've got a car that they're able to leave here, but
Not sure.
Certainly a busy operation for the Harvey team. Addard down there, one of 3 or 4 cars in that team. ITF Hire and Pro Tilt Towing. 038 on the tree for Alexis too. I think Ben ran the same light. And an 808 with an 8. 80.4 miles an hour for Addard across the finish line, but a 797 with a 7.
Sharp on the tree for Carlos Harvey
Yes.
too,
Yeah.
011. So remember, there's no driving aids in these cars. There's no trans brake or even a line lock on these cars. It is purely you're leaving with the brake pedal on the left, the throttle pedal on the right, and the combination of those two is what cuts the light. So next up, it is Christian Canuli from Luddenham in New South Wales, just down the road, racing for PC Racing. And Mason Kuchel up from Ilrimple in Victoria, down there near Mildura. The Atlantic Oils sponsored junior.
Wow, well, look at the sponsors there. I don't think there's enough time in the day to get through them all.
Absolutely.
KHM Installations, BL and SG Lake, Brick, Cartage, Dutch Masters, Sunset Customs.
Hell of a lot of sponsors on board for a junior. That's what it takes to go racing. That's what it takes to go racing.
Correct.
Like,
to fit
full
them in, they're
credit.
abbreviated as well.
Full credit to him for getting all those partners on board, but looking fantastic down there in the crew uniforms. As we see, Christian Canuli go 776 in the AA Junior, 83 miles per hour. 812 for Mason Kuchel at 79 miles per hour. So next up, it is the second of our New Zealand junior dragster races. Is Siobhan Harvey taking on, just waiting for the computer system to update itself here. It's had a little bit of a...
I think that's Marcus Princey down there in the rocket lane. There we go.
There we go.
Marcus in the C junior dragster. Siobhan in the AA. Yuasa Batteries, Speed Float, and Custom Plenum Creations. Siobhan goes 10 thousandths too soon, brings that red light on, but a 160 60 foot through the finish line, 760 with a 7, 85 miles an hour, and a 12.21 with a 7 at 54 miles an hour for Princey.
Might need to get that weight bar back out.
Yes, because if she'd gone 7, 8 thousandths quicker.
Yeah.
Yep,
absolutely.
You know about that, don't you, mate?
Yeah.
Yep.
Thanks, Bushy.
That's all right. I remember for you.
Next up, it is young Liam O'Neill in the fantastic-looking red junior lining up in the Rocket Industries lane. And I think it's Dakota Bray down there, if I'm not mistaken. I might be wrong. Yeah,
yes,
it is.
There we go.
Dakota Bray in the AA junior lining up against Liam, racing for MJ Clothing, Princey Motorsports from Singleton Heights.
Yeah, Liam's down there. The team has a full array of clothing apparel down there.
Yes.
I saw the post on Facebook earlier in the week.
Very, very cool to see. And it's all for sale as well. So make sure you do jump on and grab some of that. Support one of the young guys who's got a really good social media presence as well, young Neil. He's doing a fantastic job with it.
He'll do us out of a job one day for sure.
Oh, he can have it. It's all his. He's better than we ever will be, Bushy. 858 at 75 miles per hour for Liam. Dakota Bray goes through for an 811. Sorry, mate, at 75 miles per hour.
You can speak for yourself, mate.
Yeah, okay, I will. He's better than I'll ever be. Not as good as Bushy. There you go. Talking down an 11-year-old, mate, 12-year-old.
Jacob Schulz down there from Corunna Downs. The second of the Schulz team here this weekend. Running in a junior dragster, taking on Nixon Canooli. So there's three Canoolis in junior dragster here this weekend.
Yep.
Nixon from Hope Island in Queensland.
Yeah, the Mike Boss dragster. Nixon, from memory, did very, very well in the championship last year. I think coming into the Winter Nationals was still in with a shot at winning the championship. So
how long after junior dragster do you think it'll be before he's in the in one of the Pro Series cars?
He's got to kick mum and dad out to do that. So yeah, we'll see on that one.
058 on the tree for Nixon in the rocket lane. And we'll get there first. 767 with a 3, 85 miles an hour through the finish line. And Jacob Schulz in the Aeroflow, a 797 with a 4 at 81 miles an hour.
Next up, Taylor Canooli, the PC Racing Junior Drags, are the third of the Canoolis in the field. Cousins.
Yes.
So, well, some cousins, some brothers. But Taylor Racing, PC Racing Junior Drags are taking on Blake Taylor from Wallen, the Genus Steel JD. And I think we are starting to come to an end of this mammoth field of junior dragsters.
I can't see any more in the staging lanes, and I think this might be our last pair sitting in the water box, Rusty.
So after this, we will be moving on to Supercharged Outlaws. So from one end of the sportsman spectrum to the other, from junior dragster all the way up to the quickest sportsman cars that we've got in terms of dial your own racing.
He's exactly right. Canooli will take the win there. 849 with a 6, 75 miles an hour through the finish line. And Taylor a 918 with a 3 at 70 miles an hour. Declan McGregor from Mildura, racing for mum and dad in the rocket lane. Taking on Luca Lementina from William in Victoria. Of course, the name synonymous with drag racing.
Yeah, absolutely. You know, Phil currently doing a little bit of okay in the Top Fuel Championship standings. Yep. Currently sitting on top of the points. So Luca doing exactly the same in junior dragster right now. So it's been a good season so far for the Lamartina family. And Declan McGregor over in the Rocket Industries lane out of Mildura. It's actually sitting in third in the points at the moment. So you've got two of the absolute hitters in this junior dragster field lining up. And I think this will round out junior dragster by the look of it. I don't think we've got any more rolling through the tunnel.
.007 on the tree for McGregor in the rocket lane. 039 for Lementina. Lementina 1-7 to the 60 foot through the finish line first. 7.96 with a 2.82 miles an hour to an 8.62 with a 5 at 77 for McGregor in the rocket lane.
So it does round out junior dragster here at the Aeroflow Sportsman Series, and we are going to now move into Supercharged Outlaws in the not too distant future. Today is day one, obviously, of the Gulf Western Oil Nitro Champs. All about the Sportsman guys today. We do have one test session or exhibition session this afternoon for Top Fuel and Funny Car, which will be rolling out. But when we roll into the big program tomorrow, so today's all qualifying. So we're not in any racing today, but we roll into racing tomorrow. We kick things off bright and early at 9 o'clock with Elimination 1 for Super Street. So it is going to be a massive, massive day of racing tomorrow. Qualifying for all of our professional categories, and then, of course, we move into race day on Sunday, which will be broadcast live and free on 7+. So make sure, if you're watching online, if you're not here in Sydney or not at the racetrack, make sure you do get your 7+ login all sorted out, get the app downloaded, get everything sorted, because we are not going to be on YouTube or Facebook come Sunday. It's all going to be on 7+, so make sure you do jump on and get all that sorted out. So as you can hear, we are moving into Supercharged Outlaws now. As you can see, I should say, it'll be Greg Angus taking on Bruno Matajasevic. First up in a battle of the Supercharged sedans. And looking at the Supercharged Outlaws points after a couple of rounds of the championship, it is, I'm just trying to find it here. Here it is. So Simon Madigan is currently leading the way on 160 points. Bruno Matajasevic, who'll be one half of the first pair in this first qualifying session, is sitting second, 20 points behind Chris Dalton in third with Brendan Carr, Kelly Kidd, Peter Lay, Peter Wheeler, Warren Leonard, Bob Sherry and Josh Fletcher rounding out the top 10 as it stands at the moment. So that is coming into this event. We had 3 rounds in the books, of course, the Pro Alcohol Nationals at Willowbank Raceway, the Twilight Nationals at Mildura, the Riverbend Nationals a couple of weeks ago, and of course this is round 4. Still a lot of racing left to go in this championship series though, because we moved to round 5 at the Willowbank for the Gulf Western Oil Winter Nationals. Nitro up north at Hidden Valley for round 6, the Pro Stock Nationals at Willowbank for round 7, East Coast Nationals right here at Sydney for round 8, and then we finish things off down to Dragway at the Bend for the grand finals. So Bruno Matajasevic, generally one of the quicker full-body sedans in the field, running pretty deep into the 650, 640 seconds. I think may have even gone a little bit quicker than that these days. Greg Angus, though, we've got the little baby 372 cubic inch Chev on board, but still punches well above his weight, that's for sure, with this car. Racing for Greg Angus Motor Traders, the HJ Holden Coupe. A couple of good old-fashioned Aussie muscle cars rolling out now. The HG Kingswood for Bruno Matajasevic. A car that, I mean, if you look at it, it's not exactly the most aerodynamic car that you could pick to go racing with. There's still a lot of steel in this car as well. It's a very big, heavy car. Not a lot of massaging really to the bodywork, so she's pretty much as a give or take rolled out of the factory in terms of the dimensions.
As is Greg Angus's car. So, aero versus aero.
It's kind of like you just whack the biggest engine you can possibly find in it, whack a supercharger on top, go out and run as fast as you can.
Correct.
There you go, drag racing in a nutshell.
Yeah, in one sentence. All right, both cars away nicely. Looks like Matajasevic got moving at the top end of the racetrack, shoots out right on the finish line, 6:44 with a 225 miles an hour. And I believe we've caught something on the camera. There was a bit of, on the launch there,
yeah, just on when it was on the 2-step, it looked like a bit of raw fuel coming out where it's free revving there. But 6:44 is pretty much bang on the money what you would expect from Bruno Matajasevic. And, yeah, good first pass there.
Yeah, definitely. Certainly looked like both teams fairly happy with that. And our next pair will be a little bit of a mix-up here. Of course, the not in a bad way. it's showing the way the class works and the openness of it, in the sense of you can have a sedan, you can have a dragster, you can have a front engine dragster, or you can have a rear engine dragster. You can have a funny car. You can have a funny car. Anything with basically with a supercharger on it, or will allow you to take part in this category. And on the start line we have Josh Fletcher from Queensland for Styromax, Gulf Western Oil's the Bulk King. And
Josh doing double duty this weekend, racing in Super Street as well.
Yeah, race weekend, Josh is pretty busy.
Yeah, Josh is very much a guy who he likes to race. I think that's the understatement. And he likes to race. So he's already won a couple of titles in Supercharged Outlaws. I think he won the Winter Nationals twice in a row, 3 times in a row. It wouldn't surprise me. He's one of the few guys who has actually done it. And I think it was in Super Street. He's won championships. He's won pretty much everything. And his dad's not bad either, Bill Fletcher. So Bill, I'm sure we'll see in the not too distant future in his Supercharged Outlaws dragster. But Chris Denny over on the other side of the racetrack, he's really been punching above his weight with this car. Still a relative newcomer to the sport in terms of driving.
Yes.
But it's been around performance cars for a long time. Actually comes from the burnout scene, from the burnout side of things.
I wasn't aware of that. We interviewed Chris up here a little while ago at one of the race meetings. Cool as a cucumber.
Yeah, very cool.
And the first run, I think the shoots didn't come out or something like that. It's like, oh, well.
Yeah, it happens.
It happens.
Yeah. What's the worst can happen? There's a net to catch you down there, Bushy.
Well, let's hope that no one has to find that out this weekend. But both cars just about to bump into full stage to get this race underway. Danny in the right-hand lane, the front engine dragster, the little small block that could.
Something came off Chris Denny's car down there. It's sort of tumbling down the racetrack. Not sure what it was, but either way, he's pulled up a little bit lame at the finish line down there. 8:34 at 106 miles per hour. Josh Fletcher, no problems for him. The small block Chev Power dragster across the line for a 7:27 at 180 miles per hour to slot into the number 2 qualifying spot. And that is a pretty stout pass there for Mr. Fletcher. As we move into another pair of open cars now. A couple more dragsters rolling up to the line. A little bit more of your modern take on the dragster than what we just saw go down the racetrack. Josh's car was kind of your typical Supercharged Outlaw sportsman car, which is, runs deep into the 7s, really consistent. Good car, won a lot of races over the years. But you look at what we got down here now, you got Peter Wheeler and Brittany Olive rolling up to one. Brittany Olive's car is effectively a pro alcohol dragster. She's run this car in pro alcohol, but she's running in Supercharged Outlaws this weekend with the support of Gulf Western Oil. And racing for MJ Mobile Mechanics, A Civil Motorsports, Newbie Engineering, APM, and of course Gulf Western Oil on the side of the car. And of course, Dad Shane also doing double duty as crew chief on this car and running the Top Fuel dragster as well this weekend.
Another one of these busy people.
Yeah, another guy who doesn't like to sit still. Peter Wheeler, similar kind of deal. That car over there is a long wheelbase, or what you'd call a long wheelbase, modern style dragster, alcohol dragster, running the Chev Power plant rather than the Hemi. But either way, he's obviously doing pretty well because he is inside the top 10 in the terms of the championship points at the moment. So
yeah, multiple stabs at the throttle there in the burnout for Pete Wheeler.
Not quite sure what was going on down there because I saw our official try and hold the cars up right as they were rolling through the water box down there.
Watch both cars back from their burnouts. We're talking about the wheelbase. I reckon Wheeler's car is probably a little bit longer than the one of Olive's. Wouldn't surprise me if that's
I think
an ex-fuel car.
I believe this is an ex-top fuel car. I'm not 100% sure, so I don't want to say which one, but I believe it is an ex-top fuel car, this one. Whereas Brittany's car, purpose-built alcohol dragster, and has run as deep as into the 5s. I think she's run 570 flat, 571, somewhere around there with this car. I believe that would be her PB, up over 240 miles per hour. So, you know, we're legitimately talking a car that will qualify for pro alcohol and go rounds.
Yes, exactly right.
On her day. So, you know, this car certainly got more than a little bit of potential.
Is that the Wheeler car? We can hear on the track mics just camming it into stage. And on the two-step leaves, 063 red, 228 on the tree for Olive. Oh, a lot of smoke for Wheeler at the finish line. A lot of smoke. That's not a good sign, but we'll certainly investigate that finish line. We started at about 1,000 feet.
Yeah, that was a lot of smoke, and obviously we're going to send the fire crew down there to hopefully get it all sorted out. It started out like it was coming out of the right-hand side of the engine, but looking at it right down around the other end, look, it's still coming out as it's pulling up around the turnout area down there. And it is, I think, coming out of the pipes. So that it's coming out of the pipes, hopefully that means that there's less on the actual racetrack.
Yes.
But either way, that is a lot of smoke to let out. 6:24 at 2:23 for Brittany Olive. Takes her to the #1 qualifying spot at the moment. Peter Wheeler at 6:60 with the very early shut-off down there. But we are going to go down and have a very good look at the racetrack and make sure that everything is A-OK down there because... yeah, that was a hell of a lot of smoke. And as you said this morning, once you let the smoke out, you can't get the smoke back in. No. Very, very difficult.
Very difficult. Need many fans.
So, yeah, fingers crossed everything is okay for Peter Wheeler down there. And very solid field of Supercharged Outlaws here this weekend. When you look at the quality that we've got, nice split between the open cars and the sedans.
Yeah, and I think that's an extra dimension to this category in terms that we can pair them up. You know, not often. I think it's the only category really that you can.
Modified is probably the only one that potentially
it's fairly similar.
Yeah,
yes.
with funny cars, altered dragsters, but obviously no sedans in modified. So yeah, there's not a lot that you can really compare to. It's basically just quick dial your own racing, like really quick dial your own racing, and that's what it comes back to. So. Obviously, we are just checking out the racetrack down there. Looking at the camera shot here, I can't really see anything sort of on the surface.
Yeah, just
visually.
where that quad's just ridden over.
Yeah, so I can't see anything on there, but
I mean, you know, these cars would all run a containment device of some form, so hopefully that would catch, you know, most of the debris. But certainly, if there is anything, we're yet to actually receive official wording, but of course
we're also sitting about 700 metres away from the thing at the moment,
and we're in our mid-40s, so our eyesight probably not as sharp as it used to be.
Correct.
Haven't had laser correction yet. And you know, just a reminder while we are a little bit quiet, if you haven't been to Sydney Dragway before, don't forget that you are able to walk down into the pits and check out the cars, you know, of all of our categories up close and personal. Your general admin ticket allows you to get anywhere in the venue pretty much. If you're sitting on the western side and you want to come across to the eastern side, feel free.
If it is your first time here as well, and coming on a Friday is actually a really cool thing, because for the majority of our professional racers that are here today, they don't have a run today. So they're actually a lot more chilled out than what they would usually be on race day. Go down there, have a look around. Most of our races, and I'm going to say 99.9% of our races, are more than happy to have a chat to you. Especially, you know, if you show a little bit of interest in what they're doing, because, you know, for the most part, what these guys and girls are trying to do is grow the sport and build more fans, and that's what it's all about. So make sure you do go down, and if you see any cars you like, make sure you go up, tell the crews, tell the drivers, because they're going to appreciate it, man.
Yeah, that's exactly right. They'll start the conversation generally in a lot of, if you're a little bit shy. I know there's some people that aren't overly keen on starting the conversation, but you know, a simple couple of word questions will certainly you know, get the conversation flowing.
And don't forget, tomorrow morning, if you are coming back, and I mean, why wouldn't you be coming back? But if you are coming back, we are going to be doing the top door slammer all-in fire-up. You can see on the screen, and that's not AI, that photo. That actually happened. That's down on the grid at the Bend Motorsport Park on the circuit track, all of those cars. So if you're wondering what the top door slammer all-in fire-up is, basically it's exactly as advertised. We fire all the cars up at the same time. It's going to be happening tomorrow morning, 11:10 a.m. in Slammer Alley. So everything is coordinated. We're going to fire them all up at the same time. And I think we've got 15 or 16 door slammers here this weekend.
There's going to be a lot of methanol.
So there's going to be a lot of fumes. It's going to be loud. It's going to be noisy. It's going to be awesome. That's what it's going to be, all right? So make sure you put that one in your phone, set the reminder, because it's going to be absolutely killer.
Yeah, you want to get there at least, I reckon, 10 to 11.
Well, the thing is, because it's all the cars that are spread over such a big area, there's a lot of space down there as well.
Yes.
So, you know, you can really get down there and have a look around. Now, this is the other thing we've got going on this weekend. The Pro Stock Owners Association and the NDRC have got together and started promoting the McGrath Foundation this weekend, specifically, or particularly with Pro Stock. I know there's a lot of our races across the board that have got pink stickers on the car, pink ribbons, that kind of thing. But Pro Stock in particular has really thrown their weight behind this in an effort to try and raise not just awareness, but also a little bit of money for the McGrath Foundation. Now, that QR code that's up there on the screen at the moment, if you scan that, it'll take you to the portal to donate to the McGrath Foundation. And, you know, it's all in memory of everyone that we've lost from breast cancer over the years, because, you know, I know that Hayley Turns was a huge part of the Pro Stock community, but she's not the only one, unfortunately, that we've lost. And there are some who have come out the other side, and I'm sure the people that are down there that know who I'm talking about. But, you know, what we want to do, ideally, we want to raise enough money, get rid of it altogether. We want to beat it. We want to beat breast cancer.
It's all about raising awareness and making sure that people are aware of things that they need to check and to stay on top of it. Because obviously early detection with any of these things is the key to a better success rate.
Absolutely. And I want to tip my hat as well to the Rob Deckett and the entire Unique Smash Repairs team down there for the pink tribute car that they've done this weekend, raising the awareness and the funds for the McGrath Foundation as well. So absolutely awesome initiative. So glad that they've done it this weekend. And yeah, make sure you do scan, jump on, donate, give what you can. Every little bit counts. And yeah, we'll be definitely talking more about that over the course of the weekend. Now, for anybody who's watching online on the YouTube channel, whether you're watching on the NDRC Facebook page as well, make sure you leave some comments, because we are kind of keeping a little bit of an eye on them at the moment. Let us know where you're watching from. I know that we've already had people from several parts of the United States of America that are watching. Someone in the UK who's watching, it was 1:15 a.m. and they were watching in the UK. We've got greetings from Finland, which is pretty cool.
Yeah, we sometimes get people from Finland. It's
drag
cool
racing
to see.
popular in Finland. Hey, get after it.
That's exactly right. It's a universal language. The rules across the world are similar across the classes that we all race at.
Absolutely. Absolutely. Now, one thing that we have also done, it's just taken a lot of coordination to make it happen, but if you didn't catch it, and I'm sure many people were here at the racetrack already this morning, the NDRC got together with Top Door Slammer and did a little bit of a promo on one of the biggest TV shows in terms of breakfast TV in Australia, on Sunrise program on Channel 7. And look, when you fire up race cars on TV, it's always fun, but I think we might have blown their minds. Here's what happened this morning on the Sunrise show.
Ladies and gentlemen, the golf... Did you like that voice?
Give it more herbs.
Thank you. Get ready to race, ladies and gentlemen. The Gulf Western Oil Nitro Championships are set to take Australia by absolute storm when drag racers from across this country head to the start line in Sydney this weekend.
Why do I want to say be there, be there, be there? It's one of the most exhilarating racing events on the sporting calendar, and we're going to get a sneak peek right here at Brecky Central. Big's on the back, Smalls on the front. Wade Ornger, lead commentator from the National Drag Racing Championships, joins us now alongside drivers Lisa, Brody and Ronnie. Great to see you guys. Do you know what? This is pretty special. We don't get to see cars like this, Wade. Just take us through what we can expect to see out on the track.
Sherbo, this is like Disneyland for drag racing fans this weekend. It's one of the biggest events that we have in the country. Top Door Slammer have 17 cars. We have Top Fuel, 6 of those. We have 5 Nitro Funny cars as well. And basically for 2 days at Sydney Dragway, we'll be doing over 500 kilometres per hour.
That sounds very fast.
That's easy, yeah.
You're a Bunbury girl, you know how fast cars roll.
I've been down to the track.
Fast, actually.
You
do.
I used to get sprayed with dirt down at the Speedway in Bunno. I know. How competitive is it?
Oh, massively. And the really cool thing, this is like the new face of drag racing as well. You know, it's very multi-generational. Lisa's the only all-girl team in Group 1 competition and regularly beats up on her husband when she races him as well. So it's a really cool little, you know, Brody Zappia is like drag racing royalty as well. What
we have that as well.
Do you, when you're commentating, do you have to repeat the line like, be there, B square, out on the track?
Yeah, it's that old backside, trackside thing that
Is that
works.
a thing?
Yeah.
Kind of.
I think he's saying no.
Backside, trackside.
All right, there you go. Lisa, you are super fast, quarter mile, and for those that have seen the Fast and the Furious movies, like 10-second cut, whatever, you do it in about 5, right?
Yeah, 5.64 seconds.
Oh, what does that feel like when you take off?
Can't describe it. You have to be in the car to be able to experience it. Just can't put it into words.
It sounds amazing. Brody, you're only 20, are you? But this is in your family. Is that why you kind of got into it?
Yeah, I grew up around drag racing, watching my uncle John, who's also racing this weekend. I've been around it since I was, pretty much born, and as soon as I could get in a junior dragster, I did at 8 years old, and then I've just slowly progressed up through the categories and got into a door slammer last year, racing alongside him, and now Morris has given me the opportunity to jump in the AC Delco Monaro. So it's just been something I've wanted to do since I was little. And
that's the blue one here, right?
That's this one here, yeah.
Oh, wow. Ronnie, just take us through, if you're keen to get involved, like how would you get involved into drag racing?
Contact your local track. There's many different ways to get involved, whether it be crewing or junior dragster driving or just come and spectate. It's loud, it's fast, it's the best sport in the world.
Yeah, all right. Can we fire them up? Speaking of loud,
you're going to need these.
I noticed that.
Oh, you are totally going to need these.
Is it? It's that much.
Even if you're at home, you might want to put your fingers in your ear as well.
Also, really?
So are we going to start? Is Lisa going to start hers up as well?
Yeah. Oh yeah.
Yeah.
Oh yeah. Is the cash cow here? Because does the cash cow have earplugs?
You might blow the cash cow's ears up.
Oh, here is Cashy.
Okay, we're ready. Okay, we're going to get you to start them. We've got our earphones on.
I can't hear anything.
Oh, you're
Can you
putting
hear
petrol in as we...
Okay,
we're
stand
out
back.
the way.
Oh, wow.
We're being
Okay,
instructed.
here we go. I'm not going to commentate because I don't think you're going to hear much. Hear much.
I think we might have scared the locals down there. What do you reckon, Bushy?
I think so. It's definitely fantastic for those teams to get out and do the PR work, and always fantastic to be on live national TV.
Hard to get a better promo than that for drag racing as well, and great way to show off the new blood, the indoor slammer. The younger generation really starting to come to the fore over the last couple of seasons. As you can see, we're just still in the midst of the cleanup down there for Peter Wheeler. Obviously, it was a little bit more sinister than just a little bit of smoke out of the pipe, so we are going to be down for just a little while we get this cleaned up down there. Hasn't been the smoothest start to the Western Oil Nitro Champs this morning, but at the same time, we're still rolling through it. We've got the crack Sydney Dragway crew on it down there, and we will get back to racing as soon as we can.
That's exactly right, Rusty. And while our track crew work away as hard as they can at the bottom end of the racetrack, we'll throw to a couple of ads from some of our supporters here at Sydney Dragway.
Okay, it's just filming. Okay, yeah, cool. I am Maddie. I work here as the...
This is an exciting time for Top Fuel racing as we literally blast off on the Blast Australian Top Fuel Championship. What is Blast? Well, this guy's a good guy to ask. Lee Bartlett, the co-founder of Blast. What is Blast?
Well, Blast is what you think it is, what you expect it would be. It's the ultimate car cleaning ecosystem. So it's all wall mounted.
Yes.
And it's mounted in your garage, no setup time. Just pull up in your rig, your four-wheel drive, your car, your caravan, and start cleaning.
Marine too, right? You can do boats?
Boating. Yeah, absolutely. Boating too.
If it's dirty, blast it.
Absolutely.
So vacuuming as well. You've got the chemicals as well for cleaning.
Yep. So it's about, the 3 stages of keeping your car clean. So vac, wall mounted, wet dry vac, with a 10-metre retractable hose. Then obviously the wash. We've got a 30-metre hose in this machine, 2,300 PSI. This thing is the perfect tool for not just washing your car, cleaning your driveway, cleaning the solar panels on your roof, cleaning your gutter, your caravan, your boat. This thing is a game changer. And then this is what car dealers use. These are the detailers. This is how they get that really good pristine finish on the car. It's dry your car with heat and air. So this is an Air Max car dryer blower. This is the ultimate car care setup.
So basically with Top Fuel, we're all about high performance, right? Nothing's more high performance than a Top Fuel car.
Yep.
This makes perfect sense.
Absolutely. For us, it's all about saving our customers time so they can get back to doing what they love, and every second counts. That's the same in car racing, right? And same in motorsport. Every second counts. So for us, it's the perfect match. It's the perfect reason why we would be supporting the top fuelers.
That clean-up went quicker than I thought it would. As we move into the next pair for Supercharged Outlaws, and it is young, well, I say young in the... Young at heart. Young at heart. Jeremy Boscovich taking on Dave McGraw. He's still a young bloke. And Dave McGraw in the Mustang funny car. Dave's had a number of cars over the years. He's... and they've all been funny cars from memory for Dave. There's the quick cut, concrete cutting Firebird.
Yes.
And then there was Pontiac. There was another Pontiac Firebird, actually. There's been a number of cars. So Dave McGraw always turns out fantastic looking cars. But Jeremy Boscovich, second generation racer, been doing it a long time, has always wanted to run a blown sedan. That was always the dream, and you know he's living the dream out there now with the Bosco Autos car.
That he is. He's had this car for a little while now, but I think not many people just go, you know what, I'm going to race a blown sedan.
Yeah.
Here's a check. Thanks very much. These cars consume. I'm not fooling anybody. They consume a lot of money, not only to build but to maintain and run. I guess this is just a testament to following a dream and chasing a goal, and working towards it and saying, well, you know what, it's going to take me 5 years to do it, but I want to do it.
Yeah, absolutely. Set the goal, achieve the goal, and Jeremy Boscovich absolutely living the dream out there at the moment. The XY Falcon, a lot of really nice details on this car as well. If you go up and have a look at it, it's a really, really nicely presented car, this one. Also, Diecast Mania Area 51 Couriers. Dave McGraw, sponsored by the bride, Jennifer. So, not a long list of sponsors on board, but he's obviously got the support of the family.
Oh, McGraw over towards the centre line. That's where the car was pointed, I think, on the hit. He'll get the finish line with a 6:47 with a 9, 219 mile an hour. Boscovich, he went looking for the concrete, and
I'm guessing that was a PB. Looking at the reaction down there from the crew, yeah. The fists are in the air, we're clapping. So 7:21, obviously great run there for Jeremy Boscovich. Dave McGraw drove that thing, man.
Yeah, both drivers were putting in the wheel work. I think Adam's got the replay. Watch Boscovich, he moves over to the left, but McGraw, he made beeline to the 330-foot timer. Brought it back to the centre.
McGraw had his hands full in the front half of the racetrack, and Boscovich had his hands full at the other end of the racetrack. Both cars really moving around a lot, but obviously out of the groove is not ideal, but it's not the end of the world. You can drive it out there, but you want to try and get it back into the centre as quickly as you can. Yeah,
very much so. It depends on the confidence level, I guess, Rusty.
Absolutely. It's all about confidence. Drag racing very much is a confidence game. That is for sure. So next up, it's Chris Manx in the Motorsport Connections turbocharged altered.
Yes, we've definitely seen some impressive statistics out of this car, and it's only fairly new. We can see it there on screen.
Just make sure there's no small children standing around the front of the car, because it will suck them in to the turbo. It is absolutely ginormous, this thing. And I haven't actually seen this car in the flesh as yet, so I'm looking forward to seeing this one. He's going to take on Paul Wood in the Camaro down there.
This Camaro, I believe, for sale if you're interested in a Supercharged Outlaws car.
Oh, I'm interested. Well, can't afford it, but I'm interested.
Two very different things.
That's true. Hey, you only said interested. You didn't say anything about it.
Interested in purchasing.
So Chris Manx driving this car out of the Motorsport Connections stable. Pretty good brains trust I'm looking down there on the start line.
Oh, both sides. You got Paul Wood for PWW Builders in the rocket lane. And that's Brett Gillespie, I think, standing behind the start line there. And in the Manx corner, you've got Billy from BK down there as well.
Yep, knows a thing or two. So how quick has this car gone for Manx as yet? Because this thing's got all the potential in the world, like big block share, 588 cubes. I know that we saw the last iteration of the turbocharged altered for a long time, but we haven't really seen it on track. It's probably been 8 or 9 years.
Yeah, so he's been coming out a little bit of late for some of the New South Wales Track Championship rounds, and certainly I'm sorry that I can't recall the exact times that the car runs.
Well, that's unacceptable.
There's definitely
pick the game up, please.
There's definitely increments that this car has shown massive potential, and we know that the team is only really just getting started with what potential. We all know that the turbocharged big cube motors are certainly making presence, and this car looks an absolute treat. You can see the aero on the car. It'll be a lot lighter than the Camaro down there in the rocket lane for Paul Wood. Both cars similar sized capacity, slightly bigger than the Camaro. Just running the Supercharger on top. Both cars about to bump into full stage. Manx over towards the wall, very close to the wall, bouncing on those big tyres, went 986 to the 60. And I think at that point he would have already been very close to the concrete wall. 036 on the reaction time and a 704 with a 202 miles an hour for Paul Wood.
Let's have a look at the replay here, because it started chattering the tyres right as it left the start line. You can see it sort of drove into it about 10 or 15 metres off the start line, and then, over near the wall, kind of turned itself into a hovercraft there. And, that was all she wrote. But, sub 1 second to the 60-foot timers. That's certainly moving in the right direction. That is for sure. So, it's just a matter... That's the thing about drag racing. It seems really easy. You just line it up, point it in a straight line, and drive it on down the racetrack. But, it's all about... Most of the time you get one part of the run right, but you've missed the setup on the other end. And or you get the other end right, but you miss the start.
That's part of the addiction.
Exactly. there is... I don't think there's too many racers who will tell you that they have made a perfect run. Yeah. Because there's no such thing.
You go 2 tenths better than your PB, your previous PB, and you go, I could have been slightly better.
Yeah, I staged it deep. I went deep. There could have been more left on the table. So, it's one of those things. There's no such thing as a perfect run. But they'll get that car sorted. With the brains trust that they've got, they will get it sorted. So next up it is Chris Dalton taking on Jeff Sargent. Jeff Sargent racing for All-Star Tower Hire. Great looking car, this one. And Chris Dalton, the Pontiac Firebird out of South Geelong in Victoria.
Another big box Chev for Dalton, only 468 cubes. Say only, we've seen 600 plus in Supercharged Outlaws. Dalton way over towards the center of the racetrack. Really backed over your blue paint. I'm not going to be happy with you.
My blue paint?
Well, you used to be precious about it.
I used to be precious about it. That was back when I used to paint it. I don't do it anymore. So it becomes someone else's stress.
Yes.
So
be Keithy down there on the start line.
Yeah, Keith will let them know. He'll give them the indicator that you're getting a little bit too close. The car, he's kind of taken a long way back to the start line, Chris Dalton.
Have we seen reverse cameras in some of these cars yet?
I'm surprised that we haven't. I'm surprised that we haven't.
All right, both cars rolling forward towards the staging beams now. Dalton into full stage already, got both those white lights on. Sargent in full now. Dalton away early with an 0.52. Sargent chasing him down. I'm not sure if he's going to get there at the end. The funny car looks like it's going to have the legs 7.09 with a 199 miles an hour.
It's late on the chutes. The chute came out, but it didn't really blossom down there for the funny car of Dalton. Not sure whether he's going to get it pulled up. Yeah, just.
200 mile an hour. I reckon it would have been a pretty nervous, nervous pull up on the rear brakes.
We've already had one backwards into the sand this morning, so I'm glad that we didn't have another because we are trying to just catch up a little bit on the schedule here. So Toby Austin and Lucas Woodburn now. This is the most amount of funny cars I've seen in Supercharged Outlaws, I think, ever. Not usually the domain of funny cars, but we're seeing plenty of them.
Yeah, definitely seems the vehicle of choice at the moment. Another racer I'm not familiar with, Lucas Woodburn from Swan Hill in Victoria. This car looking absolutely fantastic, the Dodge Avenger.
I haven't seen Lucas up here for a while in the Dodge Avenger. I know he raced down at Mildura at the first round of the championship, or second round of the championship, I should say. And when that one got rained out, they kind of said, well, we're already raced. We may as well find somewhere to race.
Yep.
So they went, you know what, let's come up and race in Sydney. They don't get up here all that often, but when they do, we're always glad to see them. And the car looks a lot different to the last time we saw it. It used to be silver and blue. Now it's got this fantastic looking wrap on it. Toby Austin, on the other hand, former multi-time national junior dragster champion.
Yes.
And he's doing okay in Supercharged Outlaws as well. I'm pretty sure he finished in the top 2 or 3 of the championship a couple of seasons ago.
Yeah, so the junior dragster experience is certainly helping with the procedure of running the car. He and his father down there on the start line, standing beside the engine.
And when he won those junior championships, like, he was dominant.
Yes.
He didn't just win, he'd win and then dance on their graves. Like, he was he was brutal.
Well, Toby's been in this black Camaro funny car for a little while now, and as you say, Rusty, definitely showing his skill behind the wheel.
So remember, this is Dial Your Own Racing, so it is a full, no, it is Pro Tree, isn't it? Or is it full tree in Supercharged Outlaws? I haven't been paying attention. I've been too busy looking at the numbers rather than the tree.
All right, the RPM starts to rise. Both cars into full stage. Tree counts down, and an 0.24 for Woodburn in the rocket lane, but Austin.
Shoots out early for Lucas Woodburn down there, 661 for Toby Austin, 185 miles per hour, and a 788 for Woodburn. But he did drop the chutes, which makes you think he might have had a little bit of an issue down there.
Yeah, well, the chutes look to be out a little bit early for Austin there as well, Rusty.
Yes, absolutely. And that does round out Supercharged Outlaws. And, Bushy, if you want to have a little bit of a break, we might bring on a special guest commentator that we've got here this weekend.
Sounds great. We're about to move into Supercomp, Rusty.
Absolutely. So moving into some index racing now. And you probably saw the posts on the Sydney Dragway social media over the last week or so, and it is absolutely fantastic to have him here. It's not his first trip down under. He's done the trip a few times, but he hasn't been to Sydney Dragway before. Welcome to the microphone, Mr. Alan Reinhardt. Awesome to have you here, mate.
Well, thank you so much. It is great to be here. I've heard a lot about this place. I've seen a lot of pictures. I've talked to a lot of guys back in the States that have raced here. But, you know, nothing that really does it justice. I did a little social media thing for him yesterday, if you saw that, and I really meant what I said. You know, when you hear things, you see things, and then you get to a place and go, wow, this is really even nicer than they said it was. You guys have a spectacular facility here.
And it's the scale of the place as well. A lot of people don't realise quite how big it is. Like, you see it in photos, and you think, oh, it's the same as the Bend or the same as Perth or the same as any of these other tracks. But when you consider that the grandstand alone holds like 5,500 people, that gives you an idea of the scale of Sydney Dragway. It is a massive place.
What's the Australian record for longest burnout in a C-altered automatic?
Oh, that'd go pretty close, I reckon, for Luke Cartledge.
Man, he's like halfway to the Opera House.
Which you know where it is now.
I do. I actually saw it from both sides. I took a little harbor cruise and saw it from the water side, and then came back around and walked around the plaza down there a little bit. The one thing, though, I didn't get to climb the bridge, so I guess I'm going to have to come back again.
Oh, well, you know, if you've got to come back, you've got to come back to tick that off the list, mate. So we are moving into index racing now. So this is all about the individual performances. So you're going to see a pretty wide and varied range of performances, and it's all about, effectively performing against your individual class index. So for Gina Bullions, who's doing double duty this weekend in Pro Stock and in Super Comp, running double B SC out of Condell Park. She's running the 20B Rotary. Her class index or class national record they run off is a 6.80. Luke Cartledge, on the other hand, 7.76 up on the boards for him. So what you will probably see is a whole bunch of guys go very, very close to their records, maybe even a few go under as well. And it's a really solid field in Super Comp as well this weekend when you look at it.
I got to tell you, we don't have a whole lot of turbo rotaries in the States. I think the grand total that I've counted in the last 10 years is 1. Whoa! Man, Gina's car, that thing got up on the boost and got up on the tire and started shattering. Just about pitched her over into the wall. Luke Cartledge, meanwhile, goes 801, 163 miles an hour. A 102 correction factor out there right now. Weather's pretty good for making horsepower.
Yeah, it's not too shabby. A little bit of cloud cover starting to come over, which will keep a little bit of that UV out of the racetrack. And yeah, for Gina, that was pretty wild off the start line. The thing just picked up the front wheels and started chattering. And generally when that happens in a door car, it doesn't end too well.
No, sometimes it ends with a visit to the dentist. It always ends with at least a visit to the aspirin cabinet, because when those things start rattling out there, especially like that, front end up, got on the bar and unloaded. You know, I've heard people over the years say time and time again that when you get violent tire shake, it's kind of like putting your head in a paint shaker.
Yep.
I've spoken to a lot of people that have tire shake. I've yet to meet the guy that put his head in a paint shaker.
It's a very good point.
I have spoken to a few that I thought might have put their head in a paint shaker.
Oh, yeah, I'm pretty sure I've met a few who won't admit to it. But next up, it is Mitch Oxley from Oxley down there from Stanbridge in New South Wales, I should say. But originally hailing out of the beautiful Riverina region down there on the border of New South Wales and Adelaide, Victoria, down in that area. Darren Nichelle on the other side out of Mulgrave in Victoria in the Chevy Cobalt. So I know you're not just a guy who shows up and does his commentary shift.
I am not
you are
another
a guy,
pretty face.
You are a guy who loves to get down in the weeds with drag racing, with all types of cars. Doesn't matter whether it's the top end of the sport with your top fuel and funny car or whether it's sportsman racing. You love everything, don't you?
Well, I'm a car guy. I mean, you know, I grew up in an era where the muscle cars in the United States, you know, those were the new cars that were on the street. They were, and by the time that I was old enough to drive, those cars were actually affordable. I mean, I still own my high school car, 1967 Mustang that I paid $1,800 for when I was 17 years old.
Yeah.
The last time I had it painted, it cost more than 10 grand. But I've always loved the muscle cars, and I'm a nut and bolt guy. I'm a heavy equipment mechanic by trade. I've spent some time working in race shops on race engines, on race cars, and I'm just fascinated by the hot rods. I don't know, last time I saw you, I don't think I've got 2 new acquisitions in my shop I'll have to tell you about.
Definitely. We've got plenty of time. We've got 3 days to talk about it, so we have got plenty of time to talk, that's for sure. Mitch Oxley, the dragster down there, B dragster automatic, running off a 7.15 national record. Darren Nichelle, 8.29 up on the boards for him. In the C-Gas automatic, relatively small cubes for both, 377 for Oxley, 358 for Nichelle.
Both small block cars. Darren's car, actually that Cobalt came off the assembly line as opposed to some of the cars that you'll see. They're pro stock style, purpose-built race cars, but that at one point in its life was seeing some street activity before it would have swapped and chopped and turned into a race car.
You listen to these cars going through the gears. They don't really even drop when they change gears, do they? The rev range stays right up there. 7.16 for Mitch Oxley, which is right on pace with the national record at 7.15. 8.09 for Darren Nichelle. He goes under, so he'll actually go to the #1 qualifying spot with that one once the list rolls up. We don't have a button here at Sydney Dragway either. For
Man, where can we get one of those?
Yeah, I know. We need one, trust me.
Can we call Office Depot or someplace and get a button?
I can't guarantee it'll be connected to anything, but I can get you a button.
It'll make me feel a little better at least.
Josh Schluter now in the Rocket Industries lane, the Chevy Cavalier, and Rob Maddox in the VH Commodore.
You talk about the automatic cars not losing a lot of RPM on the gear changes, and obviously the smaller motors make their steam up high, so you want to keep the revs up, but they also have got a very loose torque converter, which is the fluid coupling, for those of you that are not real mechanical, between the engine and the transmission. So even on the starting line, the engines are spinning 7,000 or 7,500, and if you shift one at 10.5, it's only going to drop down 1,000 or 1,500 RPM maybe. All about that high RPM scream. Rob Maddox, the Holden Commodore.
You wouldn't have too many of these back in in Arizona, mate?
No, actually about the same number as the turbo rotaries. almost exactly the same.
Very, very few. Josh Schluter, though, the Chev Cavalier over there, got a few more of those. They've really been working on the program with this car. He's always running towards the front of the field, and recently installed a Liberty into the car in the last 12 months or so.
Really?
Yeah. So the car, obviously a little bit different to the way it came off the production line.
353 inches, so your typical small block Chevy. Your Liberty 5-speed, probably got a 650 gear in it. That car will be in fourth gear before he gets to the first orange cone out there at 300 feet. You don't have to believe me. Just listen.
And loves a wheel stand as well.
Second gear by the tree.
Pretty nice pass, 117 to the short time, and 822 at the other end. That's nearly 4/10 under the national record. That's a very, very stout pass. As we have a look at the replay, you can see picked up the front wheels, dumped it back down. Not a lot to complain about for that run.
It drifted left a little bit. There's probably a couple of hundredths in that thing if they could get it going straight. It just drifted over. It didn't look like he had to lift, but he definitely had to make a correction down there. So instead of 1,320 feet, you go 1,330 or 35 feet. I don't know what that is in meters, like 4,000, I think.
We'll go with that. I'm not going to correct
4,100?
Yeah, sure. Next up, it is Peter Mamone, the Ford Mustang, which is the B-altered production car, taking on Adrian Vella, former national champ. I think he went back-to-back in national championships a couple of years ago. Very, very experienced racer. Hasn't done a lot of racing over the last 12 or 18 months, so great to see him back in the seat. And let me tell you, he will go well and truly under the record, and there's a good shot that he'll be around at the pointy end of the field by the time Sunday night rolls around.
Did Pete really put a small block Chevy in that Mustang?
Yes.
Come on, man. Come on, that's sacrilege. What's next?
Well, I mean, if that upsets you, there's going to be a few other things that upset you over the course of the weekend. I hate to break it to you. There is all sorts of, and I guess it just comes out of necessity. Being the mother of invention, you've just got to make what you've got work. We're a long way from anywhere down here, and if you've got a small block Chev sitting under the bench, you go, well, we may as well put it in and see what it can do.
Yeah, you know what? Hey, whatever you're comfortable with. You get a good deal on a race car, you get a good deal on an engine. You just put the things together. When I grew up, I was a little more brand loyal than I am now, because I finally realized that the car doesn't know what the badge on the hood says, and you can have cool cars no matter what make, what model, how many doors, how many headlights, how many anything.
Yep. It's amazing how age gives you that little bit of perspective, isn't it? But Adrian Vella out of Taylor's Hill in Victoria, you can see he always used to race with Plucker and Haley, and this would be, I dare say, his first event with Haley not being here. So, probably a lot of emotions for Adrian down there at the moment. But this car will well and truly run under the record if he can. Oh, not like that, no. That is a massive wheel stand for Adrian Vella. And he's going to keep his foot in it. He actually did an awesome job of driving that and feathering it back down. It didn't slap back down. Still goes sub-record, 820 on the big end. Peter Mamone goes through 1106. Nothing to really write home about for him, but Adrian Vella did a sensational job of driving that thing.
5 more pounds on the nose. Or wait, kilos.
A little bit.
Kilos.
5 kilos?
5 kilos.
That's, what, 75 pounds?
Is that what it is?
I don't know. If we're working on the same metrics.
You've been hanging out with me too much. My dumb is starting to rub off on you.
Hey, it doesn't need to rub off. It's already here, mate. Nick Galea now, the Oldsmobile Cutlass down there with, according to this, 500 cubic inch Hemi under the hood.
I actually saw that car down in the pits the other day. That is a 500-inch Pro Stock Hemi, the new generation. What was originally introduced as the Hemi 99, and intimately familiar. I happen to be working on the Dodge Pro Stock program when those engines came out back in the day.
There you go. Did you give him any tips?
Yeah.
Lots?
I gave them a couple of tips, and then they said, why don't you go wait in the lunchroom? But no, it was an interesting piece of engineering. I mean, they basically came up Dodge with a blank sheet of paper, trying to diagram and build a new Pro Stock motor, and the only parameters when they started was it had to be a Y block, and the spark plugs had to go through the valve covers because they wanted everybody to look at it and know that that's a Hemi. That's not a clone of anything else. And that's the way the Gen 2 Hemis were, of course, back in the 60s. And yeah, pretty interesting engineering that they went into those things. A lot of thought and a lot of new thinking design for gasoline motors.
Very cool. Tom Dimitropoulos in the Rocket Industries line, the Chevy Camaro, 358 cube Chev B, modified production, automatic, class designation, so he's running on an 879 record. Galea on a 762, so you would expect Galea to be out in front on this one.
Man, that thing looked like it quit when he left the clutch out.
Yeah. That sounded like it was just driving, absolutely driving through it there. It didn't sound really like it was shifting at all. 916, 108 miles per hour. Dimitropoulos didn't move when the green light came on, but that's actually okay because he still hasn't moved. Theoretically, he can still make the run.
It's about to not be okay.
Didn't get it up on the revs when he launched it. 22-second reaction time is not going to matter because it is timed individually from the run. Goes across the line for a 916. So considering he didn't leave at any kind of RPM, that's probably not a bad run in the scheme of things.
Yeah, when you're half a second slower than your class record, I don't think that was exactly what he was looking for. Nick, I'm not sure that Nick's car was in low gear when he left the clutch out down there.
Yeah.
I mean, it really bogged off the starting line and went basically nowhere for the numbers you would expect to see on a car like that.
So next up, it is Eddie Howich in the RX-7. So this is another one that upsets a lot of people. It says it's a 20B rotary on here, but it is 2J in this car. So 2JZ.
Oh, okay.
And you might actually remember this as the old K&N car. Many years ago, the old Abel Ibarra sports compact car out of the States.
I do remember that car.
That's that car. So
gotcha.
Robert Matesic in the Chevy Camaro, the 84 Chevy Camaro out of Mount Warrigal. C modified production automatic. Oh, nope. That's not what you want to see in your first qualifying session. Not the way to start the weekend.
It's better than seated in round one of elimination.
That's true. You're very positive. Always looking at the bright side, aren't you?
Always trying to find the bright side.
So Eddie Howich, they actually had this car. They've had this car for a long time, and Eddie has done a fantastic job at steering it. But they had a bit of an issue with the car about 18 months ago where the car would always go left. No matter what they did, the car would always go left. They'd put rear steer in it, they'd be preloading it, they'd be trying everything. So do you know what the solution was? Stage the car crooked every time.
Okay.
So they literally were staging the car pointing somewhere between the 60 foot and the 330 foot.
All right.
And by the time it got to that point, it had straightened up and run straight down the racetrack. It was very scientific, but it worked.
You know, sometimes the best solution is the easiest solution. Like instead of wearing everything out, why don't we just point it where we need it?
Makes sense. On paper. Very quick car. This one's run down into the 620s over the years. And I don't think it's going to be quite that quick this time, but 684 at 201 miles per hour. A nice off-the-trailer pass for Eddie Howich there, who I think is also doing double duty in Pro Mod this weekend. So he'll be rolling back out tomorrow afternoon.
You got to love a guy whose slow car runs, 640s.
You got to have a hobby.
Yeah. Let me go get the other one now.
Next up, Craig Geddes and Peter Pizzolides. A lot of letters in Pizzolides' class designation. AA, auto production, injected automatic. There you go. That'll tell you. And Craig Geddes, a dragster. That one's pretty easy. Basically means small cubes or heavy car, one or the other, and in a dragster. So only 285 cubic inches. So a very, very small cube engine in terms of, or in comparison to everything else that we see getting around. The Hemi on the other side for Pizzolides, 509 cubes on its own. So
yeah, man, bored out. Bigger's better.
That's the theory. But, I mean, Craig Geddes has done a lot of racing over the years. He's raced on your side of the pond as well, a fair bit as well. So, you know, he's a guy who's won a lot of national titles over the years. Very, very experienced racer. And a guy who's not afraid to change classes. I know that, you know, that's not an uncommon thing over in the US. You don't see it as much here because resources aren't necessarily the same as what they are in the States.
Yeah.
But Craig is a guy who, if he can see an advantage in another class, he'll go across and say, you know what, let's build a combination to suit that.
I got to tell you, though, I'm just looking at the notes up here on the computer. Noonan race engine, precision turbo, big stuff management, that's the ECU. That's all top shelf first rate stuff. I mean, that thing probably makes 1,800 horsepower, 2,000 horsepower.
Yeah. This car for Pizzolitti's, he's run, I think, into the low 620s. I think he's run 620 with this car. So maybe even a touch quicker than that. So, you know, he'll be hoping to go.
He was just waiting on me.
Yeah. 103 to the 60. Geddes is gone. He's out there 708 at 188 miles per hour. And there you go, 621 at
with
209 with the shoots out. That car was actually, you'd again be familiar with that car. Jeff Pierce used to run that car in Pro Mod, I think it was. It was purple originally.
That thing was headed for about 605, maybe even quicker than that. The shoots were definitely out before the 1320 mark.
100%.
Was it 408 at the 8th? Man, that's getting it.
Yeah, it's moving. And, you know, that's another car that could, you know, run in Pro Mod without any shadow of a doubt. But, you know, Pistol, as we call him, he likes to run in the Super Comp. As we see another pair of the hitters coming out now, it is Warren Allen in the dragster, the car that used to be campaigned by Craig Geddes. He's a quasi-teammate of Geddes, and he's going to take on John Kuiper, the Kuiper Race Engines VS Commodore.
A couple of small block Chevys going at it again, a little bit more cubic inches over there on the left side in the dragster. Indexically speaking, the dragster should be about a second quicker. You're going to hear a couple of screaming little small block Chevys coming at you.
Well, yeah, 290 cubes for John Kuiper. Again, another one of these cars where you just won't hear the revs drop. They'll just stay right up in the rev range.
Shane Tucker says hi.
Ah, how you going, Shane?
He is getting everything set up in Valdosta, Georgia, where the NHRA is meeting this weekend. He's turned on the live feed.
Well, so far,
darned if it wasn't you.
So far today, we've had people from the States, New Zealand, Finland,
my parole officer,
the UK. We've had people from all around the world watching. I think we've got about 3,500 on the YouTube stream at the moment, and a whole bunch more on Facebook as well. So. That's just fun to listen to. Warren Allen, 708. And he's knocking on the door of that 6-second run, 189 miles per hour over both ends of the record, over and under, I should say. And 824 for John Kuiper. He's right on the money as well.
350 cubic inches, no power adder.
Yeah.
And 708.
Yeah. It's getting the job done.
That's pretty impressive stuff.
Big field in Supercomp here this
Ford
weekend.
Focus?
It originally started life as a Ford Focus. It's now a Honda Civic, I think. Been rebranded, but yes, it was a Ford Focus originally. Probably came into the country about 15 years ago, and we were actually collectively in the commentary box, we were trying to remember what engine combination was in it when it first came in. We think it was a twin turbo V6 originally. Now, it's only small cube SVO engine in it. Not a car that's done a lot of laps recently, so not overly familiar with what the combination is. Mitch McDonald, though, Ford GT Torino. Don't see a lot of these out here in Australia.
That thing's awesome.
Yeah.
I had a 66 model Torino when I was a kid. Mine was just like that, only his is really nice, and mine was really a hunk of junk. I mean, it ran sometimes.
Sometimes?
Yeah.
Yeah, not every time.
Not every time. not even close to every time.
So big cubes on board for him, 605 cube big block Ford.
I used to save wear and tear on the brakes too by running into crap.
Yeah, I think we all had one of those cars, didn't we? So Mitch McDonald, he's that's a tough index, 762 for him with the big block Ford on board. But at the same time, I haven't seen this car do a lot of racing here in Sydney. He's out of Craignish in Queensland. A lot of races from interstate here this weekend. It is truly a national event.
Well, if Andy had 2 engines in his car, he still wouldn't have as many cubic inches as Mitch does in his. He does, however, have hair dryers, so
that is true.
Major advantage. I sold him mine. I wouldn't need it anymore.
Yeah, I'm moving towards that way too. It might be an eBay listing soon.
It's a real time saver in the morning, I got to tell you.
Oh, blows through the beams for Caruana.
Yeah, it looked like he was trying to bump that thing forward about those last few inches to get it staged, and ended up jumping a foot, which will take you right out of the program.
Yeah, and won't record an ET or speed on that one. Mitch McDonald, again, sounded like it never really dropped when it was changing gear. It just kind of sat there, 946 and 127. A little bit of work to do for Mitch McDonald, because I don't know how many cars we've got in the field this weekend, but if there is more than 16, you're going to have to qualify to get in.
Yeah,
so
I'm not sure if he ran out of gear, maybe didn't go into high gear, because it sounded like it was in the limiter pretty consistently before the finish line. You saw a little smoke down there, and the speed obviously way down. When you only pick up 9 miles an hour from the 8th mile of the finish line, that thing is not running wide open all the way down, if you know what I'm saying. And apparently somebody at the top end of the racetrack saw the same thing I did. A little smoke, a little something out there. They wanted to call a timeout and take a look.
Alan, I'm going to have a quick break, mate, and hand you over to John, one of our other commentators here. And, yeah, you guys will talk us through. I think we're moving into performance bike by the look of it now.
What's the all-time Australian record for running Rusty out of the announcer booth, the commentary box? Because if I didn't just set it, I had to be darn close. Checking the top end of the racetrack. We'll be right back at you. Well, it looks like they're doing a little inspection on the top end of the racetrack, and maybe a moment before we get into the motorcycles. Well, this is something that's universal the world around. Charlie Brown once famously said that misery is a cold hot dog. I disagree. I think misery is a wet racetrack. And apparently you've got some spritz and sprinkles down there at the other end, so not holding up for a cleanup as much as it's just a little bit of moisture falling down there. And I guarantee you nobody on these motorcycles wants to go down there 150, 60, 70 miles an hour and then find out it's wet when they hit the brakes. Hopefully this will be a very, very small delay, and we'll dive right back into it.
You can spot them from a mile away. The ones who run Mickeys. They don't blend in. They don't back down. They build bigger. They drive harder. They win. Mickey Thompson isn't for everyone. It's for those who refuse to follow and choose to lead. Running Mickey's means something. It means you're part of a movement. Builders, racers, rebels. People who defy limits. Who set trends, not follow them. Who don't ask for permission. You want grip? You want guts? You want glory? Then you want Mickey's. Because if you're not running Mickey's, you're missing out on the most iconic name in tires and wheels. Born from American ingenuity, still American owned. Built for those who blaze their own trail. Mickey Thompson, for the bold, for the winners, for the ones who forge their own legacy.
Building a street car through to a race car? Be sure to think of Aeroflow Performance. The ever-increasing range that started with just hose, fittings and fuel system components has grown to include boosted turbochargers, bang shift shifters, X-Pro ignition and electrical accessories, Bosch motorsport products, fabrication parts, as well as driveline and engine components. With an exceptional distribution network and inventory, Aeroflow products are always within reach. With more to come in the future, be sure to keep an eye out at aeroflowperformance.com.
My name is Nick Hackett. I'm the head of car servicing and mechanical repairs for MotorServe. We are currently at one of our sites in Caringbah, one of our 7 mechanical sites throughout Sydney. So on any sort of given day, we're doing around 98 services per day across our 7 mechanical sites. Currently run at about 4,500, 5,000 litres of oil a month through Gulf Western Oil. Wide variety of oils from diff oils to engine oils. We're an Australian-owned brand as well, so we try and make sure we do support the local economy. They are local to us in a couple of our sites, and it's just good for us to understand that we are trying to drive our economy as a whole. We do want to be the face of Australian automotive industries, both on the oil side for Gulf Western and us for the mechanical side. Our philosophy in MotorServe going forward and along with Gulf Western is we want to be the premium alternative to dealerships. We do have a wide range of consumable products. We've got brake clean, we've got greases, we've got sprays, the wide variety of oils they choose to supply us, and also the ease of being able to order, the ease of being able to communicate with Gulf Western, similar to what we're trying to do with our customers and make it easy for us to do business with our customers. For us, it's all about being able to give our customers what they need. I have their trust and they have my trust that I know they're trying to do the right thing for us as a business as well.
Shopping for your business? Then Supercheap Auto Trade is for you. Sign up with your ABN to unlock exclusive trade pricing, time-saving tools, and a dedicated website built to make ordering easy. And here's a game changer. The barcode scanner on our mobile site lets you scan any product and view your trade price. Whatever your trade, make it super with Supercheap Auto Trade.
My name is John Tassani. I'm the service manager at Artarmon Mazda.
actually did my apprenticeship here. So I've gone through as an apprentice into being a mechanic, master technician, foreman, workshop control, assistant manager, and then into being a service manager. So I've done pretty much every job in the workshop, from the carby clean and brake clean to any of the oils, coolants. It all works fantastic for them. They use it in their own personal cars as well. Never had an issue with it. If your oils aren't there, or you're running short of oil, or there's a back order of oil, and you've got to get a rep to come out with a delivery, it messes a lot of things up and a lot of unhappy people. So having the product on hand constantly without any delays is what this place needs. Well, the big thing for us is it's family owned. There's a person at the end of the line. So we're family owned here, and it's good to have that connection. You know that if there's a problem, it's going back to one person, not a board and not a bunch of people that have got to go through some red tape to get anything done. It makes it a lot easier for us to do business with. We do between 50 and 70 cars a day, using about 250 to 300 litres of oil a day. Transition was perfect. No dramas, no issues. Kind of wish it was done 3 years earlier. It's been a breath of fresh air having Gulf Western on board, definitely.
You can spot them from a mile away. The ones who run Mickeys. They don't blend in. They don't back down. They build bigger. They drive harder. They win. Mickey Thompson isn't for everyone. It's for those who refuse to follow and choose to lead. Running Mickeys means something. It means you're part of a movement. Builders, racers, rebels. People who defy limits. Who set trends, not follow them. Who don't ask for permission. You want grip? You want guts? You want glory? Then you want Mickeys. Because if you're not running Mickeys, you're missing out on the most iconic...
Well, they got the little cleanup taken care of down there, and not enough moisture on the track to bother us, so fire up the first pair of motorcycles, and let's have at it.
Okay, we got Bobby Schluter in the airflow lane. Her dad, Jai, just raced in Super Comp. And Jason Clarkin in the rocket lane. Jason on a Suzuki Hayabusa, running in a street bike, and Bobby on a Kawasaki ZX 10R, running in the altered bike.
Couple of no-bar bikes, a little extra swing arm over there on the left side, trying to keep the nose down and knock the tire off of it. Robbie about did a second burnout when he dropped the clutch down there. Jason, meanwhile, off and running. Right down the boulevard, goes 9:08, 159 miles an hour. 10:41 for Robbie, but he gave up all of that about in the first 10 feet. Just absolutely annihilated the tire.
Next we have Vanessa Rodman in the airflow lane, all the way down from East Mackay in Queensland. And she's running an A-Comp bike. And Ken Collin from Bellbowrie in Queensland on the Suzuki Hayabusa.
Big old number one on the side of that Hayabusa over in the right lane.
Yeah.
Also 1,600 plus CCs. All right, champ, let's see what you got. Wow, that's two in a row that did a burnout in the left lane. Vanessa's bike really kicked the tail out sideways down there. 7,600, 172. Watch the replay again. Watch Vanessa over on the left side of the screen up there. When the tree flashes. When the tree there it is.
Yeah, had a big move.
Oh, yeah.
Knocked them straight off. Joseph Curry on the Destroyer, running in VV comp bike in the airflow lane, and Cheryl Beddoes on a V-Rod as well.
I didn't know they made pink V-Rods.
Sorry?
I didn't know they made pink V-Rods.
Yeah.
I guess just pink accents on the V-rods.
Pink levers.
Definitely that.
Both leave pretty clean. 1.33 light for Cheryl Beddoes, 3.77 for Joseph Curry. Joseph runs through for 8.61 on an 8.69 record, and Cheryl on 8.90 on an 8.69 as well.
That sounded pretty serious.
Next we have Edge Malice from Essendon in Victoria on a double D comp bike, Kawasaki H2R 998 cc's.
Okay, educate the dumb American. What's double D mean? Is that a turbo bike?
Yes.
Okay.
Or it could be nitrous, or it could be supercharger.
He's having a little problem down there finding low gear again after it came out of the burnout area.
They're still struggling with it.
I'm going to speculate that this is going to be the last motorcycle. I'm not 100% sure about that, but feel relatively comfortable.
I think you could be right, mate.
That's one in a row, man.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'm not sure he's going to. They have not been able to get that thing in. Well, did they?
What are they doing?
I thought they were just getting ready to push it off.
They might have found it.
If they didn't, this is going to be a really short trip.
Yeah, nah. Yeah. Probably go out and run under the record now.
Yeah.
Leaves with a 113 60 foot. There's Hunt in the centre line. Goes 748 on the 792, so he did go well under.
Definitely got some room for improvement on that run, but he got her down the racetrack, and hopefully they learned something they can work with, and hopefully they can get back and figure out what's keeping that transmission from shifting back and forth.
Next we are into modified eliminator. In the airflow lane we have Mark Bull in a Spitzer dragster. This is a very pretty car if you're in the pits, if you want to go down and have a look at it. And Ash Carslake from Queensland. We've got plenty of Queenslanders down here this weekend. Big block Chev on board the Altered, and small block Chev aboard the dragster.
They ought to be fairly close to each other going down the track. Looking at the numbers on the screen up here, they're only about a 10.5 difference in class index. Big block short wheelbase car and a small block long one.
Bully goes red, big red too, 154. And Ash goes 094 on a tree and goes through for 802. And Bully goes 7.79. The racetrack's clear. All right, we have Ali Stewart up from Adamimbi. Ford 440 powered.
Stroker small block, man.
Yeah, absolutely. Jeff's it's backing the car up. It's his car and motor, and he's about as staunch a Ford guy as you can get. And in the airflow lane, we don't have it on file, unfortunately. Front engine dragster, obviously. There we go, Brett Farnell down from Queensland. Small block Chev powered. Okay. 008 light for Brett, wasn't too tardy. 014 red for Ali. Brett runs it through for 8.30 and Ali goes 7.74. Puts Ali in a top spot at the moment. Next we have Tegan Smith in the airflow lane. Big block Chev, 598 cubes, and Corey Dyson, 615 cubes, both rear engine dragsters. Corey just got this car, it's a Mullis car from the US. The class designations is AMD, which means naturally aspirated modified dragster.
Also means big inches and
Yeah, no one runs little engines.
not in A, you don't. Not in A, you don't.
Yeah. Corey sponsored by Glass Protec, glass protection, and Tegan sponsored by Stop Slow Traffic Control, JM Auto Repairs, Tony Smash Repairs, and Power Crews. She sponsors herself too. She's got Beauty by Tegs, does a bit of makeup stuff.
Think she could help me?
Yeah, can't help me, so. Yeah, reds on both sides. 078 red to 076 red, so they were both lubing off each other. Corey goes through for a 7.14 at 188, and Tegan a 7.3 at 183. Puts Corey in a number 1 spot and Tegan in a number 2 spot. All right, next we have Tegan's sister Chelsea in the airflow lane. Again in a rear engine dragster, big block Chev powered. And Peter Brown in a rocket lane, big block Chev powered rear engine dragster.
I'm starting to sense a theme here.
There is a little bit of a theme. It's funny because at our track championship rounds, we've got about 6 or 8 front engine dragsters that run the track championships.
Right on.
Yeah, that's a good thing.
It is if you got a front engine dragster.
Yeah, absolutely. And they're competitive too against these sort of cars, which is what Dial Your Own's all about. Chelsea goes 0.99 on the tree and Pete goes 0.43. This will be a close race. $7.50 for Chelsea and $7.57. Brooke Rapasada, have you met her?
I have.
Yes, that's Brooke in the rocket lane.
Santo Jr.'s bride, I do believe.
Correct. She won the last national event here in that car in modified. What a Christmas tree.
Problems down there for Abby.
Yeah, they're pushing it away. That's not good. All the way down from Queensland. Brooke actually used to race a front engine dragster with the injected big block Chev in it, and then they got rid of that, and now she's got this car.
Well, looks like Brooke is going to have center stage. As you see all the Rapazarda shirts coming up down on the starting line to cheer on their teammate / family member.
.025 light for Brooke. There's 4.56 to half track, 7.13 at 189.
Should be the new number 1.
She should be, and you are correct.
Ta-da!
You should do this for a living, Al.
I should. Okay, I've never seen one of those before.
Batmobile.
A green Batmobile?
Yeah.
Okay.
Daniel Cutchell, I believe it's his dad's car from Olympia in Queensland. Oh no, it's not his dad's car. They must have sold the car. It's all box Chev powered. And Fiona Crisp in the Spitzer chassis Bantam. Fiona's raced in the US for Randy Meyer.
I have seen and read that name a time or two.
Yep.
She was over on the other side of the world. I'm just like enthralled with Nathaniel's car down there. Get a little help from the folks at Atlantic Oils, which is a Sydney-based company.
It's definitely different.
I'm going to have to find that thing down the pits and get a little closer look at it.
Yeah, absolutely.
One, it's green, and I like green cars, so.
Yeah, green's nice. Fiona's raced dragsters most of her life, come out of junior dragsters. This is her first altered. And she said it is fun to drive. .050 light for Fiona Crisp and an .020 light for Nathaniel Cutchell. Ooh, goes close to the centre line. Fiona pulls an early shoot, runs through for a 7.60, and Nathaniel goes 9.07.
As I imagined, there was Nathaniel's car kind of dancing around out there about 300 feet or so.
It looked like it was moving around some.
Well, we've seen dragster and altered. How about dragster and roadster?
Yep.
Gotta love Bat Dan.
That's it. You've got a wonderful singing voice, Alan.
Yeah. I also have a very powerful stereo both in my house and in my car, so even I don't have to listen to me.
Yeah.
Harrison Fletcher over on the right side. Out of the Manfield Apartments.
Harrison up from Victoria. A regular up here, races at all our track championships rounds. And Daniel is also from Victoria. Big block Chev on board for Daniel, 615 cube, and a small block Chev for Harrison Fletcher for Audi 3 cubes. .017 red for Batdan and an .016 on the right side of the tree for Harrison Fletcher. 7071, that will put Dan in a top spot, and an 887 for Harrison Fletcher.
Yeah, that 707, a pretty solid shot out there for Bat Dan as we go from dragster to, what is it, like I was going to say Willys, it's a 37 Chevy?
Yeah, so you can run hot rods in modified.
I like it.
Yep.
Just muscle cars. Is that his business?
I'm not 100% sure. He's from Adelaide, so.
Think he might want to buy a Challenger?
Yeah, or two.
I have excessive inventory of first generation Challengers right now.
That's a bad problem to have.
Yeah. Storage is the problem.
Build a bigger shed.
I actually had to call my landlord where the shop is. He's got an empty unit that he's got just a couple of his cars stored in, and I said,
perfect.
Think it would be a problem? I shove something in there for a month or so until I figure out what I'm going to do with it?
We have Michelle Morrison all the way over from Western Australia into Rocket Lane. 632 Chev-powered Ford T-Bucket. So Anthony's AHR designation and Michelle's AMA designation.
I was just thinking if somebody needed a gender reveal, they could borrow one of these cars.
Yeah.
Whichever one turns on the wind light.
Anthony has a little bit of a left turn off the start line. Goes through for a 795 and Michelle Morrison goes 7.17. We've got plenty of low 7-second cars in modified here.
Yeah, but Bat Dan's still the only one in the O-zone so far.
Yep. Right, Jess Turner. Small block Chev powered with nitrous on board, but I'm not 100% sure whether they're running the nitrous today or not. It's got double AMD on it. And Adriana Cartledge, Pro Street towing big block Chev powered rear engine dragster. Adriana may knock that down off.
May not what?
Adriana may knock that down off.
Ah.
Pretty fast car.
I keep waiting to see if there's going to be a nitrous purge over here on Jess's side.
Yeah, they mustn't be running it. The bottle was in it, but we'll see how it runs. Has run in the 6s with nitrous. .708, Adriana.
Missed it by that much.
Yeah, and 7:59 for Jess. So I know they had a problem with their nitrous controller at Test and Tune, so they're probably not running the gas.
Definitely didn't look like it when they left the starting line, as all of a sudden we're back into two-wheelers.
Yep. Okay, we're in modified bike, which is a die your own bracket. Airflow lane, we have Christopher Shaper from Queensland on a BMW of all things. And Mitchell Hoodford from Queensland on a Hayabusa. There's plenty of Hayabusas in drag racing.
Yeah, not quite so many BMWs though.
Nah. Unusual choice. 028 red for Mitchell Woodford. 071 green for Christopher Schaefer.
Chris's bike looked like he tried to pick the front end up out there about 30 or 40 feet off the starting line. Ends up with a 994 at 152 miles an hour. Mitch goes 1017.
Got to be hard with no wheelie bars.
At 151 miles an hour. Nah, it's fun with no wheelie bars.
Yeah.
It's all about balance, finding the sweet spot.
All right, we have Darren McGregor in the Airflow lane. He's sponsored by his wife aboard a Honda CBR 600 cc's. Greg Herandon from
Sponsored by his wife? No, I see that. I'm just thinking if the guy forgot to take the trash out, she'd pull his deal and he'd be out of the ride.
You got to keep it on the right side. I wonder if she'd sponsor me.
Depends, I guess, on how bad Darren screws up.
I don't know him, so I'm not saying nothing.
Greg kind of took the scenic route. He went way over that way first, then he came way back over this way. Ends up 928 at 144 miles an hour, checking out both sides of the lane.
Just wanted to check how good it was out of the groove.
Looked like it was okay on both sides.
Yeah. All right, Jimmy Jock Stewart, one of our regulars here, on the Kawasaki ZX 14R 1440 cc's, and Phil White down from Queensland on the Kawasaki ZX 14R 1441 cc's. Got that extra 1 cc.
Well, that's no good. Jimmy Jock couldn't hold the bike in the beams. Ends up fouling out. He'll get no time whatsoever. Phil White at least get something on the board at 926 and 153. You can red light and still get a time. Most of you probably know this if you're here on a hardcore Friday. As long as your bike is on the starting line when the yellows start flashing. But if your bike is not there when the yellows start flashing, then the computer doesn't believe there's anybody there.
Correct.
You're invisible. You can't even see me.
Yeah. All right, Albie Davidson in Airflow lane, another one of our regulars. Kawasaki ZX14 and Ross Smith all the way over from Western Australia on a Suzuki Hayabusa.
Ross's bike was weird. It was spinning a tire, but it wasn't really making any smoke. It also wasn't going anywhere.
Yeah.
Albie got down a little bit further down the track, and then he stopped going anywhere. 1325 coasting in the left side, 1060 in the right side.
Real big commitment for the West Coast guys to come over here. It's like the West Coast, East Coast of America, distance-wise, roughly.
Yeah, I had no idea how physically big Australia was until I got down here the first time and started talking to guys about, yeah, we drove 17 hours. I'm like, really?
Yeah. And usually on not the greatest roads.
Angela Phipps left, Sean Ricketts right.
Angela has a problem. Not sure what happened there. They both went red. 012 red for Angela Phipps and 028 red for Sean. Sean runs through for a 934. And Angela runs through for an unrepresentative 14.7. They're not going to learn much off that run.
Yeah, it looked like the bike made a little bit of a lurch when she brought it up on the two-step and just moved forward about a foot. And while she tried to get that back under control, the tree came on and
That was all she wrote.
Game over.
Matthew Jones in the rocket lane from Kuwi in Victoria on the Harley V-Rod. And Dean Jamieson in the airflow lane on the Suzuki Hayabusa from Victoria as well, 2 Victorians. Victoria's only about 8-9 hours away from here.
Oh, right around the corner.
Yeah, close. .061 red for Matthew Jones. 018 green for Dean Jamieson. Matthew has a problem. Dean runs through for a 868.
We got one left down there on the rocket side of the racetrack, just waiting for the top end to clear off, which it does now. Jesse Barnes going to roll in for Daywood Interiors. Folks at Pro Tune Motorcycles. Final bike, as we got a couple of door slammers waiting patiently in the water box. We go through that whole round and only one bike had a wheelie bar, is that right?
Yeah, I think you're correct, Al.
That's 2 in a row. Just set a new personal best.
You are on a roll. Yes, it goes 0.110 on the tree. Runs it through for a 9.157. And now we are into Super Street. There'll be plenty of Commodores in this bracket, Alan.
Right on, right on.
GM product.
I'm about half vaguely familiar with them.
Okay.
I'm gonna slide out of here. I'll take a break, let somebody else come in and do a little mic time. I feel like the visiting guest today. I don't want to bump anybody out of their normal rotation. But I'll be hanging out all weekend, and I'll jump back in a little bit later on.
All right, we got Stephen Bush taking Alan's place. Corey Suchbury. There's 042, and Andrew Waite from Victoria goes 013. Runs it through for 1106.
All right, next up we'll have Sammy Joe Johnson and Chris Budazamet down there on the start line. Sammy Joe in the green machine, running the nitrous-fed VH Commodore. Dipping into the 9-second zone of late. Currently our number 1 qualifier went 9.97 with a 9 at 134 miles an hour. Part of the dialed-in racing team, running for Shorty's Performance. And Cryo blasting away with an 017 light, 015 on the tree for Zamet. Johnson will get the finish line 10.06 with a 2, 133 miles an hour to a 12.42 with a 1 at 111 for Zamet in the VT. Next up, we've got Shane McGregor down there in the XW wagon, taking on Aidan Stutchbury.
Have a little look at the back of Shane's car. All good.
Ask Keefe what it tasted like. That's what it looked like he did, or he was smelling it.
Good 027.
Yeah, nice light there for Shane McGregor in the wagon. Stutchbury out in front at the moment.
Shane runs through for a 12.13. And Stutchbury goes 10.50. All right, our next pair is David McGlynn. David had a problem in his first qualifier and dropped a little bit of stuff on the track, so hopefully he's fixed that. And we have Samantha Yulton down from Flagstone in Queensland in the Holden VX Commodore LS powered. David, sponsored by Fowler Freight Management, which is, of course, the Fowlers that are running in Top Sportsman.
Looks like he's aiming towards the scoreboard there,
Yeah,
John.
right on the edge of the groove too, isn't he?
I'm sure it was Dave that came out earlier.
Yeah, dropped some fluid.
Did drop a little bit of something on the racetrack.
Yep. Looks like they fixed that. It's not dropping nothing now. .021 light for David McGlynn and .043 light for Samantha Yulton.
The big HQ is going to get the finish line there, John. 10.63 with a 125 miles an hour. Got there by 0.6 of a second, over an 11.28 at 121.
Got
the
plenty
BT.
Plenty of cars in Super Street too,
Yes.
eh? Big fields everywhere this weekend.
It's fantastic to see full bracket subscriptions in some categories and some oversubscribed in that there's actually going to be a race within qualifying. If there's 16 cars, for example,
okay, yep.
If we've got 18, there's 2 that are going to miss out.
Yep.
It's been a little
Which
while
will probably
since...
be Supercomp.
Yes, I think Supercomp definitely one of those.
Yep.
And
Outlaws is 32.
Sure, there is a 1 or 2 others as well, but I know that Supercomp was one that was they were talking about at the drivers' briefing this morning.
Yep.
008 red on the tree for Blaine Bull and the XD Falcon for Shire Automotive Mechanical. The XD out in front of Mark Elborn in the Power Plus Race Fuels utility. 11.42 with a 7, 118 miles an hour for Elborn, to an 11.15 with an 8 for Bull in the XD Falcon. Our next pair up will be John Riley in the Holden 1-tonner, racing his kid's inheritance. At least he's honest about it. The 308 Holden on the start line, leading with a 005 on the tree to an 040 for Mark Rosso. Left with an 040 in the Chevy Camaro. The big block Chevy Camaro will take the win. 11.32 with a 5, 118 miles an hour across the finish line to an 11.74 with a 5 for Riley in the Aeroflow lane.
Next we have Henry Spickak in the Airflow lane and Ben Roberts in the Rocket lane. Ben in a Ford Falcon with a Barra on board. Henry in a Commodore Ute with a LS on board.
I think Roberts left a little bit early in his run this morning. He did come out and attempt to qualify, but...
didn't get a time.
That's right, I think he left before the tree was activated or something. There was an issue similar to that.
Big red light from Henry. 125 red. And Ben Roberts with a 291 green.
Looks like the barrel will have the horsepower at the other end, John. 10.76 with a 3 at 136 miles an hour.
That's pretty fast, isn't it?
It sure is, to an 11.94 at 118 for the utility Spickak. Next up, we'll see Josh Fletcher for Styromax Golf Western Oils in the LH Tirana, taking on David Marosevic.
In the TD Cortina, wins a 63 powered.
David away nicely, 004, that's 2 00 lights we've seen in this round of qualifying alone. It will definitely play into effect. A lot of smoke at around 1,000 foot out of Fletcher's car there, and it's still...
I think it smoked last time, didn't it? It went through.
Not as bad as that, though. It looks like it's still
pulling over to the side,
coming out. Would happen right at the, I'll say the money zone if I can. It was around about 1,000 foot. Josh doing the right thing, bringing the car to a stop. Not quite at the top of the hill, but very close to.
Out of the car.
Very seasoned racer is young Josh. Came all the way from Junior Dragster and down here racing 2 cars himself this weekend. There's definitely something under the car. We can see the darker patch.
Hopefully radiator, not oil. What other cars are you racing?
Well, he's in the Supercharged Outlaws.
Oh, Outlaws car, yep.
Dragster.
Yep.
I can't see a trail beyond the car from that shot. But there is definitely something you can see disappear from under the car. Oh, there we go. There is a little bit of fluid down there, John, and luckily for Josh, he was able to get the car pulled up because he was still doing a fair amount of speed at that point.
Yep.
And of course went across the finish line at 100 plus mile an hour, which is 160 odd kilometres an hour. So they have got the word that there is coolant down on the racetrack from where the cars stopped. You can see it certainly get thicker at that point, but I dare say it started.
Plus his coolant's a little easier to clean up sometimes.
Depends whether it's got the glycol in it. I don't know if you've had much experience with the synthetic oils cleaning that up. I've had to clean a little bit of that up recently, and it's on par with in my opinion, is on par with the glycol that they put in the coolants.
Okay.
Get so much on the rag, and then it just spreads around. It doesn't actually absorb anything. So it looks like we will be down a little bit, ladies and gentlemen, unfortunately. While we do have this downtime, it might be a perfect opportunity to get your Wild Ink, your event merch from the Wild Ink stand near the spectator gate. T-shirts $50, kids T-shirts $35, hoodies $75. We can see examples of those on the big screen right now. So take the opportunity to grab yourself some event merch. I'm sure that some sizes may or may not run a little bit thin on the ground towards the end of the event. So if you're here on the Friday, take the opportunity to grab at your size and be completely satisfied with the fit. Also this weekend, we will see the top door slammer all-in fire-up session on tomorrow at 10 past 11 in the Slammer Alley down in the pits. These guys did similar at the Bend recently in South Australia, and it was a fantastic spectacle. Looking forward to that again tomorrow. And of course, the Pro Stock Races of Australia are banding together this weekend for breast cancer and the McGrath Foundation. The QR code on screen there. If you scan that, that'll take you to the portal to donate money if you can. Anything is accepted and certainly very much appreciated. The Pro Stock Owners Association working incredibly hard to bring awareness and the efforts of that association have been all over social media this week, and it's fantastic and awesome to see. Of course, we will be down a little bit, ladies and gentlemen, while we clean up the fluid in the aeroflow lane. So John and I will be back with you very, very shortly. We'll be back after some words from some of our sponsorship partners.
Thompson isn't for everyone. It's for those who refuse to follow and choose to lead. Running Mickey's means something. It means you're part of a movement. Builders, racers, rebels. People who defy limits. Who set trends, not follow them. Who don't ask for permission. You want grip? You want guts? You want glory? Then you want Mickey's. Because if you're not running Mickey's, you're missing out on the most iconic name in tires and wheels. Born from American ingenuity, still American owned. Built for those who blaze their own trail. Mickey Thompson, for the bold, for the winners, for the ones who forge their own legacy.
Building a street car through to a race car. Be be sure to think of Aeroflow Performance. The ever-increasing range that started with just hose, fittings and fuel system components has grown to include boosted turbochargers, bang shift shifters, X-Pro ignition and electrical accessories, Bosch motorsport products, fabrication parts, as well as driveline and engine components. With an exceptional distribution network and inventory, Aeroflow products are always within reach. With more to come in the future, be sure to keep an eye out at aeroflowperformance.com.
Get ready to race, ladies and gentlemen. The golf. Did you like that voice?
Give it more herbs.
Thank you. Get ready to race,
That's
ladies and
it.
gentlemen. The Gulf Western Oil Nitro Championships are set to take Australia by absolute storm when drag racers from across this country head to the start line in Sydney this weekend.
Why do I want to say be there, be there, be there? It's one of the most exhilarating racing events on the sporting calendar, and we're going to get a sneak peek right here at Brecky Central. Bigs on the back, Smalls on the front. Wade Ornger, lead commentator from the National Drag Racing Championships, joins us now alongside drivers Lisa, Brody and Ronnie. Great to see you guys. Do you know what? This is pretty special. We don't get to see cars like this, Wade. Just take us through what we can expect to see out on the track.
Chevro, this is like Disneyland for drag racing fans this weekend. It's one of the biggest events that we have in the country. Top Door Slammer have 17 cars. We have Top Fuel, 6 of those. We have 5 Nitro Funny cars as well. And basically for 2 days at Sydney Dragway, we'll be doing over 500 kilometres per hour.
That sounds very fast.
That's easy, yeah.
You're a Bunbury girl, you know how fast cars roll.
I've been down to the track.
Fast, actually.
Well,
you do.
I used to get sprayed with dirt down at the Speedway in Bunno. I know. How competitive is it?
Oh, massively. And the really cool thing, this is like the new face of drag racing as well. You know, it's very multi-generational. Lisa's the only all-girl team in Group 1 competition and regularly beats up on her husband when she races him as well. So it's a really cool little, you know, Brody Zappia is like drag racing royalty as well. Well, yeah, that as well.
Do you, when you're commentating, do you have to repeat the line like, be there, be B square, out on the track, out on the track?
Yeah, it's that old backside, trackside thing.
Yeah.
Is
that a thing?
Yeah.
Kind of.
I think he's saying no.
Backside, trackside.
All right, there you go. Lisa, you are super fast, quarter mile, and for those that, you know, have seen the Fast and the Furious movies, like 10-second cut, whatever, you do it in about 5, right?
Yeah, 5.64 seconds.
Oh, what does that feel like when you take off?
Can't describe it. You have to be in the car to be able to experience it. Just can't put it into words.
It sounds amazing. Brody, you're only 20, are you? But this is in your family. Is that why you kind of got into it?
Yeah, I grew up around drag racing, watching my uncle John, who's also racing this weekend. I've been around it since I was, pretty much born, and as soon as I could get in a junior dragster, I did at 8 years old, and then I've just slowly progressed up through the categories and got into a door slammer last year, racing alongside him, and now Morris has given me the opportunity to jump in the AC Delco Monaro, so it's just been something I've wanted to do since I was little. And
that's the blue one here, right?
That's this one here, yeah.
Oh, wow. Ronnie, just take us through, you know, if you're keen to get involved, like how would you get involved into drag racing?
Contact your local track. There's many different ways to get involved, whether it be crewing or junior dragster driving or just come and spectate. It's loud, it's fast, it's the best sport in the world.
Yeah, all right. Can we fire them up, speaking of loud?
You're going to need these.
I noticed that.
Oh, you are totally going to need these.
Is it? It's that much.
Even if you're at home, you might want to put your fingers in your ear as well.
Also,
So are we going to start, is Lisa going to start hers up as well?
Yeah, oh yeah.
Yeah,
oh, yeah. Is the cash cow here? Because does the cash cow have earplugs?
You might blow the cash cow's ears up.
Oh, here is Cashy.
Okay, we're ready. Okay, we're going to get you to start them. We've got our earphones on.
I can't hear
Oh,
anything.
you're putting
Can you hear
petrol in as we...
Okay,
we're
stand
out the
back.
way.
Oh, wow.
We're being
Okay, here we go.
instructed.
I'm not going to commentate because I don't think you're going to hear much. Hear much.
Exciting time for Top Fuel Racing as we literally blast off on the Blast Australian Top Fuel Championship. What is Blast? Well, this guy's a good guy to ask. Lee Bartlett, the co-founder of Blast. What is Blast?
Well, Blast is what you think it is, what you expect it would be. It's the ultimate car cleaning ecosystem. So it's all wall mounted.
Yes.
And it's mounted in your garage, no setup time. Just pull up in your rig, your four-wheel drive, your car, your caravan, and start cleaning.
Marine too, right? You can do boats.
Boating. Yeah, absolutely. Boating too.
If it's dirty, blast it.
Absolutely.
So vacuuming as well. You've got the chemicals as well for cleaning.
Yep. So it's about, you know, the 3 stages of keeping your car clean. So vac, wall mounted, wet dry vac with a 10-metre retractable hose. And obviously the wash, we've got a 30-metre hose in this machine, 2,300 PSI. This thing is the perfect tool for not just washing your car, cleaning your driveway, cleaning the solar panels on your roof, cleaning your gutter, your caravan, your boat. This thing is a game changer. And then this is what car dealers use. These are the detailers. This is how they get that really good pristine finish on the car. It's dry your car with heat and air. So this is an Air Max car dryer blower. This is the ultimate car care setup.
So basically with Top Fuel, we're all about high performance, right? Nothing's more high performance than a Top Fuel car.
Yep.
This makes perfect sense.
Absolutely. For us, it's all about saving our customers time so they can get back to doing what they love, and every second counts. That's the same in car racing, right? And the same in motorsport. Every second counts. So for us, it's the perfect match. It's the perfect reason why we would be supporting the Top Fuelers.
Righto. Okay. All right. It's just filming. Okay. Yeah, cool. I am Maddie.
Gulf Western Oil is an Australian family-owned company doing big things. Manufactured here in St Mary's, Western Sydney, family-owned certainly doesn't mean small. This powerhouse operation produces more than 25 million litres of oil per annum, distributing across all states and territories in Australia and 19 countries worldwide. With an 18-hour-a-day production schedule and trucks that never stop, Gulf Western Oil is keeping our industries moving. Whether it's transport, agriculture, automotive, heavy duty, or just old mate in his beloved 4B, Gulf Western Oil's high-performance lubricants are the trusted go-to choice for professionals and enthusiasts alike.
Well, ladies and gentlemen, we are now able to get back into qualifying action for qualifying session number 2 of Super Street. The Sydney Dragway A team has cleaned up the fluid down there in the aeroflow lane. Our first pair will be Rodney Balgowan in the aeroflow lane, taking on Tim Conn in the rocket lane. One in the HK Holden. Balgowan in the VE Commodore. 11.94 was the qualifying time for the Commodore in the aeroflow lane, to a 10.09 for the HG in the rocket. 0.14 on the tree. For the HK, we'll get the finish line first. 10.11 with a 4. 137 miles an hour to an 11.97 with a 3. So both cars pretty consistent compared to their round 1 qualifying times. Next up, we'll see Luke Tex Griffiths down there from North Curl in the Plymouth Satellite. He's in the aeroflow lane, taking on David Morton.
In the BMW with the LS motor.
Yeah, that's right. A different combination, that's for sure. It's probably not the first time an LS has been put in a BMW, John, but certainly there wouldn't be that many around the world. Certainly in drag racing, I'm guessing perhaps more prevalent maybe in drifting or circuit racing perhaps, but Dave has raced his car for a little while now. It's pretty stout, 11.43 is what it ran in its first round of qualifying. Tex Griffiths away with an 0.12 light. The big Satellite will take the finish line, 10.33 with a 9 at 130 miles an hour, to an 11.47 with an 8 at 121 for Morton.
Puts Luke in a number 3 spot.
Next up, we have Jack Matasevic from Modern Style Kitchens in the XD Falcon, taking on Richard, his father.
Father-son.
Yes, correct. There's only one. We're talking about brand loyalty earlier. This is one
definitely Ford
one
family.
family. If it's not a Ford, I'm not touching it.
Yep. Jack goes 013 red, and Richard goes 035 green.
Yeah,
Richard's got the horsepower.
Yeah, the XW. Sorry, the XY out in front, and we'll take the stripe, John. 10.57 with an 8, 126 miles an hour.
To 11.33 for his son.
Troy Hutton in the TH tiling and waterproofing utility. On a solo. I think he was on a solo in the last round of qualifying.
I think so. Down from Pimpama in Queensland.
And not the first time Troy's been to Sydney Dragway. I think he's even taken home a little bit of silverware from Sydney Dragway previously.
Okay.
117 light, runs on through for a 10.77 with a 7 at 123 miles an hour.
Seth Jarvis, all the way over from Pinjarra in West Australia. He's Holden VS Commodore with a LS383 on board.
Certainly sounded pretty stout in the burnout down there, John. 11.19 with a 7 is what he ran, but only 97 miles an hour.
Yeah, I think it had a problem from what I remember. See how he goes on this one.
Got that pre-stage light on, of course, that top white light. Now the full stage, the second white light comes on. 152 on the tree. Leaving pretty nicely, 151 with the 60. Just over 100 mile an hour at half track and through the finish line. 10.73 with a 4, 127 miles an hour. That's a
nice, he'll be happy with that.
Nearly a 5/10, half a second step up in performance.
Yep. Puts him in a number 10 spot.
And it looks like we're about to move into a junior drag bike now for their second round of qualifying. Of course, junior drag bike, one of the newest categories in IHO Australia drag racing.
Yeah, we've got a pretty good roll-up too. I think there's 6 bikes.
Have a pretty strong roll-up. And certainly looking forward to seeing what these competitors can do. We've seen some really good lights out of the junior bike races so far this morning.
Got to be hard to cut a light on a bike.
Yeah, I've been watching drag racing motorcycles for quite a time. I've never ridden a motorbike, I will admit. But to me, leaving the start line, especially on a junior bike or anything with a small tyre, just seems to me really difficult. To get the balance right, to push off at the right time, to get the foot up on the peg. There's a lot going on, and they're probably grabbing a gear or two at that point as well. We see some riders will leave the foot out for a bit, and then they'll flat change, I guess, into second, and then get the foot back on the peg. But yeah, the riders do it like they've been doing it for many years. So in some cases, they have. One of the advantages of junior drag bike, you get to do a bit of a burnout.
Yeah, and they love it
Many
too.
of the kids love it. And we've, as said before, there's a couple of times some of the racers have had to change a tyre halfway through a qualifying session.
Wearing out daddy's wallet.
Yeah, that's all they're doing. But certainly a bit of a spectacle.
All right, we have Cooper Ashelford all the way from Western Australia on this Kawasaki Ninja. And Lincoln Bonwick from Hoxton Park just up the road on a Honda CBR.
He's now on the CBR 500. He was on a 125, I think, last time I saw him. This is a new bike. He was out here
just stepped up. Yep.
He was recently out here testing earlier in the week at the 300 neat reaction time. It's like Cooper will take the win there, though, John. 872 with a 5 at 78 miles an hour.
And a 903 for Lincoln.
Our next pair rolling forward. We've got Kobe Ashelford down there.
You would assume they're brothers, wouldn't you?
Yes, I would assume that too.
Yeah. So
you know what they say about assuming, though.
Yeah, exactly. So Kobe, sponsored by Denani Hot Shots, Chittering Septics, Shock and Thaw, Fussy Meats. And in the Rocket Lane, we have Lisa Harris from South Australia on a Kawasaki Ninja. Sponsored by Shaw's Mowing Services, Pro Coat, Coatings, piece of shirt clothing. That's interesting.
Yeah, you have to be careful. You have to be careful with that one. Yep.
Yeah, I tend to mumble sometimes, so piece of shirt, I've got to get that right. 081 red for Elisa.
And 094 green for Kobe. Kobe out in front, and we'll get the finish line first. 871 with a 6, 77 miles an hour.
Possibly there's a problem with Elisa's bike.
Yeah, well, she went 860. She went 860 on the first run, and then was a 12.18. So maybe missed a gear or something like that. That I guess is one of the hardest parts of junior drag bike is they've got to smash through a gearbox. Where junior dragsters, you don't have to do that.
Definitely difficult. We've got Christopher Davidson in the Aeroflow lane on a Kawasaki Ninja, and Anastasia Lucky on a Kawasaki Ninja as well. Both regular races here at Sydney Dragway.
That they are. Christopher fairly new to the seat of this motorcycle. And a 205 line. There's not too much in the reaction times between the two. Christopher looking like he's out in front here. And Anastasia will get there first, a 9:56 with a 3:73 miles an hour across the finish line to a 9:75 with a 6 and 70 miles an hour for Davidson.
So we have Marcus McDonald from Craignish in Queensland on a Yamaha R3 in the Aeroflow lane, and Bailey Poole from South Australia. Plenty of travellers in this bracket, isn't there?
Yeah, there are.
Really good.
I guess another advantage with the bike is you don't need a long trailer. You can
put it in the back of a ute.
Yes, or even a standard sized box trailer, I suppose.
Yep. Marcus sponsored by Carter's Custom Hot Rods and Crux Leathers.
Both away nicely. Pretty similar on the reaction times. Bailey Poole slightly better, 1:10. And Bailey got there first by 0.02 of a second, 8:59 with a 9 at 76 miles an hour to an 8:60. So only fourth hour in the ET across the finish line between those two bikes, John.
Very close. Lawrence Rochella up from Hillier in South Australia, sponsored by Harley Davidson Australia. And Naveen McDougall from Burpengary in Queensland.
There's no missing Navea's leathers down there.
Yep, bright pink.
Both riders away nicely again. Nothing in the lights. 2,000ths of a second. I think Rochella got the better launch though, and we'll run them through for a 9. No, he didn't get there. 9:31 with a 4, 75 miles an hour for McDougall to take the win. The bike launched and
yeah, sort of jumped.
Yep. I think, but that's why I thought Rochella would have taken the win there. But a 9:46 with an 8 at 69 miles an hour. So about a 10th and a half gap across the finish line between the two races there.
Which brings us into Junior Dragster.
That's exactly right. We're moving out of 2 wheels onto 4. If you own the blue Mazda on... Is it Mazda? Yeah, blue Mazda on screen, can you please move it? Also the white Hyundai van, if you own that vehicle, I believe that's parked on the hill coming into the pits from the speedway. Both those cars, if you own either of those, can you please move your vehicle? So BR10KO, if that's your car, can you please move it? Or the Mazda CTY, I think it is, 17U. If you own that Mazda, can you please move your vehicle? All right, our first pair of Junior Dragster qualifying session number 2, John. On the start line, we have Mason Kutchell down there from Victoria, running for Atlantic Oils.
And in the rocket lane, we have Savannah Lucci in a B Junior Dragster from Menangle, sponsored by VP Race Fuels.
Both races away from the start line. Lucci with a 018.
Excellent line.
Yeah, really nice line. Looks like Kutchell will take the win performance-wise. A 709 with a 7. I beg your pardon. Wrong set of numbers, Steve. 808 with a 2, 80 miles an hour. I'm allowed one misread for the whole weekend, and I've just had it. All right, so our next pair, we have Piper Bennett down there in the Aeroflow lane, and Michaela Reid from Victoria. Racing for Let's Go Industries, All-Star Batteries and Keating Transport. Michaela, our 32nd qualifier in Junior Dragster so far this weekend. Bennett leaves early, 051 light, 056 green for Reid. A little misbehaving for Bennett, an 808 with a 4, 81 miles an hour to an 811 with a 1 at 81 miles an hour. So both those cars pretty similar in their ETs. Our next pair going through their pre-run procedure, we have Abigail Reid down there. Now in the Aeroflow lane. Taking on Johnny Lucci. Lucci in the rocket lane. Recently stepped up to a Junior Dragster.
So Abigail Reid from the Reid family.
Yes.
She must be 4th generation.
I think so. Yes, I think that's right.
Not many 4th generation racers in this country.
No, but we're
plenty
now...
of 3s and 2s.
Yes, we've got some 2nd generation junior racers out there now too, where their parents race juniors.
Benny Bray's one of them.
Yes. There's several hit racing here this weekend.
Getting old, mate.
Yes, tell me about it. I'm feeling old as well.
Abigail gets away with a 181 light, and Johnny an excellent 028 light.
And Johnny will get there first to the finish line, 823 with a 9. A little bit quicker than his previous run. To an a 12.30 on the boards for Reid in the Aeroflow lane. So our next pair start to roll up to the start line. We have Jacob Bongo for Trackside Automotive down there in the Aeroflow lane. He's qualified 24th so far with an 8.0. So he's 8.06 with a 5, and he's 24th, and he's looking for an 8.0.
Tough as.
Wow.
Both local races, Bailey Tandek in the Rocket Lane.
Tandek for A Civil, I think. Longo's getting out of that car on the start line.
It's never good.
Not quite sure what's going on. Be a little bit disappointed, obviously. Looks like Tandek's rolled through the beams as well. Went 0.73 on the light, and then I think it's thrown the drive belt. Or a chain. That's, I think that's what the crew,
problems
guys got there.
Problems both sides,
which is
the racetrack.
Extremely rare. We've had a little bit of carnage in Junior Dragster so far today.
It is super rare, isn't it? Like, these cars normally run like clockwork.
They do. They run a single cylinder. Most of them are side valve, single cylinder engine. So what side valve meaning that the valves are actually beside the piston. They're not above.
Yep,
so
like a flathead.
Yeah, like Ford Flathead or a Chevy, a 30 style engine. So very, I'll say archaic, but there's nothing really archaic about the Junior Dragster other than the layout. They're full billet. They're basically a KB version of a
proper race cars.
They're not a, Rusty and I made the joke earlier that we should bring out a vintage JD where you've got to run cast blocks and all that sort of stuff like we did 25 years ago or more.
Billet cranks, billet blocks.
Yeah, everything about a Junior Dragster. There's nothing that they use the platform of a side valve single cylinder, but outside of that,
Piper Bennett's the only one now, I think, with an overhead in it.
I think there's another racer in South Australia. I saw that they were doing some testing, but but certainly some rule changes recently have allowed overhead valve engines into the class. I'm not 100% sure with whether there's CC limits in that or whatnot, but there are a couple of people now going that way. They've recently introduced EFI into the class as well, which we'll see one of those cars coming out a little bit later on. It's developed an EFI setup that runs an ECU.
Tommy Rako's car.
That's correct.
So EFI on it. Yep,
it's the car that Jake McNamara will be stepping into for the rest of this weekend, I believe.
Oh, okay.
So certainly that's going to, I think open the door to a little bit more technology, I guess, that's aligned with the generational change, if I could put it that way. We see tuners now are able to make wholesale changes on cars with a laptop, where back in the day you had to have a screwdriver and a spanner.
Well, these are ridiculous to tune being one single cylinder.
They are. They're pretty unforgiving. Sophia Kutchel gets away from the start line with an 0.59 light, 0.51 for Ava Walker, so nice lights on both sides. How's that for dyslexic? 810 with a 4 to an 801 with a 4.
Lucky you called that properly, Steve.
I'll just slow it down a little bit. Walker goes 14 thousandths over a perfect run, I think, if she was in A Junior Dragster. I'm not sure if she was in A or double A.
I thought she was in A. No, it wasn't double A, I didn't think. Anyway.
Sorry, the numbers are disappearing somewhat quickly for us up here because
screen reboots fast on it.
Well, we're trying to obviously push through the numbers a little bit. We've had a little bit of downtime this morning, and it's very difficult to make that up.
So we have Lucy Hamilton in the airflow lane from Canberra in a C Junior Dragster, and Joseph Marizzi in the B Junior Dragster from New South Wales. Joseph sponsored by ProSigns, Enviro Racing and Grudge Kings.
Pretty good sponsors there. Another civil company backing a junior racer as well, Marizzi Civil.
Yep. And Lucy sponsored by Perfection Automotive and Dad.
Yep. So if Pete had his way, he'd have a single cylinder LS in that car. Could you imagine the punishment it would take? All right, both races into full stage. The tree counts down. Lucy with the better light here. 2:11 was her reaction time.
3:96 on a tree for Joseph.
And Joseph just starting to pull away towards the finish line there. 10:88 with a 7:58 miles an hour to a 12:04 for Hamilton. So not too far away from her time. She picked up about 1/10 of a second roughly over what she ran in her first qualifying time. Our next pair, George Tsoukalis in the aeroflow lane. running for Brick and Go, Bricklaying, Hume Performance, Mixed Motorsports, and Plasma Man. There's a name there's a few names there that have been around the sport for a long, long time.
Oh, Hume's been around forever.
Yeah. That's where I was going with that. Kyle Day from Victoria Point in Queensland.
You nearly said Victoria.
Yeah,
then, didn't
I did. Is it funny how the mind works? You see one thing and say something completely different. RLC engine reconditioning. The 500 cc's on board for Kyle Day.
I don't know if that's right, because it says ZR4. It's a motorcycle engine.
I know we've seen 500 cc's in some of the
That's a big junior.
McGee power plants. Yes,
Yep.
they are getting bigger and bigger.
Fast, double A junior, 028 on a tree.
Yeah, look what he ran in the first round of qualifying, 773.
And goes 768 at 84 mile an hour.
Yeah, so under the ET cutoff there. And 1197 with a 7 for Tsoukalas. He too went a little bit quicker, so maybe the air's changing a little bit down there, John. We talked about weather conditions before, and I don't think there's a class that's more affected by the air than anything that's small capacity.
Yeah.
When I say small capacity,
and one cylinder.
We're seeing one cylinder, 550 cc's on board for Daniel Carabalet in the Lightstream electrical car.
540 Cube 2 Barley Hawk's car.
Yep, so that's the same ZR4. It must be the
Something
engine brand.
Yep.
540 cc, so that's a fairly decent power plant behind both those races. Got 1.1 litres sitting on the start line, John. Doesn't sound like a lot, but these little engines,
they'd have to be making 50 horsepower.
I reckon 50 or 60 horse, depending on what sort of RPM they're pushing. They all run methanol to my knowledge. There wouldn't be many. If there'd be one, maybe two that would run petrol still. Methanol fueled. We picked up a second by doing that, switching between petrol and methanol back in the day.
Yep. That wasn't that long ago.
Yeah. There's a few times around the sun. Bailey Hawke and 027 on the line, John.
Very sharp.
Bailey gets there first. A 799 with a 7 at 80 miles an hour to an 801 with a 9. So Carabalet right on the money, backing up his 808 from his first round of qualifying.
Very nice.
That's looking pretty good for that team to pick a dial in, because of course this is the important part for any of the dial-in classes that we're seeing racing today. They're wanting to run. It's all well and good to go out and run fast, but you've got to know what changed for it to run quicker or slower.
So you know what number to put on it.
That's right.
Come race day.
Because race day, the cars will be handicapped. The slower car will leave the start line, the quicker car having to chase it down.
Okay, so Alex Ruffalo, double A junior dragster into airflow lane, and Jacob Schultz in an A junior dragster down from Queensland. Alex sponsored by Sydney Waterscapes, and Jacob wants a sponsor. Please.
He did say please. So
he did say please.
Got to be nice about it.
We better add that.
Yeah.
.059 light for Alex Ruffalo and 144 light for Jacob Schultz.
Yeah, Ruffalo running deep into the 7.7s. 83 miles an hour. And an 8.03 with a 6 for Schultz. So only 36 thousandths of a second over the 8.0 that he's looking for.
That's the other thing with these guys, how sharp they are on a tree. Like you consider no delay boxes,
yes.
no nothing, and they're basically clutch cars.
Yes.
Like centrifugal clutch, so it's got to be hard to hit the tree in these.
I think it's a seat time thing, you know. It's like anything. The more you do it,
find your spot.
But the trick is to do it consistently. Like I know that there's a racer out there that's done very well from Sydney. I'm not going to say which one because I don't want to jinx him.
Yeah.
But if you looked at his average reaction time, I reckon over the course of 2 or 3 race meetings, an average would be 0.3 from what I've seen.
Outstanding,
right?
isn't it?
So Taylor Kaduli down there on the start line for PC Racing in the airflow lane leaves with an 0.73 light. Mia Ward in the rocket lane goes 0.95 red. Kaduli will take the stripe, being a B junior dragster, 8.90 with a 2, 72 miles an hour. And Mia Ward, 11.93 with a 1, 57 miles an hour.
And we have two Canoolis on the start line.
Yeah, I think these are...
Christian in the left lane and Nixon in the right lane, both in AA junior dragsters.
Cousins, I think, one from Ludden.
Yeah, one's from Queensland, one's from New South Wales.
Nixon from Hope Island in Queensland, running for Canooli Motorsports. 521 cc's on board for Nixon.
Nixon's car and Mike Bo's car. Very well-known builder in the US.
Yeah, I've said it before. I think they're one of the best-looking JDs out there.
Yep.
I think the sheer volume of them being built and sold and traded, I think, is testament to that. Canooli ever so shallow into stage. That's Nixon I'm talking about in the rocket lane. See that light just flickering as he moved in. 0.71 on the tree to an 0.48. Christian with the better light. They're side by side, John. The winner will be Christian
there
by 100th of a second across the finish line. 7.71 with a 5, 83 miles an hour to a 7.70 with a 4.
The whole shot gets the win. That should put him in number one.
If it's not,
possibly?
no, because I think one of the races in round number 1 went 7.70 with a 0.
Okay, oh, wow.
So he's definitely going to be...
Might be bumping that out.
Yeah, your mate Rusty said, I think he predicted that you'll need a perfect run, and I think the next run was spot on. So here's what it is.
We have Alicio Spinozzi, whose dad is racing in Top Door Slammer this weekend in the airflow lane, and Carl Schultz from Karana Downs in Queensland. Both races AA junior dragster.
Yeah, we saw Jacob run a few pairs ago. Alessio had some issues. I think we picked that it didn't quite sound right on the start line around 8.42.
The ZR4 engine as well. Got to investigate this.
Yeah, I think that's the brand. It must come in a whole heap of different sizes.
Yep.
0.19 on the tree for Spinozzi.
Great light.
And an 8.23 with a 0. So picked up around 0.2 of a second there. And Schulz went a 7.70 with a 4. That's the second 7.7 in a row.
Unreal.
In the rocket lane.
All right, we have our local racer Riley Ito in the airflow lane in the AA junior dragster, and a visitor from Queensland, Cody Sedmack, whose dad is racing in Pro Stock.
Yeah, we talked about the second generation races. Cody, one of those, running for Brisbane Civil. Brian Lake in Scruffy, and Light Vehicle Solutions, also backed by ProTrans. He went 8.01 with a 2 in the first round. That's 12 thousandths over where he needs to be. Ito in the Aeroflow lane, our current track championship holder for ITF Hire Pro Tilt Towing. Low Fabrications, also Murphy Finance Solutions backing him as well. Went 7.78 in round number 1.
Plenty of juniors here this weekend.
Yes, I think there's 52, someone said.
Okay, well, 6 rounds, so
yep.
It's over 32.
0.93 on the tree for Ito. 0.69 on the tree for Sedmack. Ito with the performance here, and we'll get the finish line 7.76 with a 1, backing up the 7.78 with a 0 from the round before. 8.003 for Sedmack. That's a good string to have. There's a 9,000 spread across those two runs.
Yep. Easier to pick a number.
Yeah. If we can please have this blue Mazda moved wherever you've parked, I think on the entry in from the Speedway. It's not supposed to be there. If we can please have it moved, that would be fantastic. So if you own the car on screen, can you please move it? Our next pair rolling up to the start line, we have Lexi Lancaster from Jim Boomba in Queensland.
And Taylor Horton from Lethbridge in Victoria.
0.68 on the tree for Horton.
114 for Lexi.
And Horton will take the finish line 7.707. Yeah.
Went 7.73 the lap before.
Yeah, so certainly not a bad spread there. 80, just under 85 miles an hour. Our next pair, Lily Horton.
Now B Junior Dragster up from Lethbridge in Victoria, and Levi and a Civic from Narry Warrior in Victoria in a AA Junior Dragster. Levi sponsored by Martini Racing Products and Tough Streeters and Addicted Performance.
Yeah, there's a couple of tough cars in that shed, I can tell you at home. There's a couple of really nice Capris.
Yep.
I think one's run either a 6 or a really low 7.
Yep.
And the mauve coloured ones here today in Super Sedan, I think it was, or Top Sportsman.
Really sponsored by ProStar Motorsport, Sparkle and Shine Housekeepers and United Signage.
I think the qualifying order will be shuffled a little bit. The current qualifying position may not represent exactly where they actually sit. Race control will have to run through the numbers once qualifying's finished. How is that, John? 7.72 with a 4, backs up a 7.72 with a 5 for Knezovic.
You'd be happy with a 1 thou difference,
yeah,
wouldn't you?
I certainly would be. You'd have to be grinning after that.
Right, we have Declan McGregor from Mildura in Victoria in the B Junior Dragster, and Alexis Addard, local racer from Greystanes just up the road in the A Junior Dragster. Alexis sponsored by ITF Hire and Pro Tilt Towing, and Declan sponsored by Mum and Dad.
Yes.
They do a lot of sponsoring that Mum and Dad, don't they?
I think they're pretty much in all of them, aren't they?
Yes.
They're on the site. What did it's they're silent investors.
Yeah.
All right, McGregor only 25 thou over from where he needed to be from the first round of qualifying. Goes 020 on the tree. Alexis 004.
Wow.
Alexis sub 1.7 seconds to the 60 and across the finish line 8:04 with a 3 and just under 81 miles an hour.
You'd take that package in a racing, wouldn't you?
You certainly would. 8.62 with an 8. McGregor backs up an 8.62 with a 5.
Ah, so tough. Right, Liam O'Neill with the Godfather there standing next to the car.
Yes. Yes, very appropriate.
Joe Princey.
Say that with all due respect, Joe Princey.
Oh, I love Joe.
Started so many racing careers,
Yep.
the people that we see.
Helps everybody. Benjamin Attard in a Rocket Lane in an A Junior Dragster. Liam in a B Junior Dragster in the Aeroflow lane. Liam's actually done some commentary with us up here.
He has.
Yeah.
He's not too shy of the mic, which is fantastic. Does a good
And they've
job.
got to be
too.
like 10, 11 years old, hasn't he?
I think he's...
Was in a B, so.
I think he's 12 going on 13, I think. But certainly, yeah, definitely much younger than you and I, John. That's for
Just
sure.
a smidge.
Had a couple of the junior races throughout the country jump on the mics up in Queensland as well when
it's good,
when they get the chance. A bit nervous to start with, but
who doesn't like talking about races?
Well, that's exactly right. The subject matter's pretty cool. 018 on the tree for Liam O'Neill.
031 for Benjamin. These guys are tough.
And Benjamin will get there first with an 8:03 with an 8 at just over 80 miles an hour, and an 8:64 with a 5 for O'Neill. So O'Neill slowed a little bit there. We've seen a little bit of a mix. Some cars have run much the same, other cars a little bit quicker, other cars a little bit slower.
All right, we have Chase Carslake from Queensland, and her sponsor is Go Park Yourself.
Yes.
Truck parking. Another one you don't want to be dyslexic
you just got to
about.
slow those ones down.
Talk that one slow. Go Park Yourself. Truck parking. And Emma Lifting in the Rocket Lane, sponsored by Speedflow.
I'm going to look that up and see what their actual service is.
Who? Go Park Yourself?
Yeah, because, like, surely.
Truck parking?
Yeah, but surely that would be...
Why do you need someone to park your truck for you?
But surely that would be part of getting your heavy vehicle license is that you can actually park
You
it.
can park, yeah.
015 on the tree for Carslake. To 161 on the tree for Emma Lifting in the Rocket. Carslake will get there first, John. 817 with a 0. 77 miles an hour. To an 866 with a 7. 76 for Leafting.
Imagine going 76 mile an hour with your bum like an inch off the ground.
Yeah, it'll get your attention. I think a lot
Definitely
of people
would.
discount the junior dragsters, but we're seeing here like one low 1.6, 60 foots.
Yeah.
That's super street territory.
76 mile an hour is like 115k.
Yes.
Ish.
Yep.
All right, we have Kate Fowler in the aeroplane lane in the A Junior Dragster, and Georgia Leafting, part of the Leafting family. The A Junior Dragster as well in the rocket lane. Knocks it in a little deep, Cade. Puts the top light out. Goes 103 on the tree, and Georgia goes 107.
Georgia out in front will take the win. 797 with a 781 miles an hour. To an 877 with a 9. 74 for Fowler. All right, next pair up we have Blake Taylor from Wallen in Victoria. There's quite a few races out of Wallen. I know the Magses are out of Wallen in Victoria.
Yep.
Dakota Bray from Griffin in Queensland for Smith Transport.
The
Century
generation
Batteries and
racer as well.
Speedflow, yep.
Obviously, Dad Ben raced door slammer and Granddad Victor raced door slammer as well.
Yeah, Ben recently got behind the wheel of the alcohol funny car as well.
Yeah, he went to New Zealand, I think, didn't he?
Yes, that he did. Both cars into full stage. Dakota leaving fractionally too early. A nice line for Taylor, 018 on the tree. Dakota will get there first. 809 with a 4 at 80 miles an hour. To a 919 with a 5.
Backs up the 811 from previous qualifier.
So gone a fractionally quicker.
We have Jaden Burnasif in the aeroplane lane from Granville, just down the road, and Siobhan Harvey in a AA Junior Dragster. Wow, all the way from Auckland, New Zealand.
Yeah, Harvey.
I didn't know he had a New Zealand competitor here this weekend.
What's
there'll be
Rod Harvey's,
Harvey's,
Rod Harvey's daughter, Siobhan.
Yep.
And Carlos will be down there too. He ran a qualifying run earlier this morning. So the UASA Batteries car should take the win here. But it's a kind of a race within a race. There's 4 different subcategories within Junior Dragster. .050 on the tree for Jaden. Siobhan went a little bit quick. But a 767 with a 0 for Harvey. 85, nearly 86 miles an hour there.
Wow.
To an 859 with a 2 for Burnasiv and the aeroflow lane.
All right, we have Marcus Princey in a C Junior Dragster in the aeroflow lane, and Jake McNamara, Bank of Nan and Pop.
Yeah, so this is the car I alluded to before. We were talking about changes within Junior Dragster.
Had a problem the first qualifier. Wasn't here for that one.
McNamara's car is fueled by an EFI system, so a little bit different compared to the typical carburetor that most of the Junior Dragsters run.
Yep.
Some recent rule changes allowed the EFI setup to be done. And this car, one of the first in Australia to run the EFI setup. Not a bad light, 143 on the tree for him, goes sub 1.7 seconds to the 60 foot. Through the finish line, 797 with a 2 at 82 miles an hour for McNamara. To a 1206 with a 3 for Princey in the aeroflow lane at 54.
Thumbs up all round. Luca Lamattina famous name in drag racing.
Yeah. Been down the racetrack a few times.
Yeah. In the Rocket Lane in an A Junior Dragster from Women in Victoria, and Savannah Condello in a double A Junior Dragster from New South Wales. Savannah sponsored by Nono's bank account. And Luca sponsored by Labertina Farms. Both pretty good sponsors.
Yeah, I think the Labertina Farms bank account's pretty good too.
Yeah.
Just saying. But both incredibly tough races. I have noticed that the Condello car of Savannah does tend to have a few extra mile an hour up the top end.
Okay.
Compared to some of the other cars of that time. I mean, he's now running a
mile an hour's better than the ET.
Yeah, well, just fractionally. I mean, Savannah went 7:07 with an 8, so she's 8th hour over the ET, the ideal ET for her category.
Look at those lights, Steve.
Yeah. 011 to an 028. Savannah will take this one from start to finish. 7:68 with a 7:84 miles an hour to an 8:009 for Labertina at 81 miles an hour.
Next we have her brother Zane in the airflow lane.
Yeah, Zane, our current Australian champion in Junior Dragster.
Yep, same sponsor too.
Yep. There's also Harrix 3D in there as well.
Harry Rako.
Yes, well, it was Harry's car that we saw Jake run before with the EFI. He's developed a whole heap of bracketry for all the...
yep, very smart kid.
The onboard computer and the fuel pump and all the other bits and pieces have all been 3D printed. So if you need anything 3D printed, big or small, look him up on Facebook. Harrix 3D, I'm sure he'll be able to help you out.
Yep.
Carlos Harvey down there in the Rocket Lane, the second of the Harvey Junior Dragsters here this weekend from Auckland, New Zealand for UASA Batteries, Speed Flow and Custom Plenum Creations. I know these two enjoy racing each other.
Zane's got the number 1 on the window.
Yes, he does. He does. The ET are very similar in qualifying.
Yeah, both in Hayes.
Yes.
Yeah, 7th hour difference in the qualifying numbers.
Absolutely nothing. Both taking their time into stage. You can see how shallow Zane brought that second white light on. It was flickering as he moved in. Goes 024 on the tree.
078 for Carlos.
Condello just in front at the 330 and will take it to the finish line by 900ths of a second. 798 with a 982 miles an hour. And it looks like the last car of the second round of Junior Dragster qualifying will be Mary Jo Bilnesev for Harrix 3D and North Rocks Auto Centre. Mary Jo ran a 13.2 on the first pass. Let's see what she can do this time around. big block Chevy. Not the first time these two have raced each other. It has been a little while since we've seen...
Pardo hasn't raced a whole lot either.
No, nor has Greg
lately.
Fowler, actually.
Yep.
They're very experienced. It's not to say that they don't know what they're doing. I know Pardo was in the Bend, I think, recently. I saw on one of the live streams.
Yeah.
But you know, Fowler's a former Australian champion. It's not like, well, both competitors are former Australian champions. They certainly know their way around their race cars.
Both won plenty.
All right, so both cars into pre-stage. That second white light on for Partridge, telling the starter he's ready to go. Fowler now in. And an 0.17 to an 0.21. Fowler with a better light by 0.04 of a second. The Tomcat in the rocket lane will take the win here, John. 7.65 with a 179 miles an hour through the finish line to an 8.03 with a 9 at 170 mile an hour.
Puts Greg in the number 8 spot. Next we have Nathan Cooper in the aeroflow lane in his little blown and injected Gemini. Uh-oh.
There's a lot of smoke. There's a lot of smoke down in the...
I missed that.
Oh, it's the rice hole. Okay. I guess, yeah, because we didn't see that from the junior dragsters because they didn't go down there.
Yep.
Obviously, the chutes, the air is pulled from the chute is pulled across the rice hole that was down there from a previous
from the last cleanup.
Yes. I thought that was going to be another cleanup.
There,
sorry.
Mate.
Sorry.
All right, Steve Fowler in the Pontiac GXP, 760 cubes of Chev on board, and half the size of the motor in the other lane.
Yes.
The small block Chev, 370 cube.
Yeah, he has got that.
But the Gemini's got the blower on it.
That shiny blower. That is, if you like magenta on race cars, this is the one for you. We've got two of them here. This
shiny blower.
Yes, it is. It is very shiny.
Polished parts destroyer.
Yeah.
I like to call it.
Oh, do you?
Yeah.
I know Nathan has recently come into a bit of success in his car, so...
yeah, he's been going good. Won the last track round here, and he was runner-up at first round.
Yeah,
or the other way round, whichever way it was. I know he was in the final both.
He's runner-up at the track champs too, I think, wasn't he?
Yeah, he was too.
Yep.
Yep.
So, yeah, definitely taking some scalps, but I think...
Only fairly new too. I think this is maybe his 3rd or 4th season.
Yes. No introduction needed for Steve Fowler. We have a multiple Australian champion down there in the
more than once.
GXP. This car's 694.201 in qualifying.
And yeah, and in 5th spot with a 694.
Well, one of the I think it was we can see it coming. See the back of the car just coming under the tunnel now. Went 640.
Yeah.
Like not that long ago, that would have qualified your top spot by a mile in door slammer.
100%.
004 in the tree for Fowler. That car is out and gone. 103 to the 60, straight down the centre of the rocket lane. 691 with a 7, 201 miles an hour. A nice run for Cooper as well. 831 with a 1 at 163. So slightly slower than his previous run, but not too far away in terms of consistency. What's in that Chevy Nova, John? Is it NA or it's not showing us forced induction, but it certainly sounded pretty tough.
As did 9.0 in the first qualifier, so...
It might have been the little Tirana down here that this sounded like it was boosted.
TSAA for that Kaylee's car.
Yeah, it's...
it had a problem in the first qualifier.
Supercharged. 383 Chevy.
Chev,
yep. Running for ET chassis and race cars. Mad race engines. Repco west of Ipswich.
Brandon Free, sponsored by Valvoline. 64 Chevy Nova. We don't see a lot of those in this country, do we? Good looking cars, I like them.
This one pretty much untouched in terms of body. It's only got the wing on it. It's the only thing they give you away.
Don't mind the light grey either. Shiny primer.
Got a great stance though. Oh, over towards the wall
has
for
a big
Freya.
left turn.
Yeah.
Boards a run. Oh no, he's back on it.
I think it went left the previous run too, but it was in the rocket lane. 8.06 with a 1 if we watch on the replay. it started to come up and then stopped. So Josh Boscovich down there in the Wild Ink Motorsport merch backed XA Coupe, doing what he loves, big burnouts, nitrous purge on the way back.
Yeah, Josh does it all, the dry hops, everything.
He does. He's got that little bit of a different combination
pulling
in this.
levers on the Lenko and
one of the few cars out there with a older style Lenko transmission, so he pulls the lever for each gear.
Yep, clutch pedal, all the good stuff.
Yep. Dipping into the 7s once again earlier this morning, 795 with an 8, taking on Daniel Moit.
Got a little bit of giggle juice on it.
Yes. It's Capri, very much street appearing, isn't it? Running from
Sponsored by Moit's Motorcars is Daniel, and Josh is sponsored by Wild Ink Motorsport merch and Bosco Mobile Mechanical. Josh went 795 in his first qualifier and Daniel went 851.
All right, watch for the wheels up launch for Bosco in the Falcon. Nice launch for him.
007
on
light
the
for
tree.
Josh. Yep. A 351 light.
And a 797 with a 4 at 168 miles an hour in the aeroflow lane for Boscovich, to an 852 with a 7. So both cars running pretty consistently there, John. Next up, we'll see David Foster.
From Swamport in South Australia with a Sunset 632 Cube. Engine aboard this 57 Chev. Sponsored by Spry Civil, Drendel's Concrete, Burson's Automotive, Valvoline, Murray Bridge Meats and Patio Coffee. Plenty of sponsors on board there. Anthony Panetta, sometime Supergas racer. Sponsored by no one.
I'm glad he's a good mate of yours.
They are good mates with him.
Lovely guy down there, Anthony Panetta. I didn't know he ran a big block though.
That's not a big block. It's a small block, like a big small block.
Ah, okay. So it's the cubic inches is right there?
I think it's a 450.
Yeah, okay.
So he'll be running off stop, not like the usual Supergas car.
He won't know what to do with himself for half a second.
Yeah, it went 849 in the first qualifier, so.
I say that tongue-in-cheek because the Supergas car, most of them run on a throttle stop.
Yep.
Creep forward there right at the last moment as he went into stage, brought the red light on. 752 with a 0, 179 miles an hour for Foster, to an 859 with a 0 for Bernetta. As I try and talk over a screaming blown small block, you think I'd learn by now. You just can't do it. Dave Whitmore in the Grants Performance back Chevy Nova, running for Power Plus Race Fuels. Our 12th qualifier with a 799.
And Simon Isherwood went 688 in the first qualifier and is in number 4.
Yeah, wow.
Didn't quite manage to run 200, went 199.
This is Simon Isherwood that ran.
Yeah, he used to run Supergas
with a VN comp. Was it VN?
Yeah, that's the one.
Yeah.
Yep.
Running a big block, 714 cubic inches, which is probably what, 14 litres or something?
That's pretty big, eh?
Something about there, yeah.
And Dave, the more traditional route, small block Chev with a blower on top.
Yeah, I know this definitely would be one of the cars that Alan Reinhardt would be certainly loving right now.
I think it did come from the US originally. I can't remember who owned it before Dave.
Dave's had it for a little while.
Yeah.
Certainly a cool car. It's got all the trim in it and everything. I'm trying to think what the car he had before that. So Isherwood into a pre-stage. Whitmore just hanging back for a minute.
Grant was mucking around with the hat there for some reason.
Isherwood saying,
Simon's had enough. Yep, put them both on. Let's go.
Let's get on with this. So Whitmore with only a few seconds to get into full stage. He's in there in time. Tree counts down and the
017 for Simon. Goes 103 in a 60, 440 to half track, and runs through for a 6906. Just a little bit slower than his 88 with a 5 in the previous run.
Still pretty consistent though, and looked like there was fuel issues there for Whitmore. Not quite sure if he's still moving. He's at the top of the hill at the braking area. As soon as he left the start line, there was a bit of something. So it came out the left-hand side of the car. Now this is
the fast car.
This is the fastest of top sportsmen so far this weekend, and the fastest by probably half a second.
Was it you that said it had a Pro Charger on it?
I'm pretty sure it is Pro Charged, yeah.
Well, it's TSAA, so it's some sort of forced induction.
It's got that lumpy Pro Charged sound to it.
At 540 Cube Chev on board. Sponsored by APD Carburetors, BK Race Engines, Outlaw Speed Shop, and RaceMax Direct. And Power of Property. I nearly read that wrong and said Power of Poverty.
No.
There's no power in poverty, I can tell you firsthand.
No. Not in this game, anyway.
No. Yeah, looks like they got a problem with Moody's car. Well, he's overstaged. Yeah, he overstaged. To reset the tree.
And of his experience, John. He's going for the... He wants the rear tyre.
Yeah.
Come Street Outlaw style.
That's it.
Miles beyond Whitford. Let's see if we can see another 6.4 out of this Pontiac GTO.
Gets away with it, 998, 60 foot.
Yeah, wow.
418 to half track, 171 mile an hour, runs through for a 647 at 216 mile an hour.
Yeah, so fractionally slower in both ET and speed, but certainly nicely consistent for that sort of ET. And an 837 with a 4 for Moody.
What a weapon that thing is.
Left really, really nicely, I think. Sub 1 second.
60 foot, yep.
Can only imagine what that feels like. What's your quickest in the Fiat? That would be quicker than the Cortina, obviously.
No, the Fiat, because it's direct drive, has been slow.
Soft, yeah. Yes. In inverted commas. But what sort of ET to the 60 are you looking at in your Nitro Fiat?
Well, it should be 1.0s.
Yeah, okay.
Yeah.
So
but you got to remember, I haven't even been a full track in it yet.
Yes, I know. Seat time will change that.
Yep. I've got a few little tips off Gary Phillips and Shane Phillips before.
Oh, okay.
Because I put a camera on it and my driving's not up to scratch.
Oh, well, seat time will fix that too.
Seat time, absolutely.
The problem is the seat time costs a little
plenty.
bit.
Yep.
Smallest of cleanups down there on the start line. Ladies and gentlemen, I think there's a number of cars still left in Top Sportsman. We're probably 3/4 of the way through qualifying session number 2 in Top Sportsman.
Good field in Top Sportsman too.
Yeah, good numbers. Lots of quick cars that are very, very well presented bracket overall. It's one of those categories that if you've taken home the silverware at the end of the day, you've
definitely earned it.
You've earned it.
Well, tell me a soft bracket. There is no soft brackets.
No.
Everyone's tough.
No, that's exactly right.
Yeah. You win, you've earned it.
There are a few brackets that sort of go through waves in terms of entry numbers and whatnot, but we've got very good fields all the way through all of our categories here this weekend.
Yeah, the pits are full, eh?
It's fantastic to see here at Sydney Dragway.
Love it.
See our supercharged outlaw cars not too far away. Our next pair going through their burnout procedure.
Michael Ops from Bowen in Queensland and Lisa Sargent from Mount Rankin in New South Wales. Lisa sponsored by Positive Powder Coating and Michael sponsored by DMK Industries.
I hope
both big block shed powered.
I hope Michael can get a decent run here this time around. I think he got pushed
didn't
back.
leave the start line, did
yeah,
it?
I think he got pushed back on the first run here this morning.
Yep.
Car sounding pretty decent down there at the moment. Not quite sure what the issue was, but
Race cars, there's always issues.
Yeah, that's right. It just depends whether they're big or small, I
Yeah,
suppose.
how big the issue is, yeah.
Yep. I suppose with 678 cubes, he's probably going to run
Well into the sevens, you'd imagine.
Yeah, I would have thought.
Naturally aspirated.
Sargent's already reeled off a 788. Both cars leaving.
001 red to a 002 red.
Looks like
got the wall.
Michael Obster's left the start line and the car just moved over towards the wall.
Yeah, you can see the tyre
we've
tracks.
got the replay of that. That image there just shows, you'll see it leaves the start line and it just heads over in that direction and
it's drove there,
ever
didn't it?
so lightly tagged the wall and off, and luckily was able to keep it within his lane.
Wonder what that was.
I'm
No,
not
it's turned off the track at the other end, so can't be too much damage, you'd imagine.
Well, you can see the
tyre mark.
The camera that's positioned there opposite the 330 mark was placed perfectly to catch that.
Yeah, that's never good.
No, we don't like to see any sort of damage. I know in a way it can be exciting, but certainly it's one of those things that any sort of damage we see, whether it's mechanical, it's costing someone money, and all of our races, whether whatever they're driving or riding, there's a lot of effort, money, and time put into there.
Absolutely.
Not only to get them going, but most races are very proud of what they produce and go the extra mile to make it look nice as well. And the last thing we want to do is see a car damaged in any way, shape or form.
Okay, so we have Matt Clark in the airflow lane in this Pontiac GXP, which incidentally is Hugo de Vincenzo's old comp eliminator car.
Okay.
So, yeah, Matty bought it off Hugo. He's still pretty new in it. I think he's maybe second or third meeting.
Yeah, I was going to say second or third.
Yep. So, small block Chev, 440 cube on board. And Scott Constable from New South Wales in that LJ Tirana. 632 cube, that's jam-packed into that Tirana.
Pretty tough looking race car down there. Hasn't got a big tyre under it either, John.
Nah.
The carburetor's out the bonnet. I saw that on the staging cam when he...
Geez, that's car staged way over to the left, don't they? Like out of the groove.
Unfortunately, that tells me it's going to turn to the left. That's normally what
think
happens.
So. We'll see what happens. Drove a little left, but he caught it in time.
Yeah, Constable over towards the wall on the right-hand side of the lane. Side by side across the finish line, though. About a tenth in it. 8:59 with a 6:163 miles an hour to an 8:15 with a 6 at 164 from Matty Clark.
All right, Brad McKee in the airflow lane in this big block Chev powered Tirana. How many of them are in drag racing?
Yes, many.
Many.
Taking on
almost
Arachnis.
like Capri's.
Well, if the combination works. All right, so we have Arachnis Kazantzidis from Greystanes for Kazmic Interiors.
And West End Performance. Brad, sponsored by Brad's Race Engines.
1,250 cubic inches or thereabouts sitting on the start line.
Ridiculous, isn't it?
Really big set of tyres onto the back of the Tirana here. Up on the wheelie bar, 046 for McKee to an 069 for Kazantzidis. The Commodore will take the win across the finish line. 781 with a 3, 173 miles an hour. Got there by half a second. 839 with a 0 for the Tirana.
Next we have Ennio Morocco in the Rocket Lane. Small block Chev powered Pontiac Firebird. Ennio went 8:51 in his first qualifier, and Matt Barron from Queensland in this big block Chev powered Beretta. Matthew sponsored by Aussie Diffs and TSR Racing Products. And race car engineering, they've been around forever in Queensland. Matthew currently qualified in 18th and Enio in number 23.
Yeah, the Pontiac, a bit of a step up from the Gemini that Enyo used to race, but certainly this one a little bit more aero efficient and getting the job done. 8:51 is qualifying time. 006 to a 005. There's 1,000s in the start line. Barron, the better of the two, but Morocco with the performance. 781 with a 4. That's a big step up for Morocco. 7/10 of a second, 173 miles an hour.
Neither of them were shabby on the start line, were they?
No, certainly happy anytime there's
anything
an O.
with double O's.
Yep. Our next pair, Brett O'Connor from Landilo in the Jenkins Performance Engines Chevy Camaro.
636 cubes on board with some gas. And Vlado Turek, the Mustang with a Chevy in it, 780 cubic inches.
Yes.
Vlado went 687 on the first qualifier and Brett went 7.20.
All right, so both cars about to move into stage. I think this might be the last pair in Top Sportsman. I can see Supercharged Outlaws at the back of the tower, and they're in the startup box. So if you like your blown methanol fueled cars, get to the spot where you can see the racetrack.
007 light for Vlado.
Yeah, moved around a little bit at half track, but a nice pass. 690 with a 1, 200 miles an hour across the finish line, John.
Yep.
Backing up his 687 with a 7 from round number 1 and a 720 at 192 there, I think, for Brett O'Connor.
Okay, we're stepping into Supercharged Outlaws. I'm going to take my leave for a moment, Steve.
Yep.
And hand you over to young Al.
Thank you very much. Well, all right, that's the sound of David McGraw and Keith Angus starting their respective vehicles. McGraw in the Mustang funny car. Angus in the HJ Coupe for Greg Angus Motor Traders. Joining me in commentary, Alan Reinhardt. Welcome to the chair for the second time today.
Thank you very much. Good to be here. That thing's loud. Loud cars scare me. That and, spiders. And IRS agents.
I guess we've all got a few things that scare us, isn't there? Nice strong burnout down there for Dave McGaw in the funny car.
Absolutely love the Supercharged Outlaws. A couple of times that I've been over here, I am a big fan of a skinny rule book.
Yes.
I don't like anything where they got regulations on everything. But when the rules say it needs a blower.
Yep, that's a big tick in your book.
Well, that's the only rule, I think.
Yeah, there's pretty much.
Actually. I mean, other than safety stuff, it needs a blower. Dragsters, door cars, funny cars.
Do you have anything similar in the US that would compare? No.
No, there's actually, there's a couple of circuits, couple of basically clubs where they'll have, 10, 12 cars in the club, and they will go out and book in shows.
Yep.
And it's, it's a fun show to watch, but it's not as much about the competition as it is about the show.
Yes.
But no, we don't have anything like this in the States that runs at a national event level, but fun cars. I mean, loud cars, fast cars, and wide variety.
I think that's certainly part of the appeal, Alan, and this class introduced a fair while ago now to Australian drag racing with the intent of it being a cheaper alternative to our professional categories. But of course, drag racers being drag racers, the boundaries moved closer and closer in terms of what these cars are able to do. We've got both into full stage now, up on the 2 steps. Angus with the wheels in the air. McGraw moving around as funny cars do, getting away from the centre line at the finish line, and a 650 with a 5 at 217 miles an hour for the funny car, and a 781 with a 172 for Angus in the Holden Coupe, almost perfectly backing up his previous run there.
Yeah, David was really earning his money on that one. The way that thing was dancing around out there, trying to push him first to left and then to the right, and got up on the center line and stayed with it. Still only slowed down 0.03 of a second from what he ran earlier.
Yeah, no, so it's a good indication from both crews of where they need to be. Of course, they look pretty clean away from the start line as well. So, you know, definitely take that variation out of the equation, I suppose.
Number 1 qualifier coming up next.
Yeah, Brittany Olive down there for Gulf Western Oils. MJ Mobile Mechanics. A Civil Motorsports, of course. Newbie Engineering. And APM also on the side of that green dragster, taking on Josh Fletcher in the Styromax dragster, also sponsored by Gulf Western Oil.
Now, again, help out with the dummy American, but Newbie Engineering is Wayne Newbie, right?
Correct.
Yeah.
Yep. And there's a lot of Sydney races, a lot of Australian races rely on the services of Newbie Engineering.
.624, 223 miles an hour, the number that Brittany put on the board the first time, and so far nobody's been able to eclipse that. She brings the machine back over here on the left side. Josh Fletcher on the right. Currently sitting in the number 10 qualifying position. Of course, you know, he's only down 100 cubic inches-ish.
Yeah, it doesn't sound like a lot, but obviously it'll equate. But I guess it depends on the engine combination too. We've seen plenty of fast small blocks around, but obviously, you know, to get them to run quicker, you're pushing all the components a bit harder, and valve springs and whatnot, more boost.
Well, there's an age-old saying in drag racing that there's no replacement for displacement.
Correct.
If you and I have the same budget and I have 100 more cubic inches than you are, I'm going to go faster than you. So let's see if Brittany can close in on that 6-0 neighborhood. Let's see if Josh can move up.
Oh, nice light for Fletcher on the start line, 0.39, but it's all Olive down the other end of the racetrack, 6.16 with a 236 miles an hour across the finish line, just shy of the sub 1 second, 60 foot. Fletcher through the finish line, nice and consistently, 7.25 with a 5 Allen, 180 miles an hour.
Yeah, they've definitely got Brittany's car pulled back on the starting line just to make sure that it leaves smooth and consistent, and that's exactly what it did, and then starts making it up out there in the mid-course. You could tell by the reaction of the crew, people down on the starting line, that they were pretty happy with that move in the right direction.
There's two different approaches to the leave on the start line there. We could hear, if you're at home, you could drag back the view and replay that, I guess, but I definitely heard Fletcher's car up on the stall converter a little bit. It had the RPM up on the start line where Brittany almost leaving off idle.
Yeah, the small block was definitely screaming, but one of the things that they do with a number of these cars is they basically like cripple the engine on the starting line.
Yeah.
Again, just to keep it consistent. You back the timing up, you ease the thing back so it doesn't knock the tire off, and just kind of ease it out there to get it moving, and then start pouring the power to it a little bit further down the racetrack.
All right, so if you're a fan of Aussie sedans with supercharged injector hats out the bonnet, this is a run for you. Bruno Manajasevic. I'll just let them finish, Alan.
I talked to Bruno a little bit yesterday. We actually did a social media bit on his car that if it's not up yet, it will be at some point during the weekend. That Kingswood down there, he bought that car like not off the showroom floor, but he's had it for like 40 years.
Oh, wow.
It was an absolute stock street car when he bought it.
Yep. And the racing evolution this is what it's turned into.
It's been through a couple of plastic surgeries, let's just say.
Yeah.
Since then. It's a neat hot rod. Brad Anderson blown big block under the hood. And it is a really, really clean machine, too. If you get out and wander the pits, just go over and take a look at that thing, and I promise you, you're going to be impressed. It's a neat car.
Certainly stands out on the racetrack, as does Jeremy Boskovich's XY Falcon. Sticking with a Chev power plant in the Ford, running for Area 51 Couriers, Diecast Mania, and Bosco Autos.
Now you have to tell me, what's Area 51 in this neck of the woods? In the United States, Area 51 is a space in New Mexico that is famous for that's where the aliens supposedly landed.
Well, I'm not aware of any alien landing in Australia, so I can't point that out. A little bit of a flutter in the pipes for Manager Sevic, but moving around all over the place on the start line. We can see a definite prominent tyre mark there, left from the right-hand rear. A 662, Alan, 211 miles an hour run for Manager Sevic. A 737 with a 4 at 186 for Boskovich. The track walkers out on the start line, and if you keep your eyes on the big screen, you'll see the orange Holden getting all crossed up on the start line. Bruno doing a fantastic job of staying in the throttle.
He just had it very aggressive at the initial hit. It chattered the tires and started dancing its way over to the right side, and was able to fight the thing back in and keep it in the groove. But again, they're taking a little bit look at the surface down there on the rocket side of the racetrack, where you hold up the next two momentarily. Hey, race fans, don't forget tomorrow, because we're going to see all the Group 1 cars out here. This place should be rocking. I would recommend get here bright and early.
Yeah, definitely. I think schedule was from 9 a.m. We plan to kick off qualifying at 9 a.m. on Saturday. And don't forget, we will also see the top door slammer all-in fire-up session at 10 past 11.
That was a really cool deal when they did it at the Bend earlier this year, when they literally have, 30 cars or something, all sitting down there cackling at the same time. Neat deal.
I wonder if we could get everyone in the whole place to start up at the same time in the pits. Just everyone.
Good luck with that.
It'd be a little bit of a logistical nightmare, I'm sure.
The problem is that, some of the cars, it's not a big deal, right?
Yeah.
You can start them up, idle them a little bit, whack the throttle a couple of times, gas them up and go. But when you get into, especially like the nitro cars, they wait till the last minute to put them together, trying to figure out what they're going to do for head gasket combinations and tune-up calls and that kind of thing. And if you start it and warm it up, you might decide you have to take it apart again afterwards. So that was one of the fun things that there's a few of the NHRA events over in the United States that have a very hard morning curfew. And if you're not allowed to make any noise at all until, say, 11 o'clock in the morning, and you're going to run at 12:30, everybody in the pits would be standing there looking at their watch with their finger on the button. And as soon as one of them fired up, you did. And you got to do the whole group nitro thing. The whole pit turned into a big yellow cloud. Chris Manx rolling out now on the left side, and Chris Denny in the right.
Yeah, Danny in a very pretty front engine dragster, small block Chev powered machine for Wallandilly Smash Repairs, J Turnbull Truck Centre. Didn't have the run he wanted in the first round of qualifying.
Chris really didn't have the run he wanted.
No.
When you're at 21 miles an hour at the finish line.
He did go sub 1 second to the 60-foot. The car just got very close to the concrete. 0.48 on the tree, 9.93 to the 60. The car again over towards the wall at the 330-foot. And Danny will take the finish line, 7.30 with a 7.30 with an 8, 182 miles an hour, and a 7.53 with a 3 at 213 miles an hour there. Alan?
Look pretty happy about that down there on the starting line. Let me tell you, when they get like hands in the air and fist pumps and hugs going back and forth between the crew, at 7:30, a pretty nice run for the little small block front engine car. And they continue to fight the Roadster.
Yeah, definitely a pretty cool little car, that one. And I think in this field, that little car punches above its weight in terms of engine size.
Here comes my favorite tow car.
You like the 1 tonner down there? Is that what you're talking about?
No, I'm talking about the Toyota on the return road.
Oh,
no,
right.
okay. No, that little thing. What'd you call that thing? I don't even know what it is.
The 1 tonner down there, the purple car.
Yeah,
the Holden 1 tonner.
A 1 tonner. Okay.
Yep.
I talked to the guy in the pits yesterday. That thing used to be a burnout car.
Yeah.
And it is street legal and street driven.
Certainly stands out with the magenta paint job. All right, a pair of funny cars about to come into the water, Alan. Lucas Woodburn down there from Swan Hill in Victoria. In the aeroflow lane. Taking on Chris Dalton in the Rocket.
Neither one of these cars dipped into the 6-second zone earlier in the day, so I definitely expect to see some moving around here, especially on the Woodburn side of the racetrack, the aeroflow car. When you get an alcohol funny car across the finish line at 122 miles an hour, you know you left a whole lot on the table. We could see some pretty serious ladder shuffling coming up here. That's got to be a difficult thing, driving a funny car. I love the cars, but when you're dialed in, you're going down a racetrack, how in the world do you keep track of your competitor?
You don't. I guess you just run your own race, I suppose. Is that how you deal with it?
I don't know. I'd put a backup cam on my car. Just turn the camera on, put a little screen up in front of you.
Yep.
You might be able to do it Bluetooth, but I don't think I could hold my phone and the steering wheel and the shifter and the brake all at the same time.
Certainly not in a funny car when you're doing opposite.
Yeah.
Yeah. Let me know how you go with that.
No, that'd be a problem, because when you turn your hands upside down, your phone would go upside down, and then it look like the guy's in front of you, and then you wouldn't know what the heck to do.
I don't know if Quadlock make a bracket that works like that. All right, so Dalton pretty much up at the staging lights, already into pre-stage, got their top white light on.
Now he's got both of them on.
Yep, he's ready to go. So Woodburn, only a few seconds to get himself into the staging beams. All right, in there now. RPM's up. Woodburn 061 on the tree. Dalton comes up alongside at half track. Starts to pull away at the finish line, and a 696 with a 189 miles an hour to a 725, Alan, at 196 for Woodburn.
I'm sorry, Woodburn still looked like he had the shoots out just a little bit early. It certainly was a vast improvement from what he did earlier, but didn't look like he had that thing singing on wide open all the way down to the scoreboard. Looks like the trackside observers wanted to go out and just take a quick look as well, make sure that there's nothing out there that shouldn't be.
Yeah, well, it was a good run for Dalton, though, getting into the 6-second zone.
Yeah, definitely step in the right direction. And we get the all clear from the far end of the racetrack until Tim Gruber and Jeff Sargent.
Put your hands together, ladies and gentlemen, for Brittany Olive, our current #1 qualifier in Supercharged Outlaws, Gulf Western Oil's green machine. Our next pair, Tim Gruber from Queanbeyan East in the TC Cortina down there in the aeroflow lane. I think our only Ford-powered Supercharged Outlaw car. Jeff Sargent in the positive powder coating Chevy Camaro.
Sargent is the guy who's got the little purple tow vehicle down there.
Yep.
I wonder how many fans like me go by yesterday and you want to see my race car? Nope. I just want to see the tow vehicle a little bit closer.
I wonder how much fuel he uses driving back and forth.
Doesn't matter.
No.
Yeah, when you're that high up on the coolometer, you ain't worried about petrol. Just
I've seen a thing on social media with a Chevy Camaro in the US just cruising, and you can actually watch the fuel gauge. It's with Supercharged at least, but you can nearly watch the fuel gauge just come around. But never mind, as you say, the cool currency pays for that.
Well, the good news is a lot of those cars, and I don't know about that one down there, but a lot of those cars are not very comfortable anyway, so you want them to run out of gas every 20 minutes just so you can get out and stretch.
Yes, that's true. All right, here we go. Gruber's into full stage. He's ready to go, waiting on Sargent to bump in now. .035 on the tree for Gruber. Moving over towards the centre line, both cars. Gruber pulls away at the finish line. I think Sargent out of the throttle at about 1,000 feet. 777 with the 177 for Gruber in the Cortina.
That'd make a heck of a poker hand, wouldn't it?
Yep. Sure would. They were nearly all 7s.
Take 5 7s in any poker game I've ever been in. Usually on my Tuesday night poker game, about the time that 5th ace hits the table is when the fight breaks out.
That's the beginning of the end, is it?
It's going to be bad after that. It's going to be bad. All clear down there at the other end, and we fire up the next two. Toby Austin going to be rolling up over here on the left side, the Aeroflow side of the racetrack, and Paul Wood and his Holden Tirana.
That's a Chevy Camaro. I will go next door in a moment. He does have two cars and would be racing under the same license number, but
shows what I know. For sale turnkey. I will bet you $1,000 that thing doesn't have a key. I'm just saying.
What do you say? It's a for sale push button.
Yeah, flip switch. But I guess if you want to get started in the category, you want to come out here and have some fun, there you go. Self-contained.
Yeah, I did see it was advertised on, I think it was My 105, that very dangerous race car website that covers all sorts of motorsports.
Okay.
Yeah. Well, that's where I saw it. It might have been also on Marketplace.
We have one in the United States. It's called Racing Junk.
Oh, yes, that's been around. I've spent many hours looking at that website.
Well, it looks like the final two coming at you here in the Supercharged Outlaws category. Helpful hint, I'm not trying to tell you how to run your program, Paul, but if you run over the guy setting your wheelie bars, that generally is a setback.
Well, he's the engine builder too, I think, so.
Oh, that would be an even bigger setback.
All right. Wood rolling forward. Austin doing the same. Just me, or is Austin slightly askew on the start line?
Yeah, I think he's going to be all right.
RPM up for Austin. Both cars chasing the line. Austin went 102 to the 60. The Chevy Camaro takes the stripe, 652 with a 0, 206 miles an hour. A nice pass for Paul Wood, 699 with a 4 at 202 through the finish line.
So Brittany holds on to the top spot. Bruno 2, Dave McGraw 3, Toby Austin. Number 4, Pete Wheeler, Chris Dalton, Paul Wood, and Jeff Sargent rounding out the quick 8 of the 15 that are on our qualified sheet as of right now.
Yeah, good field there for all of our competitors, down to a 781. So certainly it's one of those categories that come race day, doesn't matter if you run 6.1s or 780s, you're still in it with a shot because it's a handicap start line. Looks like we're moving now into a super comballant.
See, I keep trying to get used to this. We call this competition eliminator, and you call it super comp, but qualifying against the national record.
Yeah, we've got Luke Cartledge down there in the altered, doing another massive burnout for a little C altered automatic, taking on Mitchell Oxley in the Mullins Dragster.
Mitchell's car actually has a radiator on it. Do a lot of your super comp cars, dragsters and roadsters, have radiators on them? The door cars should, but
not to my knowledge.
Yeah.
Most of them don't worry too much about any sort of cooling.
I don't believe I've ever seen one in the States that had a radiator on it, but of course I don't see a whole lot of Holden Tiranas in the States either, so there's that, yeah.
No, although I've seen some social media posts, there's been more there recently than there has been in history.
That and those turbo rotaries. We don't have a lot of those out there either.
All right, so Cartledge running on an index of 776. Oxley with a 715.
Yeah, Cartledge didn't get down the racetrack last time. He was nowhere near the number that he was looking for, so we'll see if that little Bantam Altered can pick up here. And it looks like the answer is no. Lost fire as he was getting ready to roll in and light that first bulb. We're going to walk over and tell Mitch Oxley that you're all by yourself. Nobody wants to play with you.
Disappointing for Cartledge. 104 to the 60 for Oxley. Nice clean pass for that dragster. 719 with a 3. 186 on a 715 index.
Not bad, but not better. It's actually a little bit warmer out there than it was when they ran this morning as well. So I would expect if you made a perfect run earlier, you're going to slow down a smidge. See what the magical weather station says. It's 1% slower out there than it was before. Comes Tom Dimitropoulos. I have not met Tom, but I know that if I was a member of that family, it would have taken me 6 years to learn how to spell my last name. That is a whole lot of vowels.
It is. But once you get there, you can do anything, mate.
Is that what it is?
Yeah.
Once we got that figured out, nuclear engineering should be simple. Robert Maddox over on the other side, and his Holden.
Tom, unfortunately, didn't get a representative pass in that first round of qualifying. Didn't leave the start line when the green came down, but you were talking about maybe looked like he left in second gear or something along those lines. Yeah,
just didn't snap the tire.
Maddox running the VH Commodore for 477 garage performance.
That's going to be better.
Yeah, nice wheels up launch for Tom in the aeroflow lane. 097 on the tree. Leading all the way to the finish. And an 845 with a 0. 3/10, a bit over 3/10 under the index of an 879.
Yep, all they needed to do was get it to move initially, and that time it did.
Yep.
Picked up that momentum and carried it all the way.
Exactly right. Maddox right on the index. Just under it, fractionally under it. Big burnout for the car down there in the rocket lane.
Does he just like doing big burnouts, or do you think he's got new tires on there? That looked like breaking in tires. Of course, some of the guys just like to do big burnouts.
I'm not sure. Darren Nichelle down there from Mulgrave in Victoria, the Chevy Cobalt. 358 cubes of Chevy on board for him.
Warren Allen over on the left side and his dragster. That was a small block Chevy, about the same size. Internally, that is.
Yeah, around about a second difference between the two cars in performance, though. Just goes to show. I mean, they polar opposite in combination, one being a dragster and the other obviously being a sedan-based car.
Two ways to go fast, make more power or get a lighter car. And since the engines, again, are going to be pretty similar, that's how much difference a lighter car makes.
All right, both in. Just waiting on Nichelle now. Bring that second white light on. There we go. The RPM will come up.
Go.
024 on the tree for Allen. Wheels up for Nichelle. Allen's going to get the finish line first. 710 with a 7. 187 miles an hour through the finish line to an 809 with a 2 at 164. Very consistent for both cars there, Allen.
Yeah, Warren dropped off about what the weather would expect. The Cobalt within a couple of thou of what he put together earlier, and just like that, next pair coming at you.
Adrian Vella down there in the aeroflow lane for Comp Engines, VGT, and Pluckers of Racecraft. Robert Madsek down there in the Chevy Camaro. Fortunately, Robert not able to make the first qualifying run.
I think he was just waiting until I got here.
Yes, that's exactly right. Just put a show on for you. Heard you were coming.
Gen 3 Camaro that are so incredibly popular over on my side of the world because they're, well, very plentiful, very affordable, and they just make great race cars. Lots of room for wheel tubs.
A bit of a timeless shape, isn't it? Wheels up on both sides of the racetrack. 0-1-1 on the tree for Vela. The Cobalt out in front. And an 8.05 with a 2. To a 9.22 with a 2 at 151 miles an hour. For the Chevy Camaro. Got a pass on the board.
Big move for Adrian as well. Picked up a 10th.5 over what was put on the board earlier this morning. So
that is a big step.
Nice move in the right direction.
Nicholas Galea and Craig Geddes down there on the start line. The old Cutlass with 500 cubic inches of Hemi power plant on board.
Yep, the latest generation Pro Stock Hemi. I don't know, they needed to, I guess they called it the Hemi 99, so you could do that, but in Chrysler speak, the first generation Hemi were the ones that they had in like the 1940s and 50s. Yep. The second generation was the one in the 60s. And the stuff that they're putting in the modern day Hellcats and Red Eyes and stuff, they call a third gen. So
fair gap.
Where do you sneak this one in?
Yes.
We talked about a little bit earlier, the clean sheet of paper Pro Stock engine design that originally debuted in, well, the engine parts came out in 1999, but I don't believe there was one on the racetrack until 2000.
Oh, it just goes to show how much testing and development, I suppose, that went into the engine before they released it.
Or the lack of ability for the people that were doing it, because I was on that team, so.
I'm not saying a word. It must have been pretty cool to be part of that, though.
It's fascinating, I'm telling you. You would be amazed what guys in a Pro Stock shop go through trying to find 2 horsepower.
Yeah, I know. It's a pretty tedious task at times. Both cars away cleanly. Geddes moving around just a little bit in that dragster. We'll get the finish line second there. 7.46 with an 184 miles an hour for Galea across the finish line to 7.53 with a 4 at 140 miles an hour.
Yeah, Galea didn't get down the first time. He didn't get it off the starting line. And that time when he cut it loose, it made the move. So a big step in the right direction.
And not a perfect pass there for Craig Geddes in the dragster. Slowing, I think, by about 0.4 of a second or thereabouts. Jai Schluter down there in the aeroflow lane. Taking on John Parisi. From Kurrajong in Victoria. Flinders View is home for Jai Schluter in the aeroflow lane.
Couple of demodified production machines, clutch in the left side, torque converter in the right. I'm sorry, I'm just marveling at the Corvette sitting down here in front of my window.
That's okay. It's a pretty cool car.
It is a pretty cool car.
All right. Oh, big wheel stand for Schluter on the left-hand side of the racetrack. Photographers down there would have got a good shot of the undercarriage, that's for sure. 891 with a 5, only 111 miles an hour. And we've got the replay on the big screen. Keep your eyes to the car to the left. I reckon the 60-foot nearly broken by the rear tyres there.
Camaro just didn't move.
All right, our next pair fired up. In the water box, we've got Pete Mamone from Badger's Creek in the Ford Mustang. And Pete Pizzolides in the Rocket Lane, the Chevy Corvette that Alan was just referring to.
I'm told you can't believe everything you read, that Pete's car actually got a small block Ford in it.
That's okay. I'll go next door and have it corrected in a minute. I thought that's what I heard off air, but Pete Mamone, the Ford Mustang.
Could be a small block Chevy that they put in backwards, though. That would put the distributor in front, too.
Yes, it would. I don't know if the harmonic balancer would like the drive connection, though, would it?
Nah, it'll be fine. Don't worry about it. Way easier to change a starter.
All right.
The turbocharged, Noonan Hemi-powered Corvette.
It's
a lot to like about that car.
Yeah, certainly. You mentioned before the parts on board this car are top shelf, that's for sure, and you see it in the performance that it pushes out. We estimated 2,000 plus horsepower.
I would guess that, yeah. I would guess it'd be capable of making more than that.
So his previous run, Alan, a 621 with a 0.
I don't think Jamie Noonan makes anything that's less than 1,000 horsepower, does he?
No,
I think if he made a weed whacker, it would be 1,000 horsepower.
You'd have to have a trolley behind your shoulder to use it. The chop down fence post pretty easy, I'm sure.
Yeah, but think of the size of the weeds you could take out.
Yeah. All right, both cars into pre-stage. The turbo car just hanging back a little bit. Will come up on a bit of boost and then bump in. There we go. There's the bump box. Mamone away, or big move to on both sides of the racetrack.
Yeah, I was going to say, don't hit that. We're going to need it later. The Corvette was wheels up and charging. Take another look at that up on the big screen, and both of them drift to the right, and both of them drift out of the throttle.
And rightly so.
The Corvette didn't really look like it was completely out of hand. The only problem is when the front wheels are off the ground, you can't steer it back into the groove. I got to tell you something. I've been announcing drag racing for 40 plus years.
Yep.
I'm not sure I've ever had a turbo rotary on one side and a turbo 2JZ on the other.
Really?
Really.
That's pretty cool. Well, I'm glad that we're able to give you the first time that's happened.
Yeah, I'm good. I can go home now.
Yeah, we have a number of events around the east side of Australia. Is the Jamboree events, and the whole weekend is basically what you see here in various stages of tune. Obviously, everything from a street car up to a 5-second doored car.
I love it.
Yeah. I'm sure you'll be around for the Winter Nationals. You'll see a few more of those cars up in Queensland as well.
I'm not sure yet if I'm coming back for that or not, but if somebody invites me, I'll be here. Hint, hint, hint. If I have the weekend off. I wasn't even coming here until a couple of weeks ago.
I'm glad you've been invited, Alan. It's been fantastic to have you here so far, and we're only just getting started. Of course, day one.
It's cute that you think I was invited. I'll tell you how it went here in just a second after we get about 60 or 70 pounds of boost on each side.
All right, both cars ready to go.
Oh. Whoa!
Bullions left and right very, very quickly. And I'm not sure if Eddie Howard got out of the throttle for fear of...
No, that wasn't it. That thing didn't move.
He's probably lucky in a way, because otherwise he would have been right beside Gina.
It's almost like it didn't come up on boost for whatever potential reason that could have been. So that was an 0 for 2. But that was the most exciting rotary on one side, 2JZ on the other race that I've ever called. Never happened before. No, true story. This is why I'm here. Santo Rapazardo said, "You're coming to my event in Sydney." And I said, "I am." And he said, "Yes." I said, "Okay. When is it?" He said, May 1st, 2nd, 3rd. I looked at my calendars. We take another look at the last one. Man, that is a hard ride. He said, May 1st, 2nd, 3rd. I got out my phone, looked at my calendar, said, "I'm available that weekend." He said, "Like I said, you're coming to my event in Sydney." I said, "Okay."
So you were requested to come?
No, I was told.
Told.
I was told.
Well, that's okay. I'm sure I'm sure the Rapazada Motorsport team is certainly looking after you, Alan.
Oh, they've taken very, very good care of me. And Santo's just a wonderful host. He said, what do you want to do? I said, well, I want to take a harbor tour. And he said, the boat leaves from over there. Come back, call me when you get back. I said, okay.
All right, that's John Kuiper down there. Looks like he's got a solo run. Probably the last car in the bracket, I dare assume. Kuiper race engines on board the VS Commodore. Only 290 cubic inches of Chevy power plant on board this car.
Okay, this will be fun. We talked about this when the car was up earlier. Little bitty motor. It's got a 5-speed. Listen to how fast he rips through the gears. Like first, second, third gear, less than 1 second apiece. And since it's going to be the only car running out there on a racetrack, you should be able to very clearly hear when he makes those gear changes.
Yeah, John Kuiper, a long-time competitor in index racing. Just making sure the car's positioned exactly where he wants it. Data logger's on, the RPM's up. Banging through the gears. And through the finish line, 8:23 with a 2, 163 miles an hour on an 815 index.
Back-to-back runs within a hundredth of a second. Got the car locked down. Got motorcycles at the ready line. We continue working our way through. That should bring us up to performance spike, I do believe. Hi, Rusty.
How you going, Alan?
I'm good, man. I'm good. It's a beautiful sunny day, and I'm at a racetrack. All is good in my world.
So you're enjoying your time here at Sydney Dragway?
Oh, absolutely. Absolutely.
It's a little bit different to Adelaide. You know, same country, but, you know, different side of things. A little bit different in terms of the racer base that you've seen, some of the cars. Have you got a favourite car yet? That's the question. I know there's a lot of variety here.
I got about 12 of them so far.
Well, you were saying you were looking for something to buy and take home. So we can certainly facilitate that if you want, man.
No. But if anybody's looking for a 1970 Dodge Challenger, I'm having a sale on those.
I hear you're starting a little car yard, specialising in Dodges, mate.
I became an e-body farm somehow.
So we are moving into performance bike now, and it looks like we're going to have Bobby Schluter up first in the Rocket Industries lane, taking on Ken Collin. There is a number 1 on the side of that bike, and it is for a reason.
Because he was the first one here?
Exactly.
Okay.
You got it in one. He is the reigning national champion, has been the reigning national champion for a number of years now, and looking to add another one to the mantelpiece again this season. This is round 4 of the championship.
Well, you know, the beauty of racing a motorcycle is you don't need to have 2 good tire tracks to line up in. You just need one.
Yep.
Look where Ken found his.
You know what? You do see that a lot with the motorcycles, don't you? They do tend to straddle the centre of the lane, try and get in that, I guess, the groove that's been laid down by the four-wheel counterparts.
Well, sometimes the door cars will go up there and they'll kind of tear the rubber up in the middle of the racetrack where they all hit the tire, leaves a little bit of a bald spot. And
yep.
When you only got one tire and it's only that wide, you don't want to be in a bald spot.
Yeah, it's pretty important traction in drag racing.
Yeah. Yeah.
So, Bobby, a pretty recent graduate of the junior drag bike program that we've got here in Australia.
Really?
Yeah. She did a lot of racing when the category first came in. She's obviously stepped up into the performance bike category now, running D A bike. Really leaning it hard for Ken Collin down there. He could reach out and play soccer with one of those timing cones. I don't suggest it, though. 8:42 at 150 miles per hour. That is a fair way off his performance from this morning of a 7.60. Yeah, Bobby Schluter, 9.13 on the 8.69.
When foot meets timing block, they both lose. They both lose. That'll really hurt your foot, and it doesn't do the timing block any good either. Looked like, lining up that far to the left, he was trying to drift back in the center of the groove and then just couldn't get the thing to stop. It kept pushing, pushing over to the right.
Yeah, and that's the thing with these bikes. When you look at them as well, a lot of them have got the big turbo hanging off one side of the bike, and it does tend to mean that sometimes they'll pull that way. Fairly uneven balance when you look at things. Next up, it is Jason Clark and taking on Vanessa Rodman. Vanessa, I believe, doing double duty in Pro Bike this weekend as well.
Really?
Yes. Yeah, part of the Luke Crowley racing team. So Vanessa, fairly handy on two wheels, safe to say. You jump on one of these motorcycles, you've got to have absolutely no fear, and it probably makes the Pro Bike seem easy, to be honest. 797, 168 miles per hour, and a 932 for Jason Clarkin on that 880 national record.
So Vanessa picks up a little bit from what she did earlier, and we roll into the next pair just like that. Edge Malice on the left side.
Yeah, Edge with a really interesting combination on this bike. Obviously a full race bike at Kawasaki with a 998 cc's. Not a huge power plant, running double D comp bike, but this thing is quick, running it deep into the sevens. 748, which is 0.4 of a second under the record at the moment.
Now, what is the power adder? Because it didn't sound the first time I saw the thing come up here like a turbo.
I believe it is I think it's turbo with a little hit of nitrous to try and bring it up on the revs. I may be wrong on that one.
Okay.
But he's taking on Cheryl Beddoes, the V-Rod Destroyer, on the Rocket Industry side of the racetrack. Cheryl, still a relative newcomer to racing, partner of longtime Sydney bike racer Joe Curry. You can see Joe down there on the start line. It is an absolute animal, that bike of Edge Mallison. Again, getting really close to the centre line down there. 757, still a bunch under the index. 179 miles per hour, 906 for Cheryl Beddoes.
And Edge's bike still is not moving down low. I mean, that thing, the first 60 foot of the racetrack, I expected it to be about 1/10 of a second quicker than we've seen so far. It really looks like it almost kind of eases off.
Yep.
And then the power starts coming in a little bit further down.
Yep, absolutely. As that does round out performance bike, we're going to move into modified now, which is dial your own class specifically for open wheel cars and hot rods. And you can see a great example of both of those down there on the racetrack now. Anthony Rochella, the 37 Chevy Coupe. Very, very stylish body style, this thing. It's won Best Award, Best Engineered and Best Presented awards all around the country, and it's pretty easy to see why. Such a cool looking car.
Well, plus you can use the rear deck for a picnic table if you run out of room.
And food is important when it comes to the Rochella team. Very, very important.
Well, considering the fact that the Panini Brothers Bakery is on the side of that thing, I can certainly understand why food would be important.
Taking on Ash Carslake down there in the Aeroflow lane. Also doing double duty as crew chief on the juniors this weekend, the Carslake team. So Ash, best run of an 802 so far in qualifying. Anthony Rochelle, a little bit off what we usually see, 795. Usually a touch quicker than that, I thought. But 018 on the tree, 798. Pretty much bang on where he was this morning. So pretty comfortable with that. You said it was about 1% better, the conditions at the moment.
About 1% worse, actually.
Oh, 1% worse.
1%
well, that
worse.
explains the 798.
Yeah, it was 102 earlier. It was 103 last time I looked.
Yeah, right.
Updating now. Please stand by.
Just talk amongst yourselves.
Yeah, 103.1.
Yeah. Brett Farnell from Queensland now. The Redbank Plains racer up against Ali Stewart. Ali's nickname, Gator. Alligator.
Alligator?
Yep.
I like it.
There you go, Gator
like
Racing.
It.
Sponsored by Cackling Pipes Photography, Jeff's Race Engines and Denaro Chassis. Another driver who's driven a lot of different stuff over the years. A couple of dragsters, couple of rear engine dragsters, front engine as well. She's basically a gun for hire, for lack of a better word. She's driven a lot over the years, and she's won in pretty much everything. Brett Farnell, a very staunch proponent of the front engine dragster. Loves slingshots. I doubt you'll ever see him in anything else.
Well, if you're going to blow something up, you want to be able to see it happen.
You want to see where the money goes.
Right. It wouldn't be nearly as much fun if you couldn't see it.
Well, you can see for that half a second until the oil hits your visor.
Oh man! Every time I see one of those things, they tip your cap to Ocala, Florida, and thank Don Garlitz for 1972.
Clean greens, both sides, 018 to an 025, so both races starting to dial in the reaction times. And a 774 to go along with a previous 774. Ali Stewart looking very, very sharp. And an 828 with a 2 for Brett Farnell puts him in the number 15 qualifying spot. So both races looking pretty good as we move into the third qualifying round a little bit later on this afternoon.
Yeah, back-to-back runs within 0.02 of a second will make it a little bit easier when you're trying to figure out what number you need to put on the side of that thing for tomorrow.
100%. Brooke Raposada now taking on Mark Bull. Brooke, the partner of Santo Jr., has been racing for a long, long time, going all the way back to junior dragsters. So great to see her back out here with still what is a pretty new combination. I think she's only had this car for about 12 months or so.
Is that right?
Yeah, so still starting to get their head around it. And always been a very tough racer as well, taking on Mark Bull out of Bangor in New South Wales, down there in the southern suburbs.
I don't believe she would be allowed to marry into the Raposada family if she was not a tough racer.
Pretty safe assumption,
Yeah,
I think.
pretty
safe assumption.
There's probably some other requirements as well, but I think that's definitely one of them.
Car moving around a bunch at the other end of the racetrack. Wow, that got her attention for Brooke. That thing was moving a bunch. Just past the 1,000 foot, it made a big duck towards the centre line, 719. Off her previous 713, but that could be pretty easily accounted for at the top end of the racetrack.
Yeah, that was definitely a pretty wild move down there when you're going 170 miles an hour.
Yeah, generally turning at 170 miles an hour, not a great idea.
Not when you've got tires that small on the front and that big on the back. Here comes Bat Dan.
That's good. I like that. Not every racer comes with a theme song.
No, I think it's cool. I actually spoke to him a little bit when we were at the Bend earlier this year, and I didn't realize it, but he reminded me that he and I had met when he was over in the States. He went over to the States, went through Tom Bear's school, and then ended up buying this car and having it sent back over here. But very, very well-spoken, very driven, very competitive young man.
Absolutely. Taking on Fiona Crisp, very experienced racer in her own right, and I think, is that Rob Harrington down there crewing for Fiona? It is. Our Winter Nationals top door slammer defending champion. Racing for the first time in a long time at Sydney Dragway this weekend.
I've actually seen Fiona over in the States as well. She's been over there driving one of the injected nitro cars out of Randy Meyer's stable a time or two or three.
It's becoming a bit of an Aussie seat, that one, isn't it? With Shane Phillips going over there as well, doing a fair bit of racing.
It definitely is.
So Crisp in the altered, Carranza in the dragster. Number 10 and 1 qualifiers respectively at the moment. Pretty clean on both sides of the racetrack. Bat Dan picks up 100th, 706, 758 for Fiona Crisp. She picks up 200ths. That'll put them to, well, leave Daniel in the number 1 spot. Fiona Crisp picks up a couple and moves up to the number 9 position.
Well, he was already number 1, so now he's one-er.
Now he's more one. He's the winner? The winner?
One-er. Actually, Larry Dixon years ago said, when I'm number 1, I can't be one-er. He said, but I did put a little distance between the rest of them. Harrison Fletcher on the left side, Chelsea Smith on the right.
How cool are these roadsters?
I think that's cool.
Yeah. They're such a stylish looking car. Again, comes back to the whole hot rod philosophy in modified. You might be wondering why sitting off to the side doesn't really fall under the definition of an open wheel car, so to speak. But Harrison Fletcher with the hot rod designation does also mean that he has to have headlights on the car as well.
I've been requested. I'm going to abandon you for a minute.
Oh, you're going to abandon? Okay, that's fine. No problem. Chelsea Smith over on the other side of the racetrack in the Rocket Industries lane. The stop slow traffic control dragster. JM Auto Repairs, APM, Tony Smash Repairs as well on board and across the line for a 752. Solid pass there to back up her 750 from earlier on today. And Harrison Fletcher, an 892. Does not improve on his 887, which will leave him in the number 16 qualifying position as it stands. Next up, it is, who have we got down there? It looks like Michelle Morrison in the Aeroflow lane. The Denani Hotshots altered out of Western Australia. Great to see her back across here. She will be forming part of the broadcast team as well, rolling into Sunday. And Tegan Smith, the Beauty by Teagues dragster out of Albion Park. Again, we just saw Chelsea, her sister, go down the racetrack. This is Tegan's turn. Best run of a 7.30. And Michelle Morrison, a 7.17 best run for her. So the number 5 and 6 qualifiers, respectively, at the moment. I would suggest that probably a little bit of improvement in both of these cars. Given the conditions, it is starting to cool off here. The sun goes down pretty quickly at this time of the year. And Michelle Morrison, you cannot miss that altered on the racetrack. Unfortunately for Tegan Smith, being pushed back off the racetrack down there, that is a real shame. But Michelle Morrison, let's see what she can deliver this time out. Red light, 058 on the tree, but it's not going to make too much of a difference in qualifying. It's a pretty big red light, though. A little bit of a wiggle at the other end and a 7.18 with a 6 to go along with the previous 7.17. 175 miles per hour for the racer from Western Australia. One more qualifier this afternoon, and then we'll be moving into eliminations tomorrow morning. Couple more Sydney regulars rolling up to the line now. It is Peter Brown in the Goldfinger car. We call it Goldfinger. I don't know whether that's its actual name, but the BK Race Engines Gold dragster down there, taking on Corey Dyson, the Mobil 1 Statewide Oils dragster. Also racing for Glass Protec, and always a very, very nicely presented car. This one for Corey is a Gold Christmas Tree winning racer as well. Very experienced racer. Peter Brown with a bunch of track championships under his belt, and I think he has won a national championship event as well. So a lot of experience on both sides of the racetrack with these guys. Dyson out of Kilmore in Victoria. Peter Brown, a little bit more local, from Appin in New South Wales. BK Race Engines on board, ProTrans transmissions, and also Race Max Direct race products. Both cars in and just about set for a start. 035 to 067 on the train, 103 to the 60. Corey Dyson's on a pretty nice pass here. Was the number 4 qualifier coming in, and that will probably bump him up a couple of spots, I'd suggest. 711 improves by 0.03 of a second, and it'll move him up at least one. 711 puts him up to the number 3 spot. Peter Brown will stay in the number 8 position with his previous 757. So you see a couple of racers who are really embracing the pink theme this weekend. I can see Jess Turner down there in the ETS Race Fuels Wild Ink Dragster. I don't think they've got the bottle on it this weekend, the nitrous, because it is A class designation as opposed to AA. Taking on Abby McDonald. Abby with a very, very strong social media following. If you're on Instagram, make sure you do jump on and search Abby McDonald. Not sure what the handle is, but I know she does definitely post a lot on there. So
now, is there a reason for the pink theme this month?
It's approaching the anniversary of the passing of someone who was very special to a lot of people here in Australia. You can see Pro Stock in particular this weekend having a big drive to raise some funds for the McGrath Foundation. You can see on your screen now, you can scan that QR code and it'll take you to the donation page for the McGrath Foundation. So to raise plenty of funds for breast cancer. And Hayley Turns is the lady I'm talking about, passed away almost 12 months ago now, and we miss her terribly. She was a huge part of drag racing here in Sydney, and a lot of teams getting involved with pink ribbons, pink signage on the car, and pink themes this weekend. So Jess Turner goes through with a 7.500. Abby McDonald, problems for her with a 10.31.
Well, hopefully they'll raise a lot of money, a lot of awareness this weekend.
Fingers crossed. Fingers crossed. That's what it's all about. And, you know, for anybody who's out there going through their battles at the moment, we are thinking of you. Definitely. So Adriana Cartledge rolling up to the line now. And she will be taking on, I should say, Nathaniel Kuchel, who's stepped into the seat of this car in the not too distant past. Car used to be campaigned by his dad, Kingsley, who's behind the car. Very cool style of a thing, this dragster. I don't know if you've seen it from the front, but
I actually saw it when they brought it back down the return road after he ran earlier, and I absolutely love the thing. One, I like green cars, so that doesn't hurt.
Yep.
But just the style, it looks like the Batmobile from the back, but there had to be alcohol involved, right?
I actually have never asked Kingsley the story behind why it is the way it is. It's definitely given off Ed Roth vibes, and you know that real '60s front engine dragster style with the wings out there. And to be honest, it probably helps with the aero a little bit as well, pushing it down at the top end of the racetrack.
I would certainly think so. And you know, there's never any harm with standing out a little bit, right? If you tell somebody, I've got the green aerodynamic front engine dragster, they're not going to ask which one.
Exactly. Now, Nathaniel, I think, is only maybe a year out of junior dragsters. So
is that right?
Yeah, still only a relatively young kid. Adriana Cartledge raced a lot of years in junior dragsters and won a lot of races. She is a very tough racer. 001 on the tree, on the red side, unfortunately. 711 to go with her previous 708. Kuchel goes through 905 to go with his 907 from earlier. And that does wrap up Modified in the Aeroflow Sportsman Series. I think we're going to move into some Super Sedan qualifying number 2. It's Q2? Should be Q2, I think.
Well, Bat Dan hold on to the number 1 spot, but they're closing in on a little bit, only 13th thou behind them as we get ready to go into the 3rd qualifying session later on. Steve Panch now in the left side in the Monero. Out of Jet Trucking, and Darren Edwards out of Addicted Performance. Well, I guess there's worse things to be addicted to.
That's very true.
Stamp collecting.
Now, this time of the year, the sun does go down pretty quickly once it gets to about 3:30, 4 o'clock in the afternoon. As you can see, the sun's sinking down behind that grandstand. This is when it really starts to cool off, but we start to get really good conditions, really good racing conditions. So this is where the guys who are expecting to go rounds on Sunday afternoon, this is when the hard work is done. They've got to get the data on the racetrack now in order to be able to guess what the car's going to do come Sunday night.
Makes perfect sense. 8:57 comes up for Steve. He was number 1. He'll stay number 1 after putting up a 54 earlier. And just like that, Matt Forbes and Chris Papadopoulos rolling in now. The Ford-powered XY. That looks like a, what did we decide it was? A Falcon, I think.
Falcon, very good. XY Falcon. And yeah, an absolute staple of Aussie muscle cars. You're going to see a lot of them this weekend. You probably saw a lot of them down in Adelaide as well.
Oh, no question. The difference is they're just different from my muscle cars. So like,
yeah.
I keep trying to come up with a crossover. Like with Matt Forbes, I didn't have any problem crossing that one over. That looks an awful lot like a first-generation Camaro.
Yeah.
Almost identical, actually.
990 to a 1007. I think the thing with Australian muscle cars is that we really embraced the 4-door muscle car thing, where in America you really had 2 doors, and 2 doors were it. That was always the thing that everyone aspired to. And we did have more than a few 2 doors as well, but when you talk about the ones that people remember, I think the 4-door cars are the ones that people go, you know what, that's cool.
Well, back in the 60s and 70s, when the pony car thing was like really in full tilt, all that was made in America were 2-door muscle cars. You know, there was no such thing as a 4-door Mustang, a 4-door Camaro, a 4-door Challenger, a 4-door Barracuda. They were all 2-door muscle cars, but you guys went a little bit of a different route over here.
Yeah, the 2-door cars were generally your smaller cars, like your Tiranas and your Capris and Cortinas, those kind of things. But 855, 156 miles per hour for Peter Furlanetto there, who just quietly, I think, is leading the points in Super Sedan at the moment in the Aeroflow Championship. And Jamie Turner goes through for a 970 to go with his previous 964.
Furlanetto had an 010 reaction time and left last. So they're definitely
tough.
tuning up the driving side of it as well.
That's tough, isn't it? That's, you know, these sportsman races, they are absolutely dialed in. Absolutely.
Yeah. That's always been the crazy thing about, you know, I've said it 100,000 times. Drag racing is a right place, right time kind of sport. Chris Smith and Dan Rugier coming up. As you heard the turbo going over there on the right lane.
Nice little wheel stand as well from Rugier. First time back in the seat was about a month or so ago here at the Jamboree. He's been out of it for a long time, probably 7 or 8 years.
Been waiting for me to come?
Yeah, exactly. That's right. He heard you were coming, thought get the entry in, and
glad I could help.
Dylan Knezevich now up against Jim Raptis in the 69 Dodge Dart. This is more up your alley.
Yeah.
Jim got a couple of cars in the stable. He's also got a Tirana that runs Pretty tough. I think it runs mid-9s. Wow. So, yeah, he likes to go fast. One half of the Go Logistics family. He's taken on the Addicted Performance Capri out of Narre Warren in Victoria.
A Hemi Dart A-body. Yes, please.
Every day of the week and twice on Sunday.
Did they have a clutch in it?
It did look that way, didn't it? It did look like it bombed the tyres a little bit right at the hit.
Yeah.
954, so he didn't give away too much. 954, 144 miles per hour. And 885 for Dylan Knezovic in the Aeroflow lane. Next up, it is Chevy Taylor, who didn't come out for the first qualifying session. Now, that's a real surprise because anyone who knows Chevy knows he comes to race. He tows this thing all around the country on an open trailer. Has gone as far as Spring Mountain, North Queensland, which is 2,500 kilometres from where we are right now. He's raced all the way over in Adelaide. He goes all over the place. And he is a tough racer, man. He comes home with the trophies. He's taking on Dave Gruber from Gilmore in the ACT, another very tough racer, has won a bunch of track championships here in Sydney.
Chevy's car, what was that, 62?
62 Chevy bubble top.
Wow.
And picks the front wheels up as well.
What a great car. I wonder what generation 409. Is it the W-headed 409 or is it a new gen like LS style 409?
That's a great question.
Thank you.
I don't know.
If that's really an old school 409, then that moves it up a notch and a half on the coulometer. That's going to be one I'm going to have to track down now just to find out.
It shouldn't be hard to find him. 933, 143 for Dave Gruber. Big red light for Chevy, which is unlike him, but a 10.14 at 131 at least gets him into the field in number 33 spot. Big field in Super Sedan this weekend.
Love it. Love it, love it, love it. Comes another one of those Capris, Haley Vella.
Capri's up against another two-door Australian car. I know we talked about how there weren't many. Well, here's another one. The Holden Gemini with the 383.
They were just waiting for you to say that so they could all come out and prove you wrong.
Yeah, spot on.
Wow, 434 Windsor, a big stroker, small block Ford for Haley.
This is actually a drag and drive car, this.
Is that right?
Has done nearly 10,000 Ks on the road.
Wow.
Driving this thing. And, yeah, has run down into the mid-8s. It was actually the drag week winning car here at Australian Drag Challenge, I think it's called. So, yeah, cool car. 890, street driven, 148 miles per hour. 987 for Niall Mitchell in the Gemini.
I got to go ask him what he did to that engine to make that kind of power, because I've got a pretty big stroker small block in my Mustang, and it don't run like that.
Next up, it is Nathan Cowie. Now, I don't know if you've seen the Mighty Boy before, down there in the Rocket Industries lane. Small block Chev, 400 cubic inch.
I actually saw it yesterday sitting in the pits on a trailer, and I wanted to stop by and talk to the guy, but he wasn't there when I stopped by. That just looks like a bad idea, doesn't it?
It really does. You know what was a worse idea? When it first came out, it had a big block in it.
Well, you know. Oh no, it's not broke.
That was, yeah, that's a shame. That's usually a pretty reliable bulletproof car, that one. So I've kind of put the commentator's curse on him down there. Gordon Taylor, on the other hand, in the Mustang, big cube Ford in a Ford. That's what we like to see. Kind of fairly lazy the way it left the line down there. Still goes through for an 885.
I was actually thinking the same thing. It didn't snap the tire when it was time to jump and go. But 885 is still going to put him in the number 5 spot right now for the Super Sedan. What exactly kind of car is that again?
Suzuki Mighty Boy.
Okay, and the wheelbase is like a meter?
About a size 12.
That's even better. Wow.
Yeah,
well, I guess if you're going to do a full tube chassis, think of the money you save.
Well, and it's we used to joke that it's a bit of a prototype. It's a lay-down style sedan, so you actually lay down with your legs behind you rather than feet out in front of you.
I was thinking, yeah, I need to buy some chrome moly tube, and I'm doing a full tube chassis. How much you need? 1 stick.
You wouldn't be too wrong.
That thing's awesome.
Yeah, very cool. Very well sorted little car as well. Well, next up, it is Luke Doughty in the Chevy Camaro taking on the unknown racer in the Camaro.
First generation, latest generation coming at you.
Yeah, pretty cool matchup, this one, actually.
I keep hearing rumors that the Camaro might actually come back.
Really?
Yeah. I hope they're true.
Well,
Whoa, how about Luke going right straight to the top? 852, and everybody can back up. Except that smart car, it needs to go forward because you're blocking a whole lane down there.
Yeah. I think he's there to pick up the Mighty Boy from memory, but that is causing some issues down there. Next up, it is Sean Maher taking on Jaden Plant in the Dodge Dakota. This car was one of the original Pro Stock trucks from many, many moons ago.
Really? Any idea whose?
It does escape me. I know it was campaigned as a Supercharged Outlaws car here for a long time as well with Steve Swinsko up in Queensland. But Jaden Plant's got it now, and the car looks spectacular. Fantastic looking car. Sean Maher, another one of these racers who's pretty much won everything there is to win. Keeps coming back though.
Backup lights. I love the attention to detail. Backup lights.
Yep. Figure out where the line is, and then you wind it back when you come into the third round of racing. 9:21 for Sean Maher, and he'll stay in the number 17 spot. Jaden Plant at 9:68 takes him to the number 28. Rowan Hudson now. Saw you do a feature on this car on social media.
I did that yesterday, yeah, as a matter of fact. He bought that car, and for those of you who didn't see it, if you saw it, then you know. He bought that car absolute stone stock with a 265 V8 and 3 on the tree.
Not quite that anymore.
No, he just added some chrome.
Such a cool car. Again, another one of these races with the classic car that he's not afraid to race this thing, man. He goes everywhere with it.
And it's street driven.
Yeah. 9.99 with a 9. And he'll be in the number 34 spot. Robert Cardham will go to number 6 with that 882. Simon Bonello now next. W Falcon taking on Jared Terrell. VK Commodore. I'm sure there's plenty of our American viewers that tune into this and go, what are all these cars?
Yeah, well, there's an American commentator that stands up here and says the same thing. Where did that thing come?
We're just trying to educate you.
Now, what's the engine in the Commodore? Do you know? I mean, it's a turbo something.
I'd say probably an LS or something, I would think, but don't know. Off the top of my head, I don't know. 6-litre. Turbocharged, double SAA.
Oh, that's 6-litre? I was trying to make that into a 6-cylinder somehow.
No, 6-litre, sorry.
Okay. Then that does make sense.
Yes. 082 to 033. A little bit of work to do for Simon Bonello when it comes to reaction times. Both cars running 9.0s, a 008 for Terrell and 021 for Simon Bonello. And I don't think Bonello improves. Jared Terrell does, though. He'll go to the number 14 spot. Victor Saplogiannis now up against Tony Tedesco.
Tedesco and the Camarina down there. Another Toronto over there for Victor. Somebody must make a small block Chevy into a Holden kit, right? It's like you can just stroke a check and, here's your motor mounts, here's your headers, here's your...
Well, there were Holden engines. There were Holden V8s. So 308 Holden, which was a V8. Very, very popular engine for a very long time. They made stroker kits for them and all the rest of it. But, I think now with the ease of buying things on the internet, it's so easy to purchase your bits and pieces for Chevys and big blocks and small blocks and all the rest of it, that there are still guys out there that will run the 308s, but just not as many as there used to be.
Naomi Dyson rolling in now, Pontiac Firebird. There's one I recognize. And Wayne Bork.
Yeah, the TE Cortina down there. This car of Dyson's a little bit of pedigree. Won an Australian Pro Stock Championship back in the early 90s. Yeah, in the hands of Wayne Missingham.
Right on.
Old race cars never die. They just get recycled.
That's true story. True story. 904, 150 miles an hour comes up. Naomi just made back-to-back runs within a thou. Talk about printing tickets. Wayne Bork slowed down a couple of hundreds. He'll stand on his earlier run, stay in the number 11 spot, and that'll bring up Brett McNiff in the Valiant VG. Come on, that's a Dart.
It's an Australian version of the Dart. VG Valiant was effectively the Australian Dodge Dart. So, yeah, still part of the Chrysler family. but just the Australian version. He's taking on Graham Cooper in... I think Graham Cooper first started campaigning this car in 1971.
He told me yesterday he's owned it for 48 years.
Yeah, he's had it for a long time. And he's won everything from the Australian Nationals through to, championships. He's done everything there is to do when it comes to drag racing in this car. The funny thing was he actually retired this car a couple of years ago, and then all of a sudden it popped up and started racing again, like he just couldn't be done with it.
Yep. Well, when you've had that kind of success rate, I don't know why you'd put something like that away. Graham ends up going 10.54. Brett McNiff goes 9 flat after running 8.89 earlier in the day.
So you'll like this next one because you like Fords in Fords. So this is Peter Villaris with the pretty small cube wins, a 363 in the XT Falcon, manually shifted with the clutch in it, and loves to pick the front wheels up when he launches this thing. It jumps around like a rabbit on the start line as he's shifting gears. It's just a cool thing. He's taking on Jack Moreau at Gwendolyn in New South Wales.
Oh, you're right. I did like that. Nice controlled wheel stand, and 363 is actually just it's a 60 over 351. So nothing very exotic on the bottom half of the motor, but it's obviously making good power to go 937. You want to watch that wheel stand again?
Yeah. Who doesn't like wheel stands? Same people who don't like ice cream.
Who doesn't like ice cream?
People who don't like wheel stands.
Well, there's none of them here.
Ollie Kent taking on Joel Beatson now. Now, Joel Beatson, this...
If you don't like ice cream and wheel stands, you can leave now and go watch football.
I think they have ice cream there too.
American football, so there. Take that.
So this XP down here, it's not an SP, it's an XP panel van down here for Joel Beatson. This thing is cool. This is actually probably my favourite car of the weekend so far. I love this thing. He's taking on Ollie Kent in the XE Falcon. It's Fords in Fords everywhere. I'm loving it. This is great.
Yeah, I can tell Ollie Kent, broke the string over there. Something not quite right with Joel's car when it was time to go. It sat on the bulb a little bit, and then ends up going 921, 153 miles an hour.
Yeah, that should have been pretty deep into the 8s when it only went 152 to the 60. So you think there's probably a little bit left in that one.
This looks like Farm Truck Jr.
We thought that this morning as well. The Hilux of Harrison Dale, right down to the reverse cowl on the hood of this thing.
Remind me later to show you the video when I raced Farm Truck, kicked his tail.
Really?
Really.
In cars or?
No, he was in his golf cart. But his golf cart's got a motorcycle engine and nitrous on it, so.
Yeah, that'll do it.
1012 for Graham's going to be an improvement. 993, the quickest over on the Aeroflow side as well. Rick Fitzner, 67 Mustang. I saw this thing in Adelaide, and because I have a 67 Mustang and because I'm partial to 67 Mustangs, it became one of my favorites very quickly on.
Yeah, it hasn't been massaged too much, the body on this car, has it? It's just really clean, straight, good lines. It's got classic lines. You wouldn't change too much anyway. Taking on Brody Tedesco and the Gemini on the other side of the racetrack. Problems for Brody. She pulls off to the side of the racetrack. And 961 for Feitzner.
Car looked like it spun the tire a little bit right at the step. I mean, it didn't like go up in smoke, but it definitely looked like it left a hundo or two between the starting line and a 60-foot timer. And we'll see if Ms. Tedesco can...
Let's will it to the finish line. We'll get it there slowly. While we are waiting for Brody to evacuate the racetrack down there, it is always a great time at the Gulf Western Oil Nitro Champs. I know this weekend we're going to have a whole bunch of people from Gulf Western Oil. Maybe not so much today, but over the course of this weekend. And I think we're reaching into the 8th year of the partnership with Gulf Western Oil and the Nitro Champs. And it's just fantastic to have such an incredible sponsor. It gets to the point where it's not really sponsor anymore. They become a partner. They're an event partner. And from the whole crew at Gulf Western Oil, thank you for, again, your involvement in this fantastic event. And also the Gulf Western Oil Winter Nationals coming up next month as well, because they do back that event up in Queensland too. So it is awesome to have them here once again.
We'll get that one clear at the top end of the racetrack. We'll get right back into it. Rolling along with Super Sedan after these words.
Well, that wasn't too long, and we're back into it.
Dimo Stephanopoulos in his TC Cortina. A Cleveland 434? Oh, that's awesome.
Yeah. And Jim Denaro with his Cortina, with the 363 Windsor. Another racer who's won a bunch over the years. 975 leaves him in the number 33 spot at the moment. And Stephanopoulos currently sitting number 22 with his 923. So both guys taking their time to stage down here. .012 to an 020. How's that? You're 020 on the tree in your second. That's tough in qualifying. These guys welded together, 922 to a 927. So that'll move Denaro a long way up the qualifying list. He was 33. He's going to move all the way up to 23 with that one. And Demos Stephanopoulos goes to the number 22 spot. He's Nathan Watt now, the VL Commodore, racing for Grant's Performance, Burson's Auto Parts.
Last one.
Last one in the session. So we have one more qualifying session for Super Sedan left to come this afternoon. If you are watching online, you might have just finished work. Who knows? It is Friday afternoon. If you're thinking, you know what, I wouldn't mind seeing some drag racing tonight, come on out. We've still got plenty of racing. A full session of qualifying left to run this afternoon. And we do also have an exhibition for some of the Nitro cars coming up. Don't know how many of them are going to be coming out for that one this afternoon, but hey, one's better than none.
Absolutely. A whiff of nitro on a Friday afternoon is never a bad thing.
I'll take it. 894 for Nathan Watt to round out this second qualifying session for Super Sedan. And with that, I think we are going to move into what is next? Modified bike by the look of it.
All righty. Well, I'm going to slide on out of here and let whoever's next come in next because I'm kind of the intruder today, so I'm trying to.
That's okay. We don't mind. Thank you for coming up, Alan. Really appreciate your efforts here today, mate. Always good to work with you, and we'll see you throughout the weekend, I'm sure.
My pleasure. Believe me, my pleasure.
So with that, it is modified bike. Darren McGregor, I should say, rolling up to the line now in the Rocket Industries lane out of Mildura. And Jesse Barnes, the ProTune Motorcycle Suzuki GSXR 1000. So best run of a 915 for Jesse Barnes, 10:44 on the boards for Darren McGregor. And I think We're going to have Bushy. Hi, Bushy.
Hello, Rusty.
What's going on, mate?
Oh, just Friday afternoon, watching a little bit of a modified bike qualifying.
You know what would suck today?
That we have to work?
Yeah, if we were at work.
Yeah. Yep.
Because going racing on a Friday is so much better than going to work on a Friday.
Correct.
For two reasons. You're not at work on Friday, and Thursday becomes your Friday.
Exactly right.
And it's a short week anyway.
Jesse Barnes taking this one to the finish line, Rusty. 9:21 with a 9, backing up his 9:15 with a 7. 144 miles an hour.
Jesse's becoming a pretty good little racer.
Yes.
Currently number 2 on the qualifying list. Number 1 is Dean Jamison with an 8:68, and then Daylight second. It's got almost 0.6 of a second over the number 2 qualifier. Greg Horridham in the Rocket Industries lane out of Wiley's Flat, New South Wales. Where is Wiley's Flat?
I don't know. Do you want me to have a look?
Well, you don't have to, but
I can.
Oh man, it would be
I'll
good.
be slow.
It's taking you on Angela Phipps. Sponsored by the family. I was talking to Angela this morning, and she was a bit worried. She's like, I don't remember how to race at these things. I don't remember what I got to do.
098 on the tree for Greg Horridham. And we'll run on through for a 9:24 with a 3, 144 miles an hour.
Now, I can tell you, we were talking before whether there would be any nitro this afternoon, whether any of the cars would come out. I can see Wayne Newby down there in the lanes in one of the Rapasada Autosport International cars. So, if you haven't had some thinking, oh, I won't rush back up to the stands. Well, I'll probably rush back up to the stands. If you want to get your first hit of nitro for the weekend. Albie Davidson rolling up to the line now. Jimmy Jock Stewart from Elmore Vale in New South Wales. Jimmy Jock Stewart across the line for an 8.93. Albie Davidson with a huge move just after half track. The thing ducked over towards the centre line, 11.41 at 117 miles per hour. So it does improve over his previous 13-second run, but still, probably still even more left there. And I think I can also see another one of the Rapasada Autosport cars rolling around. I'm not sure if that's, not sure which one that is. Either way.
Next period, leaving the start line. Harry Lights. Jemison 004, red to an 025 for Christopher Shaper. And Jamison gets there first, 8.67 with a 6, 152 miles an hour in the aeroflow lane. The rocket lane, a 9.76 with a 9.
In fact, I can tell you that all 3 of the Rapasada Autosport International cars are rolling out for this test pass this afternoon.
Did Alan put that order in?
I'm going to assume it was. Yeah. That's really the only conclusion we can jump to.
Yep.
Ross Smith in the Rocket Industries lane now, currently number 10 qualifier with a 10.60, and Mitchell Woodford in the Aeroflow lane.
See that elbow very high in the air for Ross Smith. Over towards the wall on the leave. Side by side, these two racers. Just at the end, Woodford pulled away with a 9.75, 150 across the finish line to a 9, a 2 with a 2 at 152 miles an hour. Phil White in the Aeroflow lane. And Matthew Jones down there in the Rocket lane. Phil White down there from Redbank in Queensland. Taking on Jones in the Rocket lane from Victoria. Again, side by side. And White will take the win at 9.29 with a 6 at 153, Rusty, to a 9.46 with a 5 at 139.
One more car. That's not a car.
No.
I was just
Half a
testing you.
car.
That's a motorcycle. That's Sean Ricketts down there on the Kawasaki ZX12. 1,199 cc's. Best run of a 934 so far today.
Yeah, very tough racer. Former Australian #1 in modified bike. And a nice bloke to boot. Coming into stage, pulling the wrist down, launching 028. Reaction time. Oh, did want to get second gear there, Rusty.
That's pretty unusual for Sean. I think he's a pretty recent championship winner as well. So that is very, very unusual for Sean. Usually pretty bulletproof combination. Coasts across the line for a 17.27 at 89 miles per hour. So it looks like most of the top fuel field is actually rolling out for this one. So we've got the 3 Rapisada cars. I can see Phil Lamartina back there in the staging lanes as well. He's rolling out for this afternoon test session. So we get to burn some nitro on Friday Arvo. I'm not going to complain about that.
Definitely a fantastic way to spend a little bit of time this afternoon here at Sydney Dragway. Interesting to see what combinations the crews have come up with. Been assessing weather conditions, track conditions, trying to mix it all together.
Now, with that, I do also want to preface it by saying that we probably won't see these cars go all the way to the finish line.
No.
You know, this is a non-compulsory test session, for lack of a better word, basically to give them an early look at the racetrack. The one thing about that is that once you get past sort of half track down towards the 1,000-foot mark, that's when stuff gets to get real expensive real quick. So you will probably see these guys maybe take it to half track, shut the cars off. They'll get the data that they need on the front half, and they'll set themselves up, I guess, for qualifying tomorrow. And that's really what it's all about. It's not just about all-out performance in a test session. You want to have a purpose, go out there with a reason that you're testing, and try and, I guess, set yourself up for the rest of the weekend. We are going to do a quick track prep down there, give it a little bit of a spray and a little bit of a touch-up before we do roll out with the fuel cars. I think the first pair, if we do run it as a pair, will be Wayne Newby and Shane Olive, but Wayne Newby will certainly be the first car out, I believe. So while we are taking a quick word from our partners, while we're doing this track prep, we'll take a quick word from our partners and be back with more here at the Gulf Western Oil Nitro Champs.
All day until someone goes home.
We've had snow up here, we've had ice up here, like this whole pad was ice. With the plan, we've had to start it half an hour to nearly an hour early just to break it up and get everything moving again. Every single bearing on here is run on marine Gulf Western grease, which also has the lubrication properties, but also water propellant properties, which essentially here, there's 4 seasons in a day. With the snow, the heat, the rain, it essentially pushes the moisture out and keeps the bearings going, rather than overheating them we have downtime.
My day starts off, I will actually do some sand testing. Depends on the day. I can be in a dump truck, I can be in a water cart, I can be in the office. So if something stops, you know, one of these dozers behind me, if that stops, we can't produce sand. These are an integral part of the business.
It's really helpful having the oils that meet up to the standards, and we've had no dramas with the Gulf Western oil.
Yeah, obviously the right parts, the right lubrication to obviously get sand out the door. If there's no sand going out that conveyor, there's no Western suburbs. We can't have downtime. Like, the minimised downtime, the actual better. My previous jobs, they've run through Gulf Western as well. Same with different other sites I've been to, because I used to be out at a quarry out at Hartley. They use Gulf Western as well.
Caterpillar, I reckon, is probably the top of the line for me when it comes to machinery, and probably a big factor is what's internal to everything, which is the oils. Quite indestructible and goes the distance. 5 years we've been running pretty much purely off Gulf Western and never had a drama. It's good to support an Aussie family-owned business as well, knowing you can trust that brand.
Righto, okay, it's just filming. Okay.
This is an exciting time for Top Fuel racing as we literally blast off on the Blast Australian Top Fuel Championship. What is Blast? Well, this guy's a good guy to ask. Lee Bartlett, the co-founder of Blast. What is Blast?
Well, Blast is what you think it is, what you expect it would be. It's the ultimate car cleaning ecosystem. So it's all wall mounted.
Yes.
And it's mounted in your garage, no setup time. Just pull up in your rig, your four-wheel drive, your car, your caravan, and start cleaning.
Marine too, right? You can do
Yeah,
boats.
boating. Yeah, absolutely. Boating too.
If it's dirty, blast it.
Absolutely.
So vacuuming as well. You've got
Yep.
the chemicals as well for cleaning.
Yep. So it's about, the 3 stages of keeping your car clean. So vac, wall mounted, wet dry vac with a 10-metre retractable hose. Then obviously the wash. We've got a 30-metre hose in this machine, 2,300 PSI. This thing is the perfect tool for not just washing your car, cleaning your driveway, cleaning the solar panels on your roof, cleaning your gutter, your caravan, your boat. This thing is a game changer. And then this is what car dealers use. These are the detailers. This is how they get that really good pristine finish on the car. It's dry your car with heat and air. So this is an Air Max car dryer blower. This is the ultimate car care setup.
So basically with Top Fuel, we're all about high performance, right? Nothing's more high performance than a Top Fuel car.
Yep.
This makes perfect sense.
Absolutely. For us, it's all about saving our customers time so they can get back to doing what they love, and every second counts. That's the same in car racing, right? And same in motorsport. Every second counts. So for us, it's the perfect match. It's the perfect reason why we would be supporting the Top Fuelers.
Gulf Western Oil is an Australian family-owned company doing big things. Manufactured here in St Mary's, Western Sydney, family-owned certainly doesn't mean small. This powerhouse operation produces more than 25 million litres of oil per annum, distributing across all states and territories in Australia and 19 countries worldwide. With an 18-hour-a-day production schedule and trucks that never stop, Gulf Western Oil is keeping our industries moving. Whether it's transport, agriculture, automotive, heavy duty, or just old mate in his beloved 4B, Gulf Western Oil's high-performance lubricants are the trusted go-to choice for professionals and enthusiasts alike. Owner and Managing Director Ben Vickery is proud to carry on the legacy that his father began. If you call in with a question, don't be surprised if you get put through to Ben himself. The passion for what really matters is contagious, and it filters through the entire team.
I started as a truck driver and then worked my way through to looking after the dock and allocating things, and then started blending, and I've been doing that for about 5 years. And I've been here for 10 years, so if I didn't like it, I wouldn't be here. Hey mate, how you going?
Gulf Western Oil customers can enjoy the ease of the free NetLube app, which makes finding the right oil for your vehicle effortless. In addition to that, there is a tech hotline where you will be put straight through to one of the in-house chemists.
We have amongst the strongest products on the market. We also have one of the best plants. It's very modern, all stainless steel. Testing every single product that we produce before it's filled is highly important. We want to make sure that the customer gets exactly what they paid for. We also have a lot of OEM manufacturers that we work with to make sure that we have products that are approved against their specifications.
Gulf Western Oil is constantly reviewing their sustainable practices, implementing a certified carbon halo plan, and developing low-emission oils.
Yeah, I'm very proud of working with Gulf Western Oil. I have worked in multinationals. Working for an Australian company is really quite exciting. If we don't have Australian companies, we don't have a future. I've got kids. If we don't manufacture in Australia, we don't have a future.
Gulf Western Oil, here since '88 and not going anywhere.
Welcome back to the Gulf Western Oil Nitro Champs. It is day one and we're about to kick the tyres and light the fires with some nitro on a Friday afternoon. My name's Rusty Gregory. Joining me up here in the commentary box, Mr. Alan Reinhart. Awesome to have you here, mate. And time to burn some nitro.
Yeah, thank you. Great to be here. It is, believe me, it is my pleasure. As I mentioned earlier, I've heard a lot about this place, seen a lot of pictures, talked to a lot of people that have been here, but this is my first visit, and I am even more impressed having seen it live and in person than all the stories I heard about it. So
it's certainly a place that you've got to see to understand the scale of it. It really is a massive venue. Not just in the cauldron here, when you look up, when you stand down there on the start line and look up and see how tall the grandstands are, but also the space of the pit area, and it's just a phenomenal venue, that's for sure.
I love a couple of things about it. The grass terrace, I think, is a brilliant idea.
Yep.
You know, like bring a blanket and bring a picnic basket and let your kids out there play in the dirt while you're doing it. And the tailgating. There are a few tracks that have tailgating, but it's always like track level.
Yep.
There's no place I know of that you can do tailgating and have the elevated view that you have here. So that's just a wonderful facility.
Very, very cool. It is time to go racing. A couple of Rapisada cars to kick things off here this afternoon. It is Wayne Newby in the Atlantic Oil Uplift Cranes car taking on Shane Olive, the renter driver. He's driving for everybody this season. He's already had an event in the seat of the Lamatina team, in the Lamatina car. Now he's jumped across and he's driving Santo's car for the Nitro Champs.
Do you know, does he get paid by the foot or by the hour, by the weekend, by the...
I honestly don't know what the deal is. But look, even if someone said to him, hey, you can drive my top fuel car for free, I reckon he'd probably do it anyway.
Yeah, you're probably right.
Yeah, if he won't, I will.
The third car running out of the Rapisada stable, which is literally across the street. They have a spectacular facility. I've been hanging out with Santo for the last couple of days and showed me around. And I told him the same thing I'm going to tell you guys. His facility is as nice as any one that's in America. Not as big square footage wise as Schumacher's or Force's place, but they've got all the equipment, all the tools, all the stuff that they need. And, well, let's see how far they've decided to go. Noob, the only one of the Rapisada cars that actually has the driver under canopy.
Mm-hmm. Yep, it's they've had this car for a number of years now, and it's just a preference. You know, Newbie was a little bit sort of on the fence about it when they first did it, but afterwards he said, you know what, I don't know whether I could go back.
So here we go, the first taste of nitro on the weekend.
Whoa! 371 at 330 to kick things off. I didn't think we were going to see him go all the way to the finish line. Man, was I wrong.
That's probably one of those deals where it just felt so good he didn't want to take his foot off the gas. Wayne Newby just went from 0 to 291 miles an hour in less than 3 seconds.
Wow, I'd love to see the incrementals on that. Hopefully we can get it back. Let's have a look at, I thought we were going to have a look at the replay. That was picture perfect for Wayne Newby, right down the centre of the lane. 396 at 229. I've got a feeling that Shano might have taken out the quarter mile timers down there, or was it the 1,000 foot?
No, he got the 1,000 foot.
He got the 1,000.
Yeah, it started moving over, and you can see the 1,000 foot blocks out in the middle of the racetrack are no longer on site.
371 off the trailer at 330. That is phenomenal, and tip the cap to them. I mean, there was no mucking around. They got straight into it.
No, that looked good from the burnout to the parachutes out, really. A little bit of extra smoke down there in the shutdown area, so hopefully that won't end up being some kind of an issue. But no, that's, I mean, okay, guys, we're ready. When can we start qualifying? An hour?
Now,
hour and a half?
If you want to know as well, looking at the short times, I did catch 60 foot. 8.34 for Newby, 8.35 for Shane Olive. So that car was there or thereabouts as well in terms of side-by-side performance. So, yeah, the track's there, the conditions are there. We can certainly lay down a number. The really funny thing about this is 371, that is a sensational pass. I think it might even be close to the track record here at Sydney Dragway. I have to double check on that, but it's a test pass. It actually doesn't mean anything. It's not qualifying. It's not going into racing. You don't get any points for it. It is effectively a test pass.
But it actually does mean something. It means, yeah, we're ready to race.
Yeah, absolutely. It's a warning shot to the rest of the top fuel teams.
Damian Harris and Phil Lamatina wait patiently while we get those blocks replaced and make sure that there's no extra shrapnel or anything down there that needs to get cleaned up. Team Rapids-Art also want to say a big thanks to the folks at Atlantic Oil. They're also based in Sydney. They've been part of the Rapids-Art family for 14 plus years, and a big part of the success that that Rapids-Art has had over his top fuel operation. So appreciate the folks from Atlantic. I know that Gulf Western is sponsoring the event this weekend, has for a lot of years, but there's going to be a lot of folks from Atlantic out here this weekend as well. So maybe we can get them like squirt guns and filled with oil.
I don't know where to go with that. Maybe we can have... I'm going to leave that there. Cars are fired. What a great interruption. Phil Ematina up against Damien Harris.
My job is to come up with the idea. Your job is to make it feasible.
I didn't realise I signed up for that, but we'll give it a crack. So Phil Ematina out of Weeman in Victoria is currently leading the championship in top fuel. And not on outright performance. Not on outright performance, but it's just been consistency. I know we spoke about it this morning with our sportsman racing. Sometimes you just got to beat the guy in the other lane. You don't need to be better than everyone else. You just got to be better than the guy in the other lane.
I've talked about it for years. I think drag racing is an awful lot like bowling.
Yeah.
Anybody that's ever been involved in a bowling league, you know that sometimes you go out there and you shoot 275 and go home disappointed, and sometimes you go out there and shoot 145 and somehow they hand you a trophy. So exactly that. You just got to be better than the guy in the next lane, not even better than the entire house. Damien Harris, the third of the Rapids-Art Uplift Cranes machines, and Phil Ematina with Fuchs lubricants on board. We're going to have all kinds of oil wars going on here this weekend. Yeah.
We got the oil wars happening, that's for sure. Damien Harris, multi-time Australian champion in top fuel, as is Wayne Newby, as is Phil Ematina as well, just quietly. He's got 2 under his belt. So, you know, plenty of quality in all of our top fuel cars here this weekend. And I think both of these guys are probably licking their lips when they look at what they just saw go down the racetrack with Wayne Newby and Santino.
Well, and even though Olive got over on the center line and ended up knocking out the blocks down there, that car was hustling through the middle. So lane choice, I mean, it looked like both lanes were extremely equal on that first pair.
Planned shutoff, I think, for Phil Ematina, 476 to a 379 at 275. So it went away a little bit at the other end for Damien Harris as well. But again, the short times, 835 and 836. So all 4 top fuel cars that we've had down the track have been within 0.002 of a second of each other to the 60-foot timers.
And Damien Harris at the 8-mile mark was 3 seconds flat, 293 miles an hour. So that thing was hustling right along. Definitely not running wide open to the stripe, as you can tell, obviously, by the 275-mile-an-hour speed. But
yeah, that's a good baseline for the rest of the weekend, I would suggest. 476 at 154. I think the shoots were out way early for Phil Ematina. I would assume that it was a planned shutoff because he got pretty much to bang on half track, drop the chutes, and I think they were going to learn everything that they were trying to learn there. And I do believe we have one more fuel car coming out, but it is one of the short wheelbase funny car varieties. It's going to be Luke Shepherd in the Valvoline funny car, the Monte Carlo. This car formerly one of the Skull cars out of the Don Prudhomme team. So funnily enough, this car was actually brought into the country by Santo.
Really?
Yeah, Santo ran this car for a little while with various different drivers. Never really got on top of the combination because at the time there wasn't a funny car championship being run in the country. So Santo obviously concentrating more on the top fuel cars now, and Tim McCarthy owns the car, Luke Shepherd driving it. Luke Shepherd, a former top fuel pilot in his own right. A guy who was born without the fear gene, Luke Shepherd. He is a guy who will jump in anything and drive the wheels off it. So a fuel funny car shouldn't really phase him too much.
You need to make sure that your hat is on snugly when you walk by the header pipes. And I'm not trying to tell the guy how to do his job or anything, just trying to point it out as you saw his hat come off and go flying over the wall down there.
Yeah.
That's one of those where you just try to look cool. It's like, no, I meant that. I meant that.
Yeah, it's pretty hard to look cool when your hat's going flying through the air. This car has, I mean, they've had their issues with this car trying to get it down the racetrack over the last couple of years. Variety of different drivers that they've had in it as well. And it's not an easy thing when you go to race Nitro. And I think that's the thing that everybody needs to remember. And when you're trying to do it effectively, you know, on your own without a lot of help from guys who have done it before, it can be a little bit challenging. So, you know, I think a good A to B half-track run here would be exactly what they're looking for.
You heard when they got the body up down there, they actually knocked the idle down just a little bit, and that is a crucial element to having that idle speed right. They idle about 25 to 2,800 RPMs, depending on what the crew chief wants in the tune-up, but because they utilize a centrifugal clutch, if the idle is not right when you stage the car, it's going to throw the whole run off.
Yep.
Look at the guys on the starting line.
Yeah, they're pretty happy with that. That's the cleanest I've seen that car launch and sound. 970 to the 60-foot time is 469 at the 1,000. I didn't catch the half track. Looked like the flames started going a little bit fluffy just before half track.
Leave that hat down there. That might be the good luck charm. I'd put a rock in it, leave it right in the same spot. Or have it blown off again tomorrow. Maybe that'll be the exact same thing. Great to see guys excited about making progress coming out here after being struggling with the car, and hopefully tomorrow they can come back and build on that. But that certainly didn't look like a whole lot of lost motion there, and definitely a lot of good information.
Good confidence builder for the team. So they'll take it back, they'll service it, find out what's good, what's not so good, what they need to change, and I'm sure we'll see them back. It did look like the flames are going a little bit funny down there. I don't know whether it was maybe spinning the tyres a little bit as it got to half track, but either way, still, a 469, it's a good banker. So you see Shane Olive coming back along the return road. Shane, the invoice is in the mail for those timing blocks, mate.
And Santo's just going to dock you for it, so don't worry about it. Watch this again on the replay up on our big screen here at Sydney Dragway. Just nice and steady and clicking it off down there about 500 feet or so.
Yep, exactly what you're looking for when you're running these fuel cars. You definitely don't want to push them further than what you're comfortable with. That's when it tends to go a little bit pear-shaped. And I think that is the last of the fuel cars that's going to be coming through for the test pass or exhibition pass, whatever you want to call it, this afternoon. And I think we are going to be going racing with some top sportsmen by the look of it next. So we might just take a quick break while we're clearing this car off the top end of the racetrack, take a few words from our fantastic partners here at the Gulf Western Oil Nitro Champs. We'll be back with more after this.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, third qualifying session for Top Sportsman. About to be unleashed on Sydney Dragway for the 2026 Gulf Western Oil Nitro Champs. We have Anthony Panetta in the Holden Calibra down there in the aeroflow lane. Gold-coloured car taking on Nathan Cooper in the purple Gemini. Gemini's run as quick as an 8:29 with a 0 today. An 8:49 with a 9. So 8.5 seconds for Anthony Panetta. So this is their third and final qualifying session. They'll be into a racing first thing tomorrow morning. Maybe not the first category up, but they're certainly their first round.
This will be a little bit...
The early hours of...
This will be a little bit different for Tony, going from a pro tree to a full tree.
Yeah, I guess you'll just adjust the delay box to suit.
Yep. Goes 030, which isn't too shabby. And Nathan goes 025.
He probably reacts off the first light anyway. And Cooper through the finish line first, 8:30 with a 7, backing up his 8:30 with a 1, I think it was earlier in the day.
I'm not 100% sure if Tone's got a delay box in that or not. Not all the super gas guys do, because you've got to be able to make your car go red to need a delay box.
Yeah, okay.
I'm not saying he doesn't.
The ins and outs of super gas, I would have thought that everybody would have had a delay box in super gas, but
I didn't.
Well, no, you didn't, because it doesn't help you.
You
got the third pedal. Daniel Moit in the airflow lane in the Ford Capri for Moit's Motor Cars. His quickest pass of the day, an 8:51 with a 0, taking on Matthew Barron for RCE and Aerospec, Aussie Diffs, TSR Racing Products. Chevy Beretta, 500 cube, big block on board for him. His quickest pass of the day, an 8:33.
.057 red for Daniel Moit and an 014 green for Matthew Barron.
And the Capri crosses the finish line first by 0.05 of a second, 8:36 with a 4. So big step up for Daniel Moit in the Capri.
Gets 8:34 with a 5.
Yeah. So that could throw a little bit of a spanner in the works for Moit when it comes time to pick the dial in. For those of you who haven't been to Sydney Dragway before, what is a dial in? It's not applicable here because we're still in third round of qualifying, but tomorrow these racers will race each other. The quicker car will have to wait on the start line until their green light comes on. The difference between the two starting points is the difference between the two self-nominated handicaps.
Yep.
The racer picks a time that they believe their car or bike will run. The Christmas tree is then staggered based on those two times. The theory is the cars are neck and neck at the finish line, and in a lot of cases they are. There's only a few thousandths of a second. The reaction time plays a critical role in dial your own racing. It can either make you an advantage or bring you a disadvantage.
008 light for Eric Carlos and 018 for Pardo.
Yeah, so 0.010 of a second, the gap between those two cars on the start line. 778 with a 3 at 174 miles an hour for Herakles Kazantzidis to an 8008 at 173 miles an hour for Paul Partridge there.
And further to that, Steve, you can't... why we have a breakout is stop people nominating a time and running faster.
Yes, that's right. So if you go
which is essentially cheating.
Under the dial-in, it's called a breakout. The only way that you can actually win with a breakout is if your competitor goes under his or her dial-in by more.
Yep.
So that's bracket racing 101 in 30 seconds.
Or a red in the other lane.
Yep. Our next pair up to the start line.
Bracket racing 101.
Yep.
So basically you've got to be really good on the start line and you've got to know your car to run a number at the finish line.
Issues down there on the start line for Brett O'Connor in the Chevy Camaro. The crew just inside. Big block powered nitrous assisted Camaro ran as quick as a 720. Earlier today was very consistently at the 720 mark.
And Kayleen went 806. after her first run, which wasn't that great.
All right, both competitors into full stage. The tree counts down. Both away nicely. The Tirana moving around a little bit on the head of the throttle. The Camaro is going to take the win, John, across the finish line.
Ooh,
7:06.
That's a big pickup,
Wow.
isn't it?
That's two tenths of a second faster there for Brett O'Connor. I'm wondering if that air out there is...
the air can't have improved 2 tenths.
Not 2 tenths, not in a car like O'Connor's.
Yeah.
Definitely.
They found something.
We saw one of the other cars in the previous run a fair bit quicker as well, but 2 tenths is a fair drop. I wonder if they changed the nitrous,
yeah,
the
possibly.
nitrous allocation. All right, here we go. It's the Fowler family affair.
This will be Bragg and Rots.
Yes, I think so.
Which will be on the start line. Steve's car's quite a bit faster. Steve went 691 in the previous qualifier and Greg went 762. Pretty cool, the father racing the son and vice versa.
It's good to see, I guess, to know where they've come from too. Like I remember Steve racing a Ford Capri in Super Street.
Yeah.
And then I think he won a championship or got very close with that car. And then in the meantime, Greg stepped into this car. He might have raced something prior to that, but this was the first car that I remember Greg in. Chevy Beretta in the Aeroflow lane. Steve raced it for a little while, then stepped on board the Pontiac.
Looks like we've got a little bit of a staging duel going on.
Yep.
No one wants to go in. Oh, no, both went in the same time. 0.28 for Greg. Steve wins the start line with 0.20. Steve drives it through for a 688 at 201 mile an hour. And Greg goes 7.659.
Yeah, there's not much across his 3 runs in terms of ET.
That puts
as well.
Steve in a number 5 spot. Oh, we've got our car that had a little misadventure here before Michael Obst.
Okay. Yeah, made contact with the wall around the 330 mark.
It looks like they've got that car fixed and ready to rock and roll again. Good to see.
Yeah, taking on Josh Boshkovich in the Wild Ink Motorsport Merch XA Coupe. Also for Bosco Mobile Mechanical. Fontana 427, nitrous assisted. You'll see the purge in a moment. This car manually shifted with the Linko transmission. There's the purge. Only a quick purge for Josh this time around.
He normally purges the hell out of it.
Yeah.
Oh, there's the dry hop. Oh, 2 dry hops. Josh previously ran a 7.958. Michael Obst run was aborted, so...
Unfortunately.
He's rolled the lights. He'll still get a time.
Boskovich away with a 003.
Oh, can't complain about that.
No, wheels in the air and a 791 with a 4. 168 miles an hour for the Falcon. And
so Michael Obst will be qualified because he got a run.
I tell you what, he's lucky because if he'd gone a little bit sooner, he wouldn't have had a representative time, I don't think.
Yep.
The next pair going through their burnout procedure. Lisa Sargent down there in the Chevy Camaro. Taking on Scott Constable in the LJ Tirana. 632 cubic inches of Chevy on board in the Tirana. .600 cubes on board for the Jerry Pickle Camaro in the rocket lane for positive powder coating. Both cars into full stage. The tree counts down. Sargent goes red, 024. Constable, 023 green.
Oh, big move for Lisa's car. gathers it up, goes through for a 9.12.
Let's see if
Scott runs at 8.28.
See if I got that on replay there, John.
Yeah, he got to around the 8th and had a bit of a move. That's out of the groove there.
Yeah. Well, definitely getting your attention, I'm sure, because naturally you get the car out of the groove. But in that instance, the right-hand wheel was still in the middle of the racetrack, had more traction.
Yep.
So it wants to turn you to the left, which just amplifies the problem. All right, who we got down on the start line now, John? We've got Vlad Turek in the Ford Mustang, 780.
780. That's ridiculous. That's Darren Moody with a little 582 Chev.
Well, even that's nearly double the capacity of your little Cortina.
Yeah.
But Turek's 2.5 times.
So Vlado went 6.87 in the previous qualifier, and Darren went 8.36. Oh.
That's, for the metric-minded, 12.8 litres.
Yeah.
I think Fowler's had a bigger engine in the GXP at one point, but certainly that's a decent, very decent size power plant. Turek moved around a little bit at around 330, but brought it back to the middle of the racetrack. 690, 199 miles an hour. And Darren Moody in the rocket lane, 832 with the 7, his best run for the day. At 159 miles an hour.
I think there's 1 or 2,000 cube engines in the country.
Yeah, we don't see them.
I know there's one in Adelaide, and there was one in Sydney. I can't think of the guy's name. It was in a Mustang. Oh, I can't think of his name. Or 958, we'll call them 1,000.
Yeah, might as well be. It's 42 cubes.
Yeah.
It's probably that after it's 40 thou over.
Yeah.
All right, so Enzo Morocco in the Pontiac Firebird from Mattello Automotive, taking on Brandon Freer from Anglevale in South Australia. Florio Cranes, Valvoline, the 67 Chevy Nova. Looking fantastic down there on the racetrack. 582 cubes in the Nova, 400 on board in the Pontiac.
Waiting on Inio to come in, and there he is.
Sorry, 069 on the tree for the Pontiac. The lead from start to finish, 781 with a 2, 172 miles an hour. Brendan Freer in the rocket lane, 852 with a 3. At 156 miles an hour. Pretty cool little car, this one down on the start line in the airflow lane, John.
Definitely, and the fast one in the other lane.
The 57 Chevy down there. Been massaged slightly. I think the roof height's about the average belly button height.
Yeah.
I don't know how I'd go getting in and out of it just quietly. I'd probably struggle. It wouldn't be very graceful, I'll put it that way.
Yeah.
It's David Foster, Australian
#1.
Current Australian champion, running for Sherry competition engines. Spry Civil, Randall's Concrete, Burson Automotive, Valvoline, Murray Bridge Meats, and Patio Coffee.
Yep, and Darren Whitford in the other lane is sponsored by Power of Property, BK Race Engines and Race Max Direct. Also from South Australia, 2 South Aussie boys on the start line.
Whitford, our number one qualifier so far by a long way. Like
6:41.
Nearly half a second, John. Doesn't sound like much.
I don't think anyone's going to knock him off the top.
No, I don't think so either.
Another sub 1 second, 60 foot.
And through the finish line, 6:43 with a 3. 217 miles an hour. There was a little bit of something left on the start line, but I think it must have been fuel because it's all but already evaporated. But as John said there, sub 1 second to the 60 foot in a sedan car. 769 with a 6, 176 miles an hour for Foster in 57. And that is Matty Clark down there in the rocket lane. Going through his burnout procedure. Torque Calibration Services, Pontiac GXP. Also racing for Flat Out Services, Liquid Clothing Company. ARB at Windsor. ASAP Fire Services, Methanol Moonshine. And WFO Radio Podcast. 002 red on the tree for Clark. All the way out the back door goes 813 with a 7, 165 miles an hour. And that's his quickest pass of the day. I dare say the weather conditions and the track conditions out there are pretty good at the moment. The racetrack in full shade of, or full shadow of the corporate boxes and the mound here at Sydney Dragway.
That brings us to the end of Top Sportsman, does it not?
Yeah, looks like it does. Our Supercharged Outlaw cars about to roll under the tunnel. See Chris Manx down there, but there's someone that snuck in front of him. We have Josh Fletcher and Chris Denny. Sorry guys, I didn't see you leave the lanes. Josh Fletcher down there in the rear engine dragster.
Had that unfortunate incident in his Super Street car, a Super Sedan?
Super Street, I think it is. I could be wrong, sorry John, yes.
Put some stuff out.
He did, at least he's got the drags to play with still. Josh racing for Styromax. And Styra Fan. The Bolt King. Gulf Western Oil also backing the Well dragster. There's a name that's been around drag racing for a long time in Australia.
Long time.
And we're one of the first small block cars, I think, in the world to run a 5. Definitely the first in Australia, I think, with an automatic.
Yep.
Chris Danny in the rocket lane. He's in the front engine dragster. Doing it old school in the cherry red front engine car.
Good looking car.
It is fantastic. I love the stance, the shape, the colour. All the polished aluminium.
Yep, feds just look good. Fed meaning front engine dragster. Sponsored by J. Turnbull Truck Centre, which is Chris's father-in-law.
Okay.
Bob Shepherd.
Yes.
Not sure if Bob's still working or not, but wife Amanda putting him in. Amanda obviously has driven fuel cars back in the day, Amanda Shepherd, when she was.
Personality plus down there on the star line, that's
yeah,
for sure.
No lack of enthusiasm.
No. I say that with the greatest respect.
Yeah, no, I love to see it.
To see someone that's, you know,
passionate.
Very, very passionate about what she does. Both cars into full stage. Fletcher goes 0-3-0 on the tree. You can physically see the difference between the two cars. The rear engine car will get there for 7:23 with a 180 miles an hour to a 7:38 with a 0 at also 180 miles an hour for Chris Denny.
Puts Josh in a number 10 spot and Chris in a number 12 spot.
So not the quickest pass there for Chris Denny for the day, but Fletcher, he got the quickest pass there, both in speed and mile an hour. Just thinking there, like Fletcher just went 180 miles an hour with a wing on the front of the car, the canard wing at the front of the rear slick, I think, and also the wing on the back.
Yep.
And Danny's done it with, I think he's got just a very small wing on the front
On the
to
front,
try and keep the front end down.
Two different approaches.
Yes.
All right. Tim Gruber from Queanbeyan East in the rocket lane. And Bruno Matacevic from West Wodonga. In the HG Kingswood, Bruno's had this car forever. I remember racing him down Calder when it was a super sedan back in the 90s. Same car. Obviously been updated.
Well, I think Alan mentioned that he did an interview with him yesterday. Owned this car from virtually brand new.
Yep, yep.
So one would say it's definitely got a very important part in Bruno's life. Gruber in the rocket lane. Down there, his quickest pass of the day. There's lots of sevens in it.
Yep, 7.772.
Yep, at 177. Correct.
Sorry, Steve, butting in on you.
Matacevic, a 6:44 with a 1 at 2:25. So he's on paper.
That is a fast door car.
Yeah, on paper, definitely going to take this qualifying heat out. But that will be evened up tomorrow when they have the old handicap thrown into the mix.
Brad Anderson, Hemi on board for Bruno, and a 410 Ford motor for Tim.
Bruno moving around just a little bit as it does on every pass, just sashays around at the head of the throttle, but a 6:67 with a 9, 168 miles an hour. Definitely not his quickest pass of the day, but a 7:68 with a 3 at 180 miles an hour is an improvement for Tim Gruber. A nice pass for the Ford Cortina. There is a blower belt by the looks of it. That might explain why.
A mile an hour.
Yep, there's something else to the right of it too on screen.
Okay. I wonder what that is.
One part of the blower belt perhaps, and then the other bit next to it.
A couple of pieces he's picking up. You just walk past it. Oh, there he is. He's got it. Yeah, we just got to get the blower belt off the track.
We shouldn't be too far away from firing that next pair.
Just waiting on the track guys to clean up the track. Checking for oil up the other end.
Yeah, because the supercharger, that's the, for those that don't know, that black belt connects the supercharger to the crank. And obviously without that connection, the blower
don't go.
The blower doesn't turn, and therefore no boost, therefore no power.
Absolutely.
Our next pair out will be Jeremy Boscovich down there, taking on Greg Angus. Angus left the screen, Boscovich to the right.
Jeremy's had a couple of PBs in his car today. They'd be very happy with that. 588 cubes of Chevy on board Jeremy's car. And small block Chev for Greg Angus's HJ Coupe. I think Jeremy's trying to outdo his brother in the burnout department.
Yeah, I think so.
Or maybe Josh is trying to outdo him.
It just sits nicely, that Falcon. It's got a really nice stance on it. I think for Area 51 Couriers, Die-Cast Mania.
And Greg's sponsored by Greg Angus Motor Traders. You think he's got a car yet?
Pretty sure he does. I'm not sure what he deals in, whether it's early model Holdens or late model vehicles.
Not sure. Just waiting on Jeremy to come forward. Both cars in the pre-stage. Jeremy with a clutch and Lenko wraps it up.
006 on the tree for Angus. They're side by side to half track. Boscovich just starting to pull away now, and a 7.50
at 179.
And a 7.80 with a 4 at 172. So that's Angus's quickest pass of the day.
Puts Jeremy in a number 9 spot and Angus in a number 15 spot. Who we got next?
Well,
Mr.
an next pair's already, one of them's already fired. That's right of screen, Chris Manx.
Chris has been struggling a bit with that thing shaking.
Yeah, it's been turning to the left on each time that he's hit the throttle.
Yep.
One of the quickest cars potentially on the property. He just needs to get it down the racetrack. Turbocharged 588 cube big block. Taking on Jeff Sargent in the Chevy Camaro. Supercharged Keith Black for him.
If they can get Chris's car to keep the tyre round, that will go fast. What I mean by that is it doesn't shake. So when it shakes, the tyre starts running itself over to the soft sidewall.
I mean, so far today, I think each pass that I've seen, he's gone sub 1 second to the 60, but
yeah, the shake's further out.
It's been wanting to move to that wall, that concrete wall every time, and
yep. Good looking car.
Yeah.
And Jeff Sargent in the other lane, KB powered Chevrolet Camaro, sponsored by All-Star Tower Hire. And there's Pete down there. He's 1 tonner that owns All-Star Tower Hire.
Okay.
I'll have to hit Pete up with some sponsorship myself, I think.
I saw daylight under each back wheel there for Chris Manx. Less than perfect, went still sub 1 second to the 60, but it got loose after that. A 697 with a 5, 188 miles an hour for Jeff Sargent there. That might move him up a spot or two, perhaps on the list. Here is the replay. Keep your eyes on the car left of screen.
See the back tyre starting to wobble around. Sorry about that, we couldn't get the replay.
Our next pair fired into life. We have Paul Wood down there in the Chevy Camaro for Black Track Performance. GT Custom Panel and Paint. PWW Builders. Taking on
Dave, quick draw McGaw.
Yes. We're loving the burnouts today.
Went 6:47 on his previous qualifier, and Paul Wood went 6:99.
I wonder what the PB is for Dave McGaw. It wouldn't be too far away from that.
Yeah, I'm not sure.
If it's not already been run today.
So Dave is sponsored by the Bride.
It's a good sponsor to have.
Yes, got to keep the Bride on side.
Camaro down there.
Just having a quick check of the track in front of Paul Woods' car.
Yep, if you're in the market for a Supercharged Outlaw Chevy Camaro, go down and see Paul Wood.
You should buy it, Steve.
No. Do I need time to think about that? No.
No, you didn't. You've got hot rods to build.
I do. That's enough. All right, both cars into pre-stage. Second white light on, first time for Wood. McGaw in there now.
093 light for Wood.
Nice light for the Camaro driver. I wonder if McGaw will come around him at the finish line. He does, gets there by a tenth of a second. 6:55 with an 215 miles an hour for McGaw, and Paul Wood there, 6:89 with a 2. So that's a nice improvement for Paul Wood there. Brings him up to number 6. McGaw into number 3. And the good thing is both those runs looked clean, John.
Definitely, very clean. Nothing wrong with the track. I like getting a fire up signal for the next pair.
Yeah, that's Toby Austin down there in the airflow lane.
And Chris Dalton in the rocket lane from South Geelong in Victoria in this Pontiac Firebird, powered by Big Block Chev. Chris went 6.96 on his previous qualifier. Currently qualified number 7. Not a bad sound to blow an alcohol engine, hey?
It's certainly pretty cool. There's only one sound that beats it.
Yeah, nitro.
But they're two very different sounds. And a lot more RPM on board for a methanol burning machine. I think if a nitro car revved that hard, it'd be not pretty. Certainly not for long term, that's for sure.
No.
All right, Austin running for Tobster Racing and Engineering from Wallsend, New South Wales, towards the Hunter Valley. It's 5 p.m. Australian Eastern Standard Time here in Sydney. Been a cracker of a day here at Sydney Dragway. Day 1. 2026 Gulf Western Oil's Nitro Champs, 1 of 3. Austin about to bump into stage. There's a lot of RPM there for him. In there now, the tree will count down. 0.64 in the tree for Austin. Dalton over towards the wall, right on the wall at half track, John. Austin dead straight down the centre, goes 7.53 with an 208 miles an hour. Awesome run for Toby Austin. 8.46 with a 2 at only 102 miles an hour for Dalton. There wasn't much between that concrete wall and that red funny car. If you see the replay here on the big screen.
Real close. No sparks, so no zoomy hit.
No. Looked like there was something red glowing under Austin's car there as he left the start line. I know the red light was on the wheelie bar, but...
I think that's where they got their night light mounted on that thing.
It looked like it was something further under the car.
Yep.
They had a lot of RPM on board for a little while there. I'm sure the clutch wasn't really enjoying it.
No. Next we have our number 1 qualifier, Brittany Olive, in the rocket lane.
Be our last car in Supercharged Outlaws here tonight.
Brit qualified with a 6.16, 226 mile an hour. Had Shane walking out the front of the car. Brittany's sponsored by Gulf Western Oils. They just came aboard, I believe.
Yeah, it was only
recently.
A month or two ago, so fantastic to see. The team's definitely...
She did a little bit of Instagram stuff, tour of the factory, which was cool. Did you see that?
You know, she's certainly hitting her straps in this car and getting some results.
She's a really nice, calm driver, which is what you want in a driver. No stress. Also sponsored by MJ Mobile Mechanics, A Civil Motorsport, UB Engineering and APM. Running through her procedures.
Yeah, car looking great in green.
They say green's no good for race cars, apparently. I like it.
Yeah, I'm a fan of green on cars too. I think that's at least three of the commentators up here this weekend. 158 green on the tree for Olive, straight down the centre of the lane on a number here,
621, yep.
621 with a 6, 224.
Keeps her in number 1 qualifier.
Yeah, not quite her quickest pass of the weekend thus far, but certainly a good check-out pass. Car looked to leave the start line very, very well.
And Supercharged Outlaws will be into racing tomorrow morning.
There's 15 cars in that field. Now, about to get underway with a Super Comp. Our first pair of cars about to roll forward. We have Mitchell Oxley down there in the Mullins Dragster.
And John Kuiper in the Kuiper Race Engines VS Commodore. With the clutch pedal on board, D-gas. And Mitchell driving a VDA, which means V Dragster Automatic.
Just looking at that shot there, the wheelie bar set pretty high for Oxley. Yeah, I think if you hit that, the front end would be fairly high in the air. Considering there's a little bit of a flex in it too.
Yep.
Catch 22, you set them too low and it unloads the tyre.
Yep. So 815 record for John Kuiper and a 7.15 record for Mitchell Oxley. tiny little 290 cube Chevy on board for John Kuiper. And spins it hard.
I guess it's the only way you make your horsepower though, with only
rev it up.
Such small capacity. Only breathe so much oxygen, so therefore only burn so much fuel.
Love the sound of a clutch car.
Not biased at all though, are you?
Nah, not much.
015 red on the tree for Oxley. 059 green for Kuiper. The dragster will get there first. 721 with a 5. 187 miles an hour. To an 828 with a 2. 165 for Kuiper. Our next pair about to go through their burnout procedure. We have Craig Geddes down there in the aeroflow lane. Summit Racing Equipment, Light Vehicle Solutions, VP Race Fuel, Provincial Glass. Craig currently our number 2 qualifier. It's not as quick as a 7:08. Peter Pizzolides. I'm from Victoria in the race lines and transmissions backed Chevy Corvette for Big Stuff Engine Management, Precision Turbo, Noonan Race Engineering, and Final Wraps and Graphics. 621. The best TT tonight for Peter in the Corvette.
Pete went 6.21 in his previous pass. On a 6.25 record. And Craig went 7.43 on a 7.43 dragster record. .106, 60 foot for Pete. 104, 60 foot for Craig.
The Geddes a little bit quicker, and the dragster to the 67.10 with a 7, 188 miles an hour for the dragster.
Looked like an early shoot for Pete, didn't it?
Yeah, only 228 miles an hour for Pete. 6:35 with a 4.
So next we have Andrew Caruana in the Ford Focus with a V6 Ford motor in it, a turbo. Car used to be orange. Do you remember it back then?
Yes, yep. Yeah. Remember it being orange. I think it was black at 1.2.
Yep, had a big like top fuel wing on it. The nose was different.
I think tail light's a little bit different as well, but Andrew recently licensed in this car for MSC Cranes, MSC Engineering.
And Andrew's from Port Melbourne in Victoria, and Tim Dimitropoulos from Gilman in South Australia. Andrew's still learning the intricacies of driving a turbo car. It's on or it's off.
I'm not quite sure if you ever fully learn it.
Yeah. It'll be one of the harder cars to drive.
There's not a lot of wheelbase there either, which makes it a little bit more tricky because any sort of input into the steering wheel, where I'm sitting, it looks like potentially aiming towards the...
A little bit to the left of it.
Yeah. You can hear that V6
boost,
come up on boost. In stage now, already the lights will come down, the Focus away first. Seemed a little bit slow to come on boost for the Focus. The Camaro will take the win, John. 868 with a 4, 124 miles an hour.
And a 10.51 with a 0 at 132.
Puts Tom into the number 3 qualifier spot.
Jai Schluter and Pete Mamone. Our next pair out now. Schluter in the blue Chevy Cavalier.
Pair of clutch cars on the start line. One Chev powered, one Ford powered. Pete sponsored by RC Performance Engines and Jai sponsored by 477 Garage Tuning and Light Vehicle Solutions. Jai in DMP and Pete in BAP.
Just setting the wheelie bars there for Mamone.
Plenty of instructions from the crew.
Not quite sure why they were holding him there, but
Well, they had a little clean, but didn't look, yeah, anyway.
Anyway.
Jai's got the top light on, waiting on Pete Mamone to come in.
Keep your eyes on the Chevy Cavalier. He did a fairly big wheel stand
Sorry, mate.
last time. On the start line, both cars into full stage now. Yeah, another nice wheel stand for Schluter.
Stays with it. 105, 60 foot for Peter Mamone. Runs through for a 7:39 on a 7:38 record.
Here's that wheel stand for Jai Schluter, and you will also see Pete Mamone's car moving around a little bit.
Jai well under. Number 1 qualifier, 4/10 under.
Robert Maddox, 477 Garage Performance in the VH Commodore.
And Adrian Vella in the Chevy Cobalt C-Gas automatic. Both 341 Cube small block Chevys. Adrian sponsored by Pluckers Racecraft and Comp Engines. And Robert sponsored by 477 Garage Performance.
Waiting on Vella to move into stage now. on the tree for Robert Maddox. But Adrian Vella will take the win there, 8.04 with a 5, 165 miles an hour through the finish line.
Leaves Adrian in number 4 spot and Robert in number 7 spot. Luke Cartledge in this little Bantam from Victoria and Nicholas Galea in the old Cutlass. With the Hemi on board, as Alan Reinhardt alluded to before.
I think the Cutlass, certainly one of those shapes that will forever be, I guess, made more famous from drag racing. I'm not sure if they had the same
impact in other forms of motorsport.
Yeah, we have had plenty of cutlasses over here.
Looks like the Cutlass of Galea has stopped out there 100 feet out. Can't get it started, we'll have to push it back. Fortunately for Galea, he'll have to be pushed back to the start line or behind the concrete there at least, and then Luke Hartledge allowed to start up the Pro Street Towing and Transport. Dynamic, built, altered.
I don't think Luke had a very clean pass before, do you?
No, I think the first one he got pushed back as well.
Yep.
Hasn't been quite the day for Cartledge either. It's another one of these races that has the opportunity to switch between classes. Also has a rear engine dragster that he races.
Yep, currently running in C altered automatic in his banner.
Straight up on the two-step. Goes one. Oh,
wow, how did he catch that in time? That was a good driving job.
All right, unfortunately, that pass there for Cartledge probably undone from waiting for the other car to be pushed back, but
possibly.
He might have had the opportunity to do another quick burnout. Well, there's not a big tyre under the back of the altered there. I might have got that on replay. Let's just see. Car obviously left the screen.
Oh,
wow.
Hard left.
Picked up the left rear as well as it turned. That's how quick it turned.
Good job catching that. Darren Nichelle in Seagas automatic Chevy Cobalt, Chev 358 on board, and Warren Allen, the dragster automatic from Doonan in Queensland. Warren currently our number 8 qualifier and Darren our number 5 qualifier. See if these guys can improve on their times.
Darren Nichelle and the crew ready to go. Warren Allen knocking on that 6-second door here. It's 7:08 with a 6 earlier today. Will the weather conditions allow him to see a 6? Goes right on the start line. Nice wheels up launch there for Nichelle. The dragster on a mission. And a 7:10 with a 183 miles an hour. And an 8:24 with a 9 at 1:45 for Nichelle. Nice wheels up launch there from Nichelle. Carry them quite as long as Jai Schluter. I think he's was out of the throttle early there. All right, Gina Bullions and Robert Matzek. Matzik in the Chevy Camaro, 1984 model.
Gina was entered in Pro Stock, wasn't she?
Yes, but I thought I saw a post saying that she wasn't going to compete in Pro Stock.
Okay.
But they decided that they would bring this car out to play. It's racing for Maz Sport, the 20B Rotary on board.
Gina currently qualified in number 19. And Robert in number 13.
Yeah, so the car not yet to have done a full power pass. For Gina, will this be the one? We know the car makes plenty of horsepower, but it's a matter of getting it to the racetrack. Nice wheels up launch there for
whoa! Hold on to it, girl. Oh.
All right, she was very lucky there. It was a left and a right and a left and a right.
That was a hard stopper.
Robert Matzik, he runs through for a 9.23 with a 7 at 1:45. See if I got that on replay here. Keep your eyes on the car left of screen. 3 counts down, a launch over to the left, corrected, and then decided, no, I'm out of it here. Took out the 3:30 timing block at that point and rolled on through the finish line.
Yeah, that was definitely a hard starter.
Sydney Dragway crew will replace that foam block in a matter of moments, and we'll be able to send John Parisi on a solo for pro race engines in the Chevy Camaro Z28. John Parisi going through his burnout procedure. We can listen to a 326 cubic inch Chevy sing here at Sydney Dragway on a solo. Exhaust note will fill the cauldron down there on the start line, all on its own.
Bogged there on the start line.
Not sure what happened with the start line procedure there.
Not sure what happened.
Moving into motorcycles now. And we're moving into performance bike. That's Bobby Schluter down there in the aeroflow lane. The Shark Leathers on board the Kawasaki ZX-10R, just under 1,000 cc's. Racing for SL Fabrication, Light Vehicle Solutions, 2 Bob Racing, and 477 Performance Garage. Taking on Vanessa Rodham.
And for Mining and Energy Union, Pacers Paint Shop also assisting with the bills on board the Suzuki Hayabusa. .071 in the tree for Rottenham. And through the finish line, 791 with a 168 miles an hour to a 913 with a 4 at 149 for Schluter. Next up, we will see Edge Malice down there on board the Double D comp bike machine in the aeroflow lane. Having some issues at the end of his burnout. He had some problems on one of the earlier passes that he did. Taking on Jason Clarkin, the Full Bore Motorcycles Suzuki Hayabusa. Malice now going through his burnout procedure. As I said, Malice had some issues with the burnout on the previous, one of the previous runs that he did today, but still went 4/10 under the index, or under his national record. The bike definitely making the horsepower. Be a little bit unnerving, the issues that he's having. Seems to be with the gear selector. No, he's off the bike on this pass. Not happy with it. Clarkin will take a solo. 1.7 seconds to the 60. Down the rocket lane, 923 with a 158 miles an hour. Our next pair will be Cheryl Beddoes and Joseph Curry. Beddoes in the aeroflow lane. Edge Creative Printing, Twin Tunes Performance Centre, Joe Curry Motorcycle Transport for Cheryl Beddoes. Similar sponsors on board for Joseph Curry. In addition, VP Race Fuels, Connection Concepts, Size Harley Davidson, Campbelltown. Joe trying the turbocharged combination on board the V-Rod. The Harley Davidson Destroyer. Both bikes evenly matched at this point. Curry takes the win. 8.6 with a 1. 157 miles an hour to be under the index. Bike running almost identical to what it did earlier in the day. Next up, we'll see Ken Collin in the rocket lane. Running for Rascal Race Engines. .102 light on the tree for Collins. And a 7.60 with a 3, 171 miles an hour through the top end. I think that concludes Performance Motorcycle. And we're moving into a modified eliminator for their third and final round of qualifying here at day number 1 of the Gulf Western Oil Nitro Champs at Sydney Dragway for 2026. The first pairing of the round, Anthony Rochella down there in that beautiful 37 Chevy Coupe. For Just Muscle Cars, Panini Brothers Bakery, Storm Plastics, Roxby Earth Moving, Pro Paint and Panel, Pro Paint and Maintenance, and the Smooth Flow Group. Tegan Smith in the rocket lane. She's on board the rear engine dragster, running for stop, slow, traffic control, JM Auto Repairs, Tony Smash Repairs, Power Cruise, and Beauty by Teagues. Her own business. Recent graduate out of junior dragster.
Driving this car very well.
And she's certainly taken to it, that's for sure.
They had a problem with it at the Wednesday test in June. It had fresh tyres on it, was rattling really hard. Ended up being the wrong tyre.
A wrong size or wrong compound?
I'll tell you in a second.
Okay. All right, both cars away cleanly. 015 to an 051. The dragster will get there first, John. 735 with a 7, 173 miles an hour. To a 798 with a 7.
So yeah, when they ordered the tyres, they ordered a stiff sidewall, which doesn't work very good on a dragster. It's more like a door car tyre.
Is that to deal with the weight a little bit better? Perhaps? Yeah.
So they took them off and put the proper sidewall on them, and down it goes. All right. I'm not going to sing the Bat Dance song like Al did.
Oh, I don't know anyone who could sing it quite as good as
Al did. So we'll just go with Daniel Bat Dan Carranza. Yep. In the Aeroflow lane and Ash Carslake in the Rocket lane.
No.
Oh, you're going to try?
Bat Dan.
Good on you.
See, Adam could be Google searching it, and we could do the kapow. Maybe we'll save it for the first round, Dan. Adam, if he wins. So if Dan wins, we can play it.
The kapow.
How's that? Promises. All right, 024 to an 047. Carranza away very nicely in that car. 104 to the 60. Straight as an arrow down the racetrack. 707 with a 9. 188 miles an hour. And a 798 with a 7 at 163 miles an hour for Carslake.
Keeps Daniel in the #1 spot.
I think he's been there all day, hasn't he?
I'm pretty sure.
Chelsea Smith and Corey Dyson to do battle now. Smith racing for stop, slow, traffic control, JM Auto Repairs, APM and Tony Smash Repairs. 540Q big block on board the Fritz Dragster. That's the yellow machine down there. Dyson, he's driving the darker Mobile 1 machine with statewide oils. Glass protection.
So Corey's qualified #3 and Chelsea's qualified #8. .011 light out of Corey Dyson. 239 light from Chelsea Smith.
And a 755 with an 8, 177 miles an hour for Smith, to a 709 with a 4 at 188 miles an hour for Dyson.
Keeps Corey in the #3 spot.
Yeah, that was his best run of the day. And next pair, Jess Turner and Fiona Crisp. Turner in the Aeroflow lane. Running for Higgins Race Hedge, Kavanagh Auto Parts, Dominator Converters. Denso Spark Plugs.
And Fiona Crisp, NGK Spark Plugs.
VP Race Fuels also helping Fiona in her racing. Well, it looks like, unfortunately, Jess Turner's been shut down on the start line.
That's not good.
Chris will go on a solo here.
Pushing Jess's car away. A 33 light for Fiona Crisp. Runs through for a 7.57, keeps her in the number 10 spot. Number 9 spot, excuse me.
All right.
Next we have Brooke Rapasada. Brooke's got the lucky number 7s going too. 772 is her race number.
Yes.
Wonder why she couldn't get 4 7s. Someone must have it. And Peter Brown in the rocket lane. Both big block Chev dragsters. It says front engine dragster on our screen for Brooke, but obviously it's not. So Brooke qualified number 4 at the moment with a 7.13, and Peter Brown number 10 with a 7.57. We'll see if these guys can improve. Brooke goes 005 red, Brownie goes 026 green. Goes through for a 7.14, and Peter Brown a 7.56. Brooke's in number 4 and Brownie's in number 9. Next we have Mark Bull, the A-modified dragster, small block Chev powered, and Nathaniel Cutchell in the green Batmobile.
Yeah, this is the predecessor.
You're going to do the Batman thing again?
No, it's a one-time thing. Cutchell's car.
It's up to Adam.
Yeah. See what you started, Alan. Nathaniel Cutchell down from Queensland, our 17th qualifier with a 9.05.
Plenty of sponsors on board for Nathaniel.
Yes.
BL plus SG, a Lake, Brick and Paving. KHM Installations, Dutch Makers, Sunset Custom, Justin Allen Roofing, Cutchell Concepts, and the list goes on. We talked about Scruffy once before, haven't we?
I think it's Brian Lake, I think, is Scruffy. So,
yeah, because he does a few of the cars, doesn't he?
Yeah, in juniors, a lot to do with junior parts.
Yeah.
002 red on the tree for...
Had a big move around Nathaniel's car.
Yeah, I think Adam's got that on the replay for us. Yeah, here we go. Eyes on the big screen, car on the right of screen.
Oh,
yeah,
right
just
turn.
Lifted the front.
Oh.
Lifted the front end up and moved over to the wall, and it wanted to play with the wall. And
pretty messy.
Nathaniel said, no, you're not doing that. Got out of the throttle and rolled on through.
So we have Michelle Morrison over from Western Australia. 632 powered Chev T-Bucket. Sponsored by MSCN and Dim-Off Transmissions. And Denani Hot Shots. They sponsor plenty of cars over there, Denani.
They do. They certainly put a lot of money into drag racing.
And Harrison Fletcher in this 27 Ford Roadster with a Chevy on board. Sponsored by Jamison Courthouse Hotel. And Bulletin Plumbing and Civil. Michelle's currently number 5 with a 7.17, and Harrison's number 16 with an 8.87.
Certainly a big set of rear tyres on the back of Morrison's Altered.
He's got some pretty cool T-shirts down there. I don't know if you've seen them.
No, I have not.
Well worth a look. Double 06 for Harrison on the money.
Yep. 075 on the tree for Morrison. Morrison with the horsepower. And a 717 with a 4. Backs up the 717 with a 0 from earlier. And an 888 with a 6 for Harrison. Not quite his quickest run for the day. But he too also running very consistently. Brett Farnell down there from Redbank Plains in Queensland, running for Mad Dog Motorsports, NGK, Spark Plugs, I assume.
What else would it be?
I don't know, they probably make other stuff too.
Yeah.
Speed Flow, Illicit Motorsport and Electrical, 1320 Motorsport, DBS Motorsport, a lot of motorsport.
Lots of motorsport going on there.
A lot of motorsport going on there for Brett Farnell.
Yep, an Alligator in the Rocket Lane. Sponsored by LA Lubricants, Cackling Pipes Photography, Jeff's Racing Engines, and Denaro Chassis. 440 cubes of Ford power on board for Ali. .013 light for Ali, .021 light for Brett. Be happy with him.
Yeah, definitely. Stewart gets there first, 773 with a 0.1, 67 miles an hour across the finish line to an 822 with a 4 at 175 for Brett Farnell. It's his quickest pass of the day.
We'll see if Adriana can knock Batman off. She's probably down a car that, well, she's the last car, so obviously. Has run into sixes, this car. Adriana sponsored by Pro Race Engines, ETS Race Fuels, Wild Ink, and SRP Competition.
And just look who is on the return road.
Yes, waiting to see. They keep number one.
Seven seconds to wait from now.
Oh,
036 on the tree. Carledge
in the air.
Carledge on the way to the finish line. A 741 with a 2, 187 miles an hour is not going to take it.
Batman keeps the number one qualifier spot. That's going to be stuck in my head now.
Yep.
Thanks.
Right. You're welcome.
All right, next we have a modified bike. Angela Phipps in the Rocket Lane, Albie Davidson in the Aeroflow lane.
A lot of smoke out of Davidson's bike there. He blipped the throttle.
He had a problem last qualifier, I thought.
Here we go again.
Yeah, that can't be great. No, they're telling the pointing to something there.
He's on a borrowed motorcycle. Let's see.
Oh, is he?
Yeah.
Okay, someone else's bike.
Yeah, Gareth Wilcox's bike. He's done a little bit of damage to himself physically, so
okay.
Said to Albie, you know, jump on board.
That's a good mate, isn't it?
Yep. Pips away from the start line with a 106 light. 117 miles an hour to half track through the finish line. 10:41 with a 7, 144 miles an hour. Next up, we'll see Greg Horadam and Jimmy Jock Stewart. Horadam from Wiley's Flat up near Sickleton for for Oz Performance Motorcycle on board the Kawasaki ZX14R. Jimmy Jock Stewart in the rocket lane for Hunter Moto, Formation Riders. Also on board the same motorcycle. Both races.
Close to the centre line there, Greg.
Yeah, both side by side across the finish line, around about 2/10 the difference. 891 with a 6, 149 miles an hour to a 930 with an 8. The rider in the aeroflow lane. Next up, Ross Smith and Sean Ricketts. Ricketts had some issues in his second qualifying run. See what he can do for Heavy Duty Magazine. Former Australian champion in modified bike. Smith leaves an 0.72 red light on the start line. 0.50 on the tree for Ricketts. Much cleaner pass for him this time around. And a 9.32 with a 6. 143 miles an hour for Ricketts across the finish line to a 10.01 with a 6. For Ross Smith in the aeroflow lane. Next up we'll have Darren McGregor and Phil White on the start line.
Victoria versus Queensland. Darren from Victoria and Phil from Queensland.
Looks like White's out in front at this point and will take the win. 9.39 with a 2. 153 miles an hour. 10.51 with a 5. Next up, Matthew Jones. Taking on Christopher Shaper. Shaper from Queensland. Jones from Victoria.
Another one. Matthew sponsored by Nehemia Fishing Charters. And Christopher by Pro Cycle Dyno and Spot On Performance. Christopher aboard the BMW.
Yeah, very quick motorcycle. This one out of the, basically out of the factory. 1,000 cc's of BMW race bred performance. Straight down the center of the lane. 986 with a 0. 152 miles an hour. To a 10.49 with a 2 at 136 for Jones. Mitchell Woodford. Mango Hill in Queensland for Custom Motorcycle Addiction. Wisteria Hair Design. Taking on Jesse Barnes for Pro Tune Motorcycles.
Jesse's our current track champion, I believe.
He is, that's exactly right, John. Second generation racer.
Yep, his dad, Jim, a very good super sedan racer.
.032 on the tree for Jesse. Out in front at the moment. Still out in front at 1,000, and he'll take the win. 9.15 with an 8, 146 miles an hour to a 9.56 with a 1 at 150 for Woodford. Barnes will finish the qualifying in spot number 3. Woodford in 8th. Sounds like we're going to get underway with a junior drag bike next up.
Okay, next we have Junior Drag Bike for their third qualifier.
I absolutely love the junior drag bike program. We don't even have that in the United States.
Oh, you don't have it over there?
We do not.
Okay.
But I think it's great to get the, let the young, how about the motorcycle parade coming back? They all like waited up at the top end so they could come back together. That's kind of cool.
Okay, we have Anastasia Lucky in the rocket lane. And the airflow lane is, I don't know.
I'm sure that everybody that's here is familiar with the program, but it's small CCs. They only run down to the 8th mile. But it's a way for youngsters that like motorcycles to get involved before they have their driver's license, which in the United States, that's the only time you can get involved with a motorcycle is once you're old enough to have a license.
Do they have junior motocross or that type of stuff?
They do have that, yeah.
Okay, or junior speedway, or I wonder why they don't have junior bikes in drag racing over there.
Do not know. DeVay off and away, Anastasia right alongside down to the 8th mile stripe. 9:30, 75 miles an hour comes up on the left side for the Oz Wheels SVO transport rider. Anastasia goes 11:44 at 45.45. She should have gone 11:45. She's going to go 11:45 at 45.45.
All right, we have Cooper Ashelford in the rocket lane, all the way over from Western Australia, sponsored by Denani Hot Shots, Chittering Septics, Fussy Meats, Shock and Thor on the Kawasaki Ninja. And in the airflow lane, we have Marcus McDonald from Craignish in Queensland on a Yamaha R3, sponsored by Carter's Custom Hot Rods, Crux Levers and Rurock Helmets. Sharp 028 light for Cooper, 190 light for Marcus. Marcus runs it through for 862 and Cooper an 876. That puts Marcus in number 2 and Cooper in number 5.
Colby Ashelford and Lincoln Bonwick rolling in here next. Colby in the left, Lincoln in the right. Denani Hot Shots, what is that? Or Denani Hot Shots, what is that?
It's a sponsor in Perth, but I actually don't know what they do.
I need to find that out.
Yeah, maybe some of the West Aussie guys can let us know. But they're on a lot of cars over there and bikes. .006 red for Lincoln. He's having a crack. Kobe goes 035, which is very good. Kobe runs through for 8.81, keeps him in number 4. And Lincoln goes 909, keeps him in number 7. Next we have 2 South Australian competitors, Lawrence Rochella in the airflow lane and Bailey Paul in the rocket lane. Lawrence on a Harley.
With sponsorship from Harley.
Yeah, Harley Davidson sponsorship. That wouldn't go astray, would it?
I wouldn't mind having sponsorship from Harley.
Yeah.
Or for that matter, you know, Suzuki or Yamaha or Vespa.
Yeah, someone give me money.
I just want a bike. Actually, I don't. I've got 2 of those that I don't ride anyway. 961, 68 miles an hour for Lawrence. Bailey stops the timer down there, 992 at 56 miles per hour. And it looks like we've got our last pair.
Not shy with the burnouts, these guys.
Chris Davidson.
Yeah, Daddy's paying for that. I'll be my dad is his sponsor.
Mm-hmm. Lisa Harris over on the right side. Art with an attitude. Now I want to know what that is.
Yeah. Some weird not weird sponsors, but unusual sponsors. I love that one. Piece of shirt, clothing company.
I like it.
You wouldn't want a dyslexic that, would you?
Oh, that way Elisa's always going to be looking good. I legitimately wonder if that art with an attitude is something like Apple Girl art.
Yep.
Where they take car parts and metal parts and do various things like that.
Yep. There's 75 light for Christopher, 103 live for a loser. Chris stays in number 10 spot with a 954. And the loser in number 3 with an 864.
Well, I hate that they started the junior cars as quick as they did. I really do. Because here's the deal. In this final qualifying session, the first junior driver to have a perfect reaction time, and this offer expires at the end of this session. The first junior driver to have a perfect reaction time, I will give you $100 American.
That's like 125 Australian.
It's 100 American, I know that.
Yeah.
But you got to be perfect.
We've only had one triple O today.
It is a one-time offer, this qualifying session only. And if the first car down the track does it, offer's over. Cody Sedmak on the left side, Cade Fowler on the right.
Someone needs to take Alan's money.
Come and get it. You put up Trip Zip and I will hand you a C note.
Nice.
Or a Benjamin, as we call them in the States.
Got to be happy with that.
Couple A juniors coming at you right here. 8 seconds flat. The floor of the category. The older you get, the faster you can go. You can always tell the alcohol burning, popping bangs down there.
Yep.
See if I can give away 100 right out of the box. Nope.
097 to 067.
Cade got the quicker, or Cody's got the quicker of the two cars, excuse me. It goes 805, 82 miles an hour. He's run 8 flat, 801, 805. So we've got the target surrounded down there. A 901 for Cade Fowler. That's the worst run he's made so far today.
Right, we have Levi and the Sebic in the airflow lane in this AA Junior Dragster. And Mia Ward in the C Junior Dragster.
Oh, Danny Hotshots is a hot shot delivery service.
Well, there we go.
All right, that makes sense.
Now we know.
Yeah. Hot shot delivery. You got a part that you need there right now? Call Danny. They've been in business for 25 years. They lost my package 24 years ago, but every time I call, they said it'll be there by 2 o'clock. Like the old story about the shoe repair guy, but I'll tell you that one later. Levi left, Mia right. I still got my hundo. Unless somebody can take it away from me.
There's 48 cars that can take it, so let's see if anyone can do it.
Come on. Martini Racing Products. That doesn't sound like a junior sponsor. That sounds like you'd have to be 21 to have that sponsor.
Yeah, 18 in this country.
Oh, okay, 18. Well, still, that doesn't sound like a junior sponsor. Me award for Pro LED screens. Well, there you go. That's how you get your dial-in notice from the tower. Oh, Mia took a swing at it. She came up red.
Yeah, very red.
Way red, as a matter of fact. Levi goes 148 on the green side of the tree. And then Levi goes blasting on down with 774 at 83 miles an hour, 1208.
Yeah, Mia's in number 3 spot with that. Very nice.
I hate that we don't have the qualifier button.
What's that? Qualifier
It
button.
allows us to switch the screen back and forth.
Oh, really? Okay, no, we don't have that.
I'm aware. I'm aware. Who can I call to get one? Taylor Horton on the left side. Mason Kuchel on the right. Mason, part of that Atlantic Oils team. They got a junior car. They got a modified car. They got top fuel cars. They got like the whole spectrum covered.
The whole shebang.
ProStar Motorsport and Moto Works helping Taylor Horton make it here from Victoria. Actually, both of them come over from Victoria. Oh, 004, Mason.
Nearly got your money.
Came the closest to picking my pocket so far.
010 red for Taylor.
They must have heard back in the staging lanes, and now they're coming after me.
Yeah, that's it.
772, 84 miles an hour for Taylor, 812 for Mason at 79 mphs. Now it's going to be Johnny Lucci out of Lucci Civil and the Nordy boys.
Racing his sister Savannah.
Now, I'm assuming Johnny's older, is that right?
Yeah, he's in the A and Savannah's in the B. Correct. Lucci Civil is their dad's civil company, which is Earthworks.
So if you got a mountain in the wrong place, he can move it for you?
Absolutely. Got some big machines. Dom.
Well, let's see if the big brother picks on his little sister or if the little sister strikes a blow for little sisters everywhere. I was actually a little brother, so I don't have a dog in this fight.
Sure, there's always sibling rivalry going on.
Well, they're trying to figure out who Dad likes best.
Yeah. 029 for Johnny, 170 for Savannah.
What a big old meanie picking on his little sister by throwing an 029 light at her.
Yeah.
833.79 miles an hour for Johnny. Split the 2 he made earlier, 878 for Savannah, who also split the 2 she made earlier.
All right, we have Benjamin Attard in a Junior Dragster, sponsored by ITF Hire and Pro Tilt Towing.
And we may have an incorrect number over there on the right side. Hopefully they get that caught and straighten it out here. We're calling down. Satellites are hooking up. Bouncing around the world. Hey, it's Bailey.
Oh, here we go. Bailey Hall.
Out of Robust Works. Prominence Engineering. You know, I'm just thinking that Benjamin Franklin is the guy who's on the $100 bill. Wouldn't it almost be like poetic justice if Benjamin Attard was the one who won it?
Let's see.
He thinks so.
Yeah. Benjamin sponsored by Low Fabrications and Bailey sponsored by First National Real Estate. Reed's Mechanical and Performance.
$100 American on the line if for the first person in this session with a perfect reaction. And if nobody gets it, I get to keep it. Ha, ha, ha.
You can put it on the bar tonight.
Why would I do that?
Oh, I don't know.
These kids ain't old enough to drink.
True that. Waiting on Bailey to come in.
Wow, Bailey's really taking the time over there. Got in before it got counted out.
002. 2 thou off the $100.
Missed by $50 a thou.
And 098 light for Benjamin Attard. Benjamin runs it through for 805 and Bailey at 802.
002.
2 thou off perfect.
Alex Ruffalo now on the left side. Out of Sydney Waterscapes. I can figure out what that is. Tyler Jarvis over on the right side. Sponsored by Dad. Well, you're lucky. My dad wouldn't have sponsored me.
Yeah, me neither. Tyler, all the way over from the west coast of Australia, from Pinjarra. And Alex just down the road at Vineyard, here in Sydney. Alan was autographing helmets before.
I'm just watching what they're doing down there with Tyler. They just backed him up and moved him over about 1.5 feet. So
they weren't happy where it was.
I'm sorry, John. What were you saying?
You were autographing a helmet before.
Yeah.
Yeah, that was Alex's older brother.
Oh, okay.
Yep.
Okay. Man, 002. Close.
No cigar.
Close.
Reds both sides of the tree. 004 red for Tyler. 017 red for Alex. Everyone's having a crack at your money, mate.
That was the idea. Come and get it.
Yeah, that's it.
Come and get it. I have 004 green, 004 red, 002 are the 3 best so far, and I still have my money. Alex Ruffalo goes 17 red, goes 776. See, that takes some getting used to because we're not allowed to run that fast in the States.
Oh, okay.
Joe Marizzi now on the left side out of Marizzi Civil and VP Fuels. Always good to have a petrol sponsor, especially as expensive as gas is these days.
Absolutely. And Sophia Cutchell, up from Victoria.
Another one of the Atlantic Oils team.
Yeah, we saw her brother run before.
Working with KHM Installation, Sunset Customs Auto Sound. I wonder if she's got a stereo in that thing.
You think you'd hear it over the sound of a junior?
I tell you, there are like top dragsters being built in the States right now that have Bluetooth audio in the cockpit.
Really?
Yep.
So they can listen to the commentary?
Let me tell you something. If you're giving away reaction times and eliminations, I sure would.
Yep.
Like calling out the hole cards in a poker game.
Yeah.
No, so you can listen to music when you're back in the staging lanes and doing whatever, kind of relaxing, getting in the mood.
Okay. Oh, 003 red.
So we've had a 002, a 003, two 004s, counting red and green. But nobody else got my money. Sophia missed it by 3 thou, goes 810 at 79 miles an hour, 1102 for Joe at 57 miles per
hour.
Are we out of these things yet? Oh no, I'm still.
We've got 48 of these.
I'm still in deep jeopardy looking at out the back window here.
There's still plenty of cars to come to take your money. Pick your pocket.
George Chikalis.
In the C Junior Dragster, in the Aeroflow Lane, and Piper Bennett.
Brick and Go Brick Lane. That's a great name for a company.
Yeah, I think that's Dad's company.
Piper Bennett out of Stratus Form, Simpson Safety.
That's a good sponsor too.
Absolutely. Nice to have somebody supplying your clothes, and your hats, and your neck support.
Piper's car's got one of the few overhead engines in it. They've only just put it in. Overhead valve engine.
Right on.
Many of them in juniors over there?
Only the really like the crate motor ones.
Yeah.
Some of those Honda motors are overhead valve, but no, all the hot rods are just the Briggs & Stratton flathead based.
Yep.
George leaves early, Piper leaves late. If you're in eliminations, late is definitely better than early, but if you're trying to win money, neither one of them's any good. Piper Bennett goes 810 at 81 miles an hour. 808, 808, 810 on back-to-back-to-backs, and George goes 1225 at 53 miles per hour.
Nice and consistent.
I just think it's hilarious that the Junior Drag Racing League started, what now, 35 years ago, something like that?
Yeah.
Daniel Caraballet out of Light Stream Electrical on the left side, Riley Edo in the right for Murphy Finance. Finance Salute, there's a sponsor. I need a new engine. How are we going to finance that? Why don't you just write a check? No, the Junior Drag Racing League started because a kid in New Jersey couldn't catch a baseball.
Okay.
I'm not making it up.
Yep.
Kid had no athletic ability whatsoever, but his dad owned a racetrack.
Yep.
And he went out for Little League, and he went out for Pop Warner, and he tried all the other sports and just wasn't any good at it. And he told his dad, he said, I don't want to play sports, I want to drive a race car. Why don't you just build me a race car? So
smart
they did.
Kid, very smart kid.
Well, what are you going to do with one race car? They built the first one, you got to build a second one, so you got somebody to race.
Beautiful.
And then every kid that saw him wanted him. And then because drag racing, right? It used to be, take an engine off a lawnmower and let's go have some fun with the kids. And then it turned into, well, what if we built a billet block? How about a stroker crank? How about 14-to-1 compression on alcohol?
That's what drag racing is, isn't it?
Yes. Riley Edo goes 14th out red, 778. It's going to be an 809. Comes up for Dan at 80 miles an hour. I mean, who would ever thought that you start with a fun class for the kids, and then pretty soon you have to put a speed limit on them? You know why there's no nitro in junior dragsters?
Why?
Because it's not allowed. If there wasn't a rule against it, somebody would have done it.
I guarantee someone would have done it.
Pick up Georgia Lifelink out of Speed Flow Products. New South Wales and Alexis Attard. Pro Tilt Towing. Low Fabrications. Also out of New South Wales. I'd like to be able to tell you that I'm learning my Australian geography, this being my third trip over here, but the truth of the matter is I'm not. I don't know where anything is.
You just know that it's big.
Yeah, it's bigger than I honestly didn't realize how big it was until I started coming down here and talking to guys.
And the tracks are so far apart from each other. 003 red for Georgia.
It's our second 003, right?
Yep.
So we've had 2 002s, 2 003s, 2 004s, and I still have my money.
Burning a hole in your pocket, mate.
7.995. 80 miles an hour for Georgia. 812, 79 miles an hour comes up for Alexis, who is, by the way, way green. Wanted to make sure it was green before she took off. Now it's going to be Emma Leifting and Lily Horton. Also interesting to note, at least I think it's interesting to note, right now nobody can turn my microphone off. Obviously, there are a number of female competitors, young ladies who are involved in the Junior Drag Racing League.
Lots and lots. Yeah.
Those 2 cars that I told you about that were built in New Jersey, the second one was built for a girl.
Beautiful.
The first 2 juniors ever were a boy and a girl. And they were not brother and sister.
Okay.
Oh, it deeps. There it is. Lily.
There it is. Lily Horton, you've got Alan's money.
Lily, come get your $100 American. Trip, zip, perfect after a deep stage.
How good is that?
And then an
specify
888.
it couldn't be deep, so.
72 miles an hour. It's going to be an 866, 76 miles an hour comes up for Emma. But Lily Horton drops donuts on the starting line, and Lily, come see me. I got $100 American for you.
That is cool.
Chevon Harley coming up now on the left side. Is that UASA batteries? UASA?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
Custom Plenum Creations, Lexi Lancaster over in right side. Bring your time ticket as proof of concept.
So Siobhan is over from Auckland in New Zealand. And Lexi from Jimboomba in Queensland. Lexi sponsored by Kitson Freighters, VP Fuels, Heavy Diesel Fleet Services, and JOH.
Was that a UFO that was landing a second ago?
I didn't see it.
That's what it sounded like.
I'm getting a little bit of interference.
I hope they're coming to get Lily so I can keep my 100.
Yeah. I think she'll be coming up to get that.
I'm sure she will.
042 light for Lexi in the rocket lane, 139 for Siobhan in the airflow lane.
And again, just to be perfectly clear, that was a one-time only deal. Lily won the 100 and the contest is over.
Yeah, 000 now, doesn't matter, except bragging rights. That puts Siobhan into the number 2 qualifying spot. And Lexi is in number 34. Lucy Hamilton in the C Junior Dragster up from the ACT, and Jacob Schultz from Queensland. And we've got plenty of interstate guys here this weekend. And Jacob wants a sponsor, if anyone's pleased.
Don't we all?
Yeah.
I need to find a sponsor for the new Win Alan Reinhardt's Money program.
This is the number 3 qualifier, last chance for these guys to get their cars sorted for racing tomorrow. Oh, 48 light for Jacob, 135 light for Lucy. Jacob runs it through for an 805, keeps him in number 8 spot. And Lucy runs a 12.21.
I'm sorry, we're having an internal meeting up here while they were explaining things to the dumb American announcer guy.
So we have the Canoolies racing against each other. Nixon in the airflow lane and Christian in the rocket lane. Both in AA junior dragsters.
Well, this is definitely going to be for bragging rights. Now, wait a minute. Are these guys related?
Cousins, I believe.
Oh, cousins. Okay.
Yeah.
Okay. I was going to say brothers that don't live in the same city would be, I mean, not unheard of, but unlikely, I would think.
Yeah.
There's got to be a side bet here, like somebody's going to be waxing somebody else's car or something.
Yep, bragging rights.
I don't care about bragging rights. I want somebody doing my work.
Yeah. 0-1-2 red for Christian.
So Christian lost whatever the bet was on the red light up here.
Yep.
771, 84 miles an hour for Nixon. Christian goes 774. 883 mphs. And they're still coming.
Plenty of juniors here.
Blake Taylor left.
Helen Canooli, another Canooli in the right lane. Blake in a B junior dragster and Talon in a B junior dragster as well. Talon qualified with an 8:49 and Blake with a 9.183.
I figured Lily'd be here by now.
Yeah.
It's probably like getting a photographer or press agent or...
Someone would have had to have told her.
Talon goes red by 5 Hun. Blake goes green by 5 Hun. It's going to be an 880, 72 miles an hour. Comes up for Talon. It's going to be a 927 at 69 miles an hour. On Blake's side. Whoever came up with the LED rear wing tail light is a genius. Especially the ones that dance.
Very popular.
Some of them are just like solid on, and some of them like blank and dance. And if I've got like the slow car, I'm getting one of those dancing ones because I want to be out in front trying to mesmerize
Make
my
some
opponent.
distraction.
Yeah. Carlos Harvey on the left side. Out of Custom Millennium Creations and I gotta know that. Is that Yausa batteries?
Yuasa.
Yeah. Okay. And Dakota Bragg. Out of Smith. See, Smith Transport. I can figure that one out. Century batteries.
You pronounced it properly too.
Yeah. Yeah, I'm pretty good with Smith.
Yeah.
I'm not going to tell you that I never screwed it up, but I'm pretty good with Smith.
Yeah. Dakota, a third generation racer, gets away with an 035 light. 007 from Carlos Harvey.
802, 82 miles an hour. So it's 802 at 820. And then at 810 at 79 miles an hour comes up for Dakota. And just like that, Kyle Day and his AA car on the left side, and Marcus Princey in the right side, the C Junior. Couple of thumpers. Like I say, 500 cc's is like a 350 Chevy, right?
That's a big single, isn't it? It'd have to be 4-inch bore, you'd think.
Nah, not really. Well, nah, probably not. I bet it's more stroke.
Yep.
Of course, I have been wrong before. Marcus goes red. Kyle goes green. See, now you got me curious. I'm going to have to go ask somebody that.
Yep.
What the bore and stroke is on a 500cc junior motor, 74, 83 miles an hour.
People need to know.
For Kyle. I want to know.
Yeah.
12:32.53 miles an hour comes up for Marcus. Here comes Michaela Reed out of Belgravia Apparel. Let's Go Industries. That's a great name. Let's Go Industries.
Yeah.
That's like, yeah, sit around and don't bother me Industries. Bailey Tandek. Have an edge on the right side for A Civil. Oh, are we going to play Pictionary now? Oh, I thought we were going to play Pictionary. What do you think? I don't remember who stole my money? Michaela Reed, Bailey Tandek coming at you. .818, 80 miles an hour comes up for Michaela. It's going to be 787 at 83 miles an hour for Bailey. I think we can almost see the end of the line here. Chase Carslake.
He has an interesting sponsor. Go park yourself. Truck parking.
You got to make sure you don't get those words mixed up.
Yeah, you don't want to dyslexic that one, that's for sure.
Liam McNeil on the other side for MJ Clothing, Princey Motorsports.
Chase in a A Junior Dragster and Liam in a B Junior Dragster. Chase down from Yamanto in Queensland and Liam from Singleton here in New South Wales. .055 red for Chase, .044 green for Liam. Oh, some sparks coming out of that thing.
Yeah, that ain't good.
Yeah, that's really not good. Never seen that out of a junior.
Interesting though, still running all the way down there, so chain hitting the guard maybe?
Possibly.
844, 73 miles an hour, so it wasn't running quite as quick as it was earlier, but it certainly didn't just shut off down there.
Interesting one. That stopped. Didn't make the turn.
Yeah, maybe it did throw the chain off of it and it was down there wrapped around something, so he doesn't have any more forward drive. Jake McNamara rolling in here now. Now that's the EFI car, right?
Yes.
Or am I making that up? Carl Schultz on the right side.
You are correct. Just having a quick look at the racetrack after that spark was coming out of the junior.
There's times for sparks. Drag racing is not one of them.
Not a good scenario.
Definitely not. Hey, Lily, whenever you got a minute, come see me. I got $100 American for you. That perfect reaction time. This might be a case if that thing spit the chain off of it that they want to go out there and just make sure that they picked up all of the pieces, all of the lengths, all of the stuff, so nobody else runs over it. Remember, tomorrow morning we go into eliminations. It's going to be a fun day tomorrow. We're going to have a whole lot of folks here tomorrow as well, so I would recommend coming out early. Stake your spot out. Super Street going to lead us off. Super Sedan. Junior Dragster, Top Sportsman, Modified, Super Comp. That's going to be the run order. We get into the Group 1 cars. Coming up just before noon. And let's see, are we going to bring in a tractor or a sweeper or something? They're pushing the cars
I think
back.
so, if they're pushing cars back.
Make room for the turn up here at this end. The FOD mat, you could have just whispered that to me. Yeah, you can see the guys out there.
Picking up pieces.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I think that thing yacked a chain out there and left a little hardware here and there. That FOD mat is a brilliant invention. I wish I'd have come up with it.
The what?
The FOD mat.
What the hell is that?
That's what they're about to take out on the racetrack.
Okay.
It's
Could you explain that to me?
It is a mat that you can drag behind whatever, a quad or a
Tractor?
side-by-side or a golf cart, and it basically is like 75 guys with whisk brooms and dustpans. It was invented, it was a military invention that they put together originally for sweeping runways. So you make one 100 feet wide and put it behind a pickup and drag it down a runway, and you can clean off the runway, and it'll pick up all kinds of stuff like nuts and bolts and washers and Zeus fasteners and pet dander and contact lenses, and it literally it will sweep the track and just kind of run down and run back to get any last little stuff, especially when it's dark out there, you know, if you're trying to pick up pieces
You can't
of chain.
see Zeus tabs or nothing.
So. Here comes the FOD boss.
Did you go down and have a look at the Cutchell Dragster? Modified car?
Which one?
The green one with
of
the
course. Yes,
wings
I
on
did.
the back.
Yes,
Yeah.
I did. That is a really cool car, and it's got a really cool story behind it as well.
We got time? Elaborate.
Oh, I'm saving it for tomorrow when he's up here racing.
Oh, okay, fair enough.
Give it away. Come on.
Don't let the cat out of the bag straight away.
No, but it really is kind of a cool car, and that bodywork is hand formed.
So it's aluminium, not fiberglass?
Correct.
Yeah, nice. That is some serious fabrication skills right there.
Well, judging by the fact that they're doing a little mop-up work where the car stopped on the top end of the racetrack, it might have done more than throw the chain off of it. As a general rule, chains don't drip, in my experience. There you go, perfect. Look at the FOD mat behind the little truck down there. I just got my dinners ready page. Stop trying to feed me. I'll be down there in the middle of a little bit. I got to wait for Lily to come up and get my money. I mean, her money. I tell you, I wandered down there earlier, and there was plenty of smiles in the Rapisarda camp after the checkout run or the practice run or whatever you want to call it here this evening.
Yeah, they weren't dawdling with Wayne's car, were they?
Nope. He wants everybody to know he's a champ for a reason.
Have you met Wayne?
Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah.
Good man.
Oh, we get to watch that again. Here, watch a junior dragster destroying whatever he destroyed down there. It's not even the 4th of July. Oh, wait, you guys don't have the 4th of July. I mean, you do have the 4th of July, but you don't have like we do. You don't celebrate it like we do. Yeah, I've always been a big believer that race cars, much like high-tech electronics, you don't want to let the smoke out. You apparently don't want to let the sparks out either. Try to keep the sparks contained.
It's a good plan. Yep, looks like we got our guys fired up.
That first car fired down there, and it sounded like it was 4th of July all over again. Like the rocket's red glare and bombs bursting in air.
We have Jake McNamara in the airflow lane and Carl Schultz in the rocket lane.
Uh-oh, I have a young lady here that I have to go pay. Carry on.
Okay. Alan's gone off to pay his $100. Carl Schultz down from Corona Downs in Queensland, and Jake from Fairfield West here in New South Wales in Sydney. .054 light for Jake, .063 light for Carl. Jake runs through for 811 and Carl is 7.73.
Lily is a shy young lady. She apparently doesn't get mean until she puts her helmet on.
So you handed over the money?
I did.
Good stuff.
I am a man of my word.
That is a good thing in life.
Even though, you know, I think if it came down to a wrestling match, I think I could have taken her. You know, the funniest part, I asked her, I said, did you go deep on purpose? And she said, no. Ah, happy accident.
Abigail Reed in the right-hand lane. Abigail is a 4th generation racer. Dad, granddad and great-granddad all raced.
Family tradition, huh?
Yep, ingrained deep. Jaden Bunisev in the airflow lane goes 061 on a tree. Abigail goes 094. Jaden runs through for a 872 and Abigail a 12.28. And Mary Jo Bunisev in the C Junior Dragster and Luca Lamattina.
There you go, up on the big screen. That is Lily.
Awesome.
Getting her $100 American from the dumb American who decided to create the contest. I told her, I said, you gotta promise me your mom's not gonna spend it on school clothes or something stupid like that. It's for you.
Spend it on fun stuff.
Yeah. So Luca left. Mary Jo right. Didn't Luca win out in Adelaide, or was runner-up, I think?
I think so.
Yeah. He definitely had a good day. His dad was happy for a number of reasons, because they had a pretty good day in the loud car, too.
Mary Jo knocks it in deep. Puts the top light out.
Yeah, that's what Lily did to me.
Yeah. Double O free for Luca.
Money's gone. Money's gone. Sorry, that was it. That's all I had.
072 for Mary Jo. Mary Jo runs it through. Oh no, she's got a, oh no, 13.1, sorry. And Luca goes 802.
Down to the last few here. And then getting ready to go into whatever's after this.
Super Street.
Ah.
And then Super Sedan, and that will bring us to an end.
Then happy hour?
Then happy hour, absolutely. Then you got to go eat.
Declan McGregor, hopefully they'll eat everything before I get there. I'll show up. Oh,
Nah.
darn, I'll just have a cookie.
That never happens.
Yeah, you're right about that.
Always plenty of food into the Rapasada pits. All right, Savannah Condello in the Rocket Lane in the AA Junior Dragster. Sponsored by Nono's Bank Account. And Declan McGregor, sponsored by Mum and Dad. .029 light for Savannah, .034 for Declan. .772 for Savannah Condello and .865 for Declan McGregor. I think this is our last car, Alan.
Looks like we've got one left. Speaking of one, it's got a big number 1 on the side of it.
Yes, Zane. His sister just ran, so Zane's turn.
Now is that Herrick's 3D?
Yeah. Yep.
Okay.
3D printing.
Oh, I got you.
Yep.
Okay. Okay. And Nano's bank account.
Yeah, Nono must be pretty good.
I should talk to Zane, see if he could 3D print me some more $100 bills.
Yeah, there you go.
Oh wait, that would be 2D printing, wouldn't it? Do they frown on that over here too? They kind of frown on that where I'm from.
Ah, no, it's okay over here.
It's okay over here?
Yeah.
Okay. Good to know.
Yeah.
Good to know.
Making some last minute adjustments on Zane's car.
Whole lot of pop and cackle down there from the single cylinder.
.021 light for Zane. Goes through for 8037 at 82 mile an hour.
Well, Lily was the only perfect light.
Yeah, it's only the second one of the day as well.
And Lily, congratulations. Spend that 100 on something that you want, something fun.
Yeah.
And Super Sedan getting ready to roll out, I'm going to go sit in a corner and cry.
Okay, first up we have Peter Violalis in the Go Logistics XT Falcon and Daniel Rugia in the Mazda RX-3 13B Rotor. Seen a number plate on Daniel's car?
We're at HV8s. Welcome. Nice to be back, JB.
Daniel, sponsored by Any Door and Gates and Torque Base and All Epoxy Solutions.
You've been around for a long time, Daniel, but took a little bit of a break. Hasn't been in the seat a huge amount over the last couple of years. He's up against Peter Violaris, the XT Falcon down there that loves a wheel stand. Manually shifted, loves pulling gears in this thing. But yeah, keep your eye on the White Falcon because this thing does... Actually, both cars have a tendency to pick the front wheels up, so...
Should be good. Oh.
There we go.
Bouncing around on the 1-2 shift.
Really, really cool run. Side by side on the brakes early for Daniel Ruggier, but 8.93 to a 9.30. So that actually sets him up pretty well. 8.91, 8.89, and then 8.93 over his street qualifying passes. That sets him up pretty well for the first round of racing tomorrow morning. Next up, Darren Edwards up against Steve Page. Jet Trucking HJ Monaro. Really big field in Super Sedan, well over 30 cars in Super Sedan this weekend.
I think it is. It's 6 rounds, so.
Yeah, a lot of racing ahead of us. Anyone who takes home the trophy at the end of the day
will have
certainly will have earned it, that is for sure.
There's not a lot of gimmies in Super Sedan.
A lot of tough races, that's for sure. Number 4 and 2 qualifiers respectively, so 2 of the quicker cars in the field here. 8.62 and 8.54 respectively. Oh, Edwards with a big move down there at 1,000 feet. And that knocked off about a 1/10 and a half off the ET. 8.77, only 133 miles per hour. 8.53 though for Steve Page. He will remain in the number 2 spot, but still. Looks like conditions starting to improve a little bit out there with the cool night air starting to creep in. Although if you have a look at the top of the cars as they roll through the tunnel, there is a little bit of dew starting to settle out there. So there is a little bit of moisture in the air.
Can't burn water.
No, not often anyway.
Yeah, and boil it.
Not without adding stuff to it.
Yeah.
Chevy Taylor now, the Chevy Bubble Top, which I think is Alan Reinhardt's favourite car so far this weekend.
He liked the rotary, didn't he? Didn't he say he really liked that rotary?
Yeah, he did like a rotary. He's going to put it in his hand luggage and take it home.
And Matty Forbes in the rocket lane.
Well, really jumping around Chevy Taylor. The Bubble Top, Taylor Marine Exhaust Solutions, BK Race Engines, great side-by-side race. This one, 007 on the tree, 10.09 at the big end, and a 10.000 for Matty Forbes to go along with his previous 10.003. So a 3,000 spread over his 2 qualifying passes. That's not too shabby indeed. Robert Cardham now, the XY Falcon. Sorry, it's not the XY Falcon, it's the green XD Falcon.
Yeah, it's wrong on our screen.
Yes. See, that's why I shouldn't look at the screen. I should call what's in front of me. It's going to take on Les Waite, the 67 Chevy Camaro. Can confirm Camaro in the rocket lane.
Both guys up from Victoria. 028 red for Les Waite and a 008 green for Robert Cardham. Robert Cardham runs it through for a 8.81 and Les runs it through for a 9.49.
Tell you what, 2 things you don't want to do in the last round of qualifying. Number 1, that's red light by 028 on the tree.
That's a pretty big red.
The other one is run quicker than all of your other passes all weekend because you go into the first round kind of just throwing a dart at the dartboard with your eyes closed. You don't quite know where you're going to end up. Jim Raptis now, the 69 Dodge Dart with the Hemi, and of course it's Hemi in all capitals, 426, up against Jamie Turner with a VK Commodore. Clean greens both sides of the racetrack though. Jim Raptis leaving a little bit on the table with a 1.79 reaction time. 0.22 on the tree for Jamie Turner. Mopar's going to get there though. 9.42, 145 miles per hour to go along with his previous 9.45, 9.66 for Turner. And they'll stay in the number 27 and 31 qualifying spots respectively. Jim Denaro now and Nathan Watt, 2 long-time New South Wales racers.
And both very, very good races.
Oh, yeah.
Nathan, sponsored by Grant's Performance and Western Auto Parts. Jim, sorry.
You're
Jim
right.
in the 363 Windsor-powered Cortina and Nathan in the LS-powered VL Commodore. Nathan staging very carefully.
Yeah, just a reminder for everyone tonight, we do need to get through the program as quickly as we can. So for all the racers that are down there in the lanes, your cooperation is appreciated. 8.91 on the boards for Nathan Watt and a 9.28 for Jimmy Denaro. A little bit tardy on the tree for Jim, though. Left a little bit on the table. Yeah, left a little bit on the table. It's always nice when you can say it's an 0.51 reaction time and it's a bad one for him, you know. Peter Furlanetto with the XY GT now, 598 cubes of Ford. That's a lot.
That's jammed into that XY.
That is a lot of engine in that thing.
Up from South Australia.
Yep, and Jaden Plant, the Dodge Dakota. Not a car that was
That's
ever...
a good-looking car.
It really is.
It's like an ex-Pro Stock truck.
Yep, not a car that was ever sold out here, the Dodge Dakota. I wish it was.
Yeah. 009 red for Jaden.
009 on both sides, just red on one side and green on the other.
Yeah.
8.53 at the big end. Quickest run of the weekend for Furlanetto. 9.68 with an O for Jaden Plant. So number 2 qualifier for Peter Furlanetto. That actually picked him up 2 qualifying spots by the look of it for Furlanetto. So he'll be pretty happy with that. Gordon Taylor taking on Chris Smith now. Smith with the LC Tirana. Gordon Taylor, the Ford Mustang.
Chris Smith, sponsored by Age Pension Help.
At least it's not NDIS at the moment.
And Parramatta Automotive.
Well, there's been plenty of cars that have...
There's been some interesting sponsors today, I'll tell you.
There's been plenty of cars over the years that have had Centrelink on the sponsor list. We saw one saying the bank today.
Yep.
Gordon Taylor, a little bit on the table in terms of reaction time. 0.87 red.
Got the
Whoa!
Oh,
And
no,
he's
no.
gonna
Hold
save
it.
it. No, nope. That's put
Got
something
the
under the
ball
tyres
hard.
without doubt. Did the right thing, got the shootout there.
That's no good.
And yeah, hopefully he's okay there. He was driving the car all the way to the stripe there, trying to save it.
Yep.
I think it was Chris Smith, wasn't it?
Yep.
In the Tirana down there. So fortunately, he's come to a stop right at the finish line gate down there. Did get the wall a couple of times, but we'll just make sure that everything is A-okay. With him down there, the last thing you want to see is that kind of circumstance where the car gets loose early on in the run and you almost have an accident trying to avoid the accident.
Trying to catch it back up.
You know, the car's sort of sliding around, slapping from one side to the other. And yeah, you look at the timing blocks that have been dislodged down there. You can see the tyre tracks, just how much that car moved from one side of the racetrack to the other. You got to think the way that thing was sliding around, it must have had something under the tyres.
Something.
Because that is certainly not what we want to see. Obviously, we're going to get him checked out by the AMBOs down there. That is most important. And until we receive some confirmation from the top end of the racetrack, we won't show the replay, just out of respect and courtesy to the racer and their family. Not that we think that there's anything too untoward, but obviously safety first and precautions first when it comes to racer safety. So it does mean we are going to be down for a little while getting this one cleaned up. Fortunately, you know, depending on whether there's fluid under the tyres, that's the big question. Hopefully there's not too much, but we are going to be down for a little while we get this cleaned up. What we might do is just take a very quick break here at the Western Oil Nitro Champs, take a few words from our partners. We'll come back hopefully with a bit more information about Chris at the top end of the racetrack, and we should be able to show you the replay. Guys, back with more after this.
Gulf Western Oil is an Australian family-owned company doing big things. Manufactured here in St Mary's, Western Sydney, family-owned certainly doesn't mean small. This powerhouse operation produces more than 25 million litres of oil per annum, distributing across all states and territories in Australia and 19 countries worldwide. With an 18-hour-a-day production schedule and trucks that never stop, Gulf Western Oil is keeping our industries moving. Whether it's transport, agriculture, automotive, heavy duty, or just old mate in his beloved 4B, Gulf Western Oil's high-performance lubricants are the trusted go-to choice for professionals and enthusiasts alike. Owner and Managing Director Ben Vickery is proud to carry on the legacy that his father began. If you call in with a question, don't be surprised if you get put through to Ben himself. The passion for what really matters is contagious, and it filters through the entire team.
I started as a truck driver and then worked my way through to looking after the dock and allocating things, and then started blending, and I've been doing that for about 5 years. And I've been here for 10 years, so if I didn't like it, I wouldn't be here.
Hey mate, how you going?
Gulf Western Oil customers can enjoy the ease of the free NetLube app, which makes finding the right oil for your vehicle effortless. In addition to that, there is a tech hotline where you will be put straight through to one of the in-house chemists.
We have amongst the strongest products on the market. We also have one of the best plants. It's very modern, all stainless steel. Testing every single product that we produce before it's filled is highly important. We want to make sure that the customer gets exactly what they paid for. We also have a lot of OEM manufacturers that we work with to make sure that we have products that are approved against their specifications.
Gulf Western Oil is constantly reviewing their sustainable practices, implementing a certified carbon halo plan, and developing low-emission oils.
Yeah, I'm very proud of working with Gulf Western Oil. I have worked in multinationals. Working for an Australian company is really quite exciting. If we don't have Australian companies, we don't have a future. I've got kids. If we don't manufacture in Australia, we don't have a future.
Gulf Western Oil, here since '88 and not going anywhere.
This is an exciting time for Top Fuel racing as we literally blast off on the Blast Australian Top Fuel Championship. What is Blast? Well, this guy's a good guy to ask. Lee Bartlett, the co-founder of Blast. What is Blast?
Well, Blast is what you think it is, what you expect it would be. It's the ultimate car cleaning ecosystem. So it's all wall mounted.
Yes.
And it's mounted in your garage, no setup time. Just pull up in your rig, your four-wheel drive, your car, your caravan, and start cleaning.
Marine too, right? You can do
Yeah,
boats?
boating. Yeah, absolutely. Boating too.
If it's dirty, blast it.
Absolutely.
So vacuuming as well. You've got the chemicals as well for cleaning.
Yep. So it's about, the 3 stages of keeping your car clean. So vac, wall mounted, wet dry vac with a 10-metre retractable hose. Then obviously the wash. We've got a 30-metre hose in this machine, 2,300 PSI. This thing is the perfect tool for not just washing your car, cleaning your driveway, cleaning the solar panels on your roof, cleaning your gutter, your caravan, your boat. This thing is a game changer. And then this is what car dealers use. These are the detailers. This is how they get that really good pristine finish on the car. It's dry your car with heat and air. So this is an Air Max car dryer blower. This is the ultimate car care setup.
So basically with Top Fuel, we're all about high performance, right? Nothing's more high performance than a Top Fuel car.
Yep.
This makes perfect sense.
Absolutely. For us, it's all about saving our customers time so they can get back to doing what they love, and every second counts. That's the same in car racing, right? And the same in motorsport. Every second counts. So for us, it's the perfect match. It's the perfect reason why we would be supporting the Top Fuelers.
Righto. Okay. All right. It's just filming. Okay. Yeah, cool. I am Maddie.
Get ready to race, ladies and gentlemen. The golf. Did you like that voice?
Give it more herbs.
Thank you. You get ready to race,
That's
ladies and
it.
gentlemen. The Gulf Western Oil Nitro Championships are set to take Australia by absolute storm when drag racers from across this country head to the start line in Sydney this weekend.
Why do I want to say be there, be there, be there? It's one of the most exhilarating racing events on the sporting calendar, and we're going to get a sneak peek right here at Brecky Central. Bigs on the back, smalls on the front. Wade Ornger, lead commentator from the National Drag Racing Championships, joins us now alongside drivers Lisa, Brody and Ronnie. Great to see you guys. Do you know what? This is pretty special. We don't get to see cars like this, Wade. Just take us through what we can expect to see out on the track.
Chevro, this is like Disneyland for drag racing fans this weekend. It's one of the biggest events that we have in the country. Top Door Slammer have 17 cars. We have Top Fuel, 6 of those. We have 5 Nitro Funny cars as well. And basically for 2 days at Sydney Dragway, we'll be doing over 500 kilometres per hour.
That sounds very fast.
That's easy, yeah.
You're a Bunbury girl, you know how fast cars roll.
I've
Matt
been down to
drives
the track.
fast, actually.
Well,
you do.
I used to get sprayed with dirt down at the Speedway in Bunno. I know.
She's
How
a Bunno girl.
competitive is it?
Oh, massively. And the really cool thing, this is like the new face of drag racing as well. You know, it's very multi-generational. Lisa's the only all-girl team in Group 1 competition and regularly beats up on her husband when she races him as well. So it's a really cool little, you know, Brody Zappia is like drag racing royalty as well. Well, yeah, that as well.
Do you, when you're commentating, do you have to repeat the line like, be there, be square, out on the track, out on the track?
Yeah, it's that old backside, trackside thing.
Yeah.
It's,
Is that a thing?
Yeah.
Kind of.
I think he's saying no.
Backside, trackside.
All right, there you go. Lisa, you are super fast, quarter mile, and for those that, you know, have seen the Fast and the Furious movies, like 10-second cut, whatever, you do it in about 5, right?
Yeah, 5.64 seconds.
Oh, what does that feel like when you take off?
Can't describe it. You have to be in the car to be able to experience it. Just can't put it into words.
It sounds amazing. Brody, you're only 20, are you? But this is in your family. Is that why you kind of got into it?
Yeah, I grew up around drag racing, watching my uncle John, who's also racing this weekend. I've been around it since I was, pretty much born, and as soon as I could get in a junior dragster, I did at 8 years old, and then I've just slowly progressed up through the categories and got into a door slammer last year, racing alongside him, and now Morris has given me the opportunity to jump in the AC Delco Monaro. So it's just been something I've wanted to do since I was little. And
that's the blue one here, right?
That's this one here, yeah.
Oh, wow. Ronnie, just take us through, you know, if you're keen to get involved, like how would you get involved into drag racing?
Contact your local track. There's many different ways to get involved, whether it be crewing or junior dragster driving or just come and spectate. It's loud, it's fast, it's the best sport in the world.
Yeah, all right. Can we fire them up? Speaking of loud.
You're going to need these.
I noticed that.
Oh, you are totally going to need these.
Is it? It's that much.
Even if you're at home, you might want to put your fingers in your ear as well.
Also, really?
So are we going to start, is Lisa going to start hers up as well?
Yeah, oh yeah.
Okay.
Is the cash cow here? Because does the cash cow have earplugs?
You might blow the cash cow's ears up.
Oh, here is Cashy.
Okay, we're ready. Okay, we're going to get you to start them. We've got our earphones on.
I can't hear anything.
Oh, you're
Can
putting
you hear
petrol in as we...
Okay,
we're
stand
out
back.
the way.
Oh, wow.
We're being
Okay, here we go.
instructed.
I'm not going to commentate because I don't think you're going to hear much. Hear much.
Okay, it's just filming. Okay, yeah, cool. I am Maddie. I work here as the compliance officer at Clarence Sands.
Look after all the plant machinery around here, generators, diesel water pumps, all the plant behind us. There's 40 plus bits of mobile gear that we've got here on site. Every bit of maintenance that's done here, everything here pretty much runs off Gulf Western. Transmissions running Torque Oil 30. Because we're in a colder climate up here, we can run a sort of that type oil. We can get here as early as 2 a.m. in the morning. We've got generators running, pretty much as soon as the first person's here, we've got generators running all day until someone goes home.
We've had snow up here, we've had ice up here, like this whole pad was ice. With the plan, we've had to start at half an hour to nearly an hour early just to break it up and get everything moving again. Every single bearing on here is run on marine Gulf Western grease. which also has the lubrication properties, but also water propellant properties, which essentially here, there's 4 seasons in a day. With the snow, the heat, the rain, it essentially pushes the moisture out and keeps the bearings going, rather than overheating them we have downtime.
My day starts off, I will actually do some sand testing. Depends on the day. I can be in a dump truck, I can be in a water cart, I can be in the office. So if something stops, you know, one of these dozers behind me, if that stops, we can't produce sand. These are an integral part of the business.
It's really helpful having the...
If there's no sand going out that conveyor, there's no western suburbs. We can't have downtime. Like, the minimised downtime, the actual better. My previous jobs, they've run through Gulf Western as well. Same with different other sites I've been to, because I used to be out at a quarry out at Hartley. They use Gulf Western as well.
Caterpillar, I reckon, is probably the top of the line for me when it comes to machinery, and probably a big factor is what's internal to everything, which is oils. Quite indestructible and goes the distance. 5 years we've been running pretty much purely off Gulf Western and never had a drama. It's good to support an Aussie family-owned.
And for Top Fuel Racing, as we literally blast off on the Blast Australian Top Fuel Championship. What is Blast? Well, this guy's a good guy to ask. Lee Bartlett, the co-founder of Blast. What is Blast?
Well, Blast is what you think it is, what you expect it would be. It's the ultimate car cleaning ecosystem. So it's all wall mounted.
Yes.
And it's mounted in your garage, no setup time. Just pull up in your rig, your four-wheel drive, your car, your caravan, and start cleaning.
Marine too, right? You can do
Yeah,
boats?
boating. Yeah, absolutely, boating too.
If it's dirty, blast it.
Absolutely.
So vacuuming as well, you've got
Yep.
the chemicals as
Yep.
well for cleaning.
Yep, so it's about, you know, the 3 stages of keeping your car clean. So vac, wall mounted, wet dry vac, with a 10-metre retractable hose. Then obviously the wash, we've got a 30-metre hose in this machine, a 2,300 PSI. This thing is the perfect tool for not just washing your car, cleaning your driveway, cleaning the solar panels on your roof, cleaning your gutter, your caravan, your boat. This thing is a game changer. And then this is what car dealers use. These are the detailers. This is how they get that really good pristine finish on the car. It's dry your car with heat and air. So this is an Air Max car dryer blower. This is the ultimate car care setup.
So basically with Top Fuel, we're all about high performance, right? Nothing's more high performance than a Top Fuel car.
Yep.
This makes perfect sense.
Absolutely. For us, it's all about saving our customers time so they can get back to doing what they love, and every second counts. That's the same in car racing, right? And same in motorsport. Every second counts. So for us, it's the perfect match. It's the perfect reason why we would be supporting the Top Fuelers.
Welcome back, and if you're wondering what the reason for the downtime was, this is it. You can see on the big screen and on the replay, this is what happened. Keep your eye on Chris Smith on the right-hand side of the screen. Car kind of left okay, but it got over near the wall, and rather than getting out of the throttle, Chris was sort of trying to make his last run of the night down the racetrack, and it just kind of got away a little bit across the racetrack and unfortunately into the wall. So didn't quite get it there, but then it became a case of trying to avoid the accident and unfortunately tagged the wall pretty hard on the left side. And I think he might have got the wall very lightly on the other side, but either way, not what you like to see. But the good news is everything's cleaned up down there, and we are absolutely hot-footing it to try and get everything that we've got in the staging lanes done here this evening. So Tony Tedesco taking on Chris Papadopoulos. Next up, Q3 for Superstan. Last shot at the track before racing tomorrow morning.
Tony Tedesco in the Holden Camira with a small block Chev on board, and Chris Papadopoulos in the XY with a small block Ford on board.
Oh, Tedesco real loose off the start line.
8:39 light for Chris. And Tony's aborted that.
Yeah, probably discretion being the better part of valor there for Tony Tedesco. And this is the thing, this time of year is a bit tricky because as soon as the sun goes down, temperature drops right away. And you can see on some of the cars that are pulling through the tunnel down there, there is a fair bit of the dew starting to fall on the top of the cars. So certainly drivers need to keep their wits about them when it comes to these kind of conditions. Simon Bonello now taking on that absolutely gorgeous 67 Mustang over in the Rocket Industries lane. I think it was out of Adelaide, this car. Pretty stout on both sides of the racetrack, 040 to an 093. And 901 for Simon Bonello to go along with his previous 901 and 902. So he's sitting pretty good for racing tomorrow morning. Consistency being the name of the game. Wayne Burke taking on Dylan Knezovic now. Knezovic in the purple Tirana. Wayne Burke currently the number 13 qualifier with an 891. And the Addicted Performance Capri, the number 9 qualifier with an 885. So both races just creeping up towards the start line down there. Rolls on both bulbs for Wayne Burke with the TE Cortina. Knezovic needs to get a little bit of a hurry on here. Really taking his time bringing it into stage.
Dylan goes 035 on 3, and Wayne Burke goes 391. Isn't that great? Shift light coming on in Wayne Burke's car at the finish line. Runs it through for 887, and Dylan runs it through for 885. Puts Dylan in the number 8 spot. Next up we have Sean Maher in the Aeroflow lane and Jared Tyrell in the Rocket lane. Jared in a VK Commodore with a 6-litre turbo engine, and Sean with a small block 414 cubes in that Tirana. Sean sponsored by St Mary's Race Engines, and Jared by Pro Hose Newcastle.
It should be a good matchup, this one. Sean Maher, very experienced racer, looking to make up some ground in the championship chase this weekend. He's down the list a little bit compared to where he usually is.
Red from Sean. 105 green from Jared. Sean runs through for a 922 to go with his 921 and 921 from the previous runs.
Graham Blackman now taking on Nathan Cowie.
Nathan hasn't been down the track yet today. Had problems in his first 2 qualifiers. Hopefully he can get down the track this time.
That's a little bit tidier. Still goes over for the centre line, which is not where you want to be. Blackman's over there as well, which is less than ideal. Oh, big move and across the centre line for Graham Blackman.
9152.
So I think he might have got a cone down there. Maybe wrong, but he definitely got over the centre line, that's for
Looked
sure.
close, didn't it? Okay, now we have David Gruber in the airflow lane. Up from the ACT, and Naomi Dyson from Catherine Field here in Sydney. Naomi in the Pontiac Firebird, and David in the LJ Tirana. So Naomi went 9.040 and 9.041 in her 2 previous qualifiers. You go racing with them numbers.
Yeah, absolutely. Safe to say, I reckon it's probably going to be a 9.0 something this time around as well.
007 light from David Gruber and 042 from Naomi. 9051. The car is definitely repeating. So now we have Dimos Stephanopoulos from South Australia. And Jack Moreau from Glendalough in New South Wales. Jack in the Capri, and Dimos in the Cortina. Dimos Ford powered, Clevo, and Jack has a Chevy in that Capri. .33 red light for Dimos Stephanopoulos. 041 for Jack Moreau. Jack runs through for a 8.84 and Dimos a 9.20. Haley Vella from Castlereagh into airflow lane in this Windsor-powered Ford Capri.
This is such a tough car, man.
Yeah.
Like, when you look at this thing and just the way it goes down the racetrack, really, really well set up. Just goes down there every time. Victor Sadlogianis, the LA Toronto over on the other side. Similar deal, been racing a long, long time with this car.
045 red for Haley and 043 green for Victor. Haley goes through for 8.92 and Victor 9.50. Puts Haley in a number 12 spot and Victor in a number 30.
So next up it is Rowan Hudson, the 55 Chevy Bel Air, which Alan did a really nice feature on the Sydney Dragway Facebook page. I think it was yesterday. So if you want to know more about this car, head over and check it out. Niall Mitchell, Holden Gemini, racing for Wicked Customs and Restos, Wyong Transmissions and Warnie's Cafe. Both cars, a little bit of a mixed bag in terms of performance. Rowan Hudson, a 999 best, but also has a 1026 on the boards. Mitchell, a 987 best with a 1013 as well. So both guys pretty solid in the 990s there. So a little bit of consistency starting to creep back in, which is good. Next up, it is Luke Doughty. And he is the number 1 qualifier with an 852. And Ollie Kent from North Wangaratta in Victoria, number 27 qualifier with a 933. Not too much left to run this evening. We're just about done with Super Sedan. I think we've only got a couple more pairs left for Super Sedan. We'll be moving into Super Street, and that will round out day 1 of the Gulf Western Oil Nitro Champs here at Sydney Dragway.
81 light for Ollie Kent, 059 for Luke Doty. Ollie runs through for a 9.33 and Luke a 8.86.
So Ollie's pretty consistent. Luke Doughty, even though he's the number 1 qualifier, has been a little bit all over the shop.
Consistent is good in bracket racing.
Absolutely. Quick is not necessarily the best.
No.
It is about consistency. That's how you get slower cars to get plenty of wins. And it happens fairly regularly as well, just quietly. Harrison Dale taking on Brett McNiff. I know it's meant to be like farm truck tribute, this thing, but
big wheel stand out of Brett.
It doesn't seem rough enough for the farm truck. Like, it's too clean. Need some cow poo on it or something. 870 and 151 miles per hour for Harrison Dale. and Brett McNiff an 8.98 to go with his previous 8.98. You take that every day of the week.
Graham Cooper's back. I didn't realise that.
He is, the Bricky.
Yeah, I thought he'd retired. He's like John Farnham, isn't he?
Yeah,
he must
well,
have about 10 retirements under his belt.
Yeah, we did do a big farewell for him at the Winter Nats a couple of years ago. And everyone was out on the start line and said farewell, and then all of a sudden he enters the next event.
Yep.
Maybe not quite the next event, but he had a little bit of a break. He retired for a little while. How's that?
Yeah, someone said to him, "You'll be back." "No, I won't." "Yeah, you will."
Well,
He's back.
He's lined up against Joel Beatson here with the XP wagon. This thing's so cool, the panel van. Absolutely screaming down there, that little Windsor. 363 Windsor and a 10.01.
151 mile an hour. That's a lot of mile an hour for a 10.0 pass.
He ran 9.21 earlier on, so he's about a second off in terms of ET.
Must have walked it.
Yep. That does round out Super Sedan. I think we are now into Super Street. And we have no numbers on the screen. So I can tell you that we have a pair of tail lights in the rocket lane and a single tail light down there in the aeroflow lane.
Mark Rosso in Rocket Lane from Booville in Queensland in the Chevy Camaro with a 502 on board.
Current championship leader as well, Mark Rosso.
Yeah, he won in Adelaide, didn't he?
Mm-hmm. Yep, but it is only early in the season.
Yep.
This is round 4 of the series. I think there's 9 rounds in the series this year, so still plenty of racing left to come, that's for sure.
John Riley in the airflow lane, and his sponsor is his kids' inheritance.
It's the ski tour. SKI, spending the kids' inheritance.
That's it.
John Riley, currently the number 20 qualifier, taking on Mark Rosso, the number 17. But qualifying positions don't mean a huge amount in dial your own racing. It really is all about consistency and just making sure that you come out there and perform every single time you roll up to the start line.
Okay, Rodney Balgowan in the airflow lane in the VE Commodore with the LS98, and Mark Elborn in the rocket lane in the HQ Ute with a Holden motor aboard.
Ooh, a little bit of double step off the start line there for Mark Elborn. Rodney Balgowan, pretty clean 033 on the tree. And good side-by-side race. Across the stripe, 11.47 to a 12 flat for Balgowan. As we see, I think the only racer from Western Australia in this Super Street field, Seth Jarvis, from Pinjarra in WA. That is a long way.
Serious commitment right there.
Yeah, how far is it to Perth? About 4,000, 4,500 Ks, something like that?
In that area.
Yeah. It's more than a few days' drive, that's for sure. So
I wonder what fuel's costing on the Nullarbor.
Expensive.
Yeah.
Definitely expensive.
Easy double Sydney prices.
Oh, I'd reckon so.
Seth Jarvis gets away with a 138 green, and Troy Hutt with a 211.
Hang on. Oh, hang on. Look at that technology. Did you know you could just punch in 2 addresses and find out how far away they are from each other?
Did you do that by yourself? Or
I worked it out. No, it's not quite 4,500 Ks, but it is almost 4,000.
Wow.
3,824, and that is to Pinjarra in Western Australia. So, yeah, fair old effort. Unless you go the other way, which is 3,923
Okay.
Ks.
There you
But
go.
what's 100 Ks between friends? Yeah.
Reds on both sides of the tree.
There was a guy who took a taxi from Sydney to Perth. I remember reading about it years ago.
Took a taxi around Australia.
Yeah.
Like circumnavigated it.
Was he paying?
I don't know how it worked.
So that's a pretty good fare.
Yeah.
Just saying. Overnight rate several times over.
Yeah.
Aidan Stutchbury now rolling up to the line. Dave Morton in the LS swapped BMW E46. Yes, you heard me correctly. The LS-powered BMW.
Putting LSs in everything.
That would really upset some
Purists,
Europeans.
Yep. Got to be cheaper than a BMW motor, though.
Depends how hot an LS it is, I guess.
Yeah.
So Stutchbury 091 on the tree, and will cross the stripe for another solid run, a 10.51 to go with his previous 10.50 flat and a 10.55. Morton an 11.50, and he's sitting pretty with all his runs within a tenth as well. So solid on both sides of the track there. Buddha Zamet now. That's not his first name. His first name's Chris, but everyone calls him Buddha. Taking on Samantha Yulton from Flagstone in Queensland. Janie Kasos, if you're listening, did I say that one right? Flagstone in Queensland.
Samantha, sponsored by ProTrans and Bricklayer Motorsport. And Chris, sponsored by Friendo Brothers Transport.
Message from Jane Kasos.
There you go.
Yes, definitely.
She's watching then.
Yeah, absolutely, paying attention. So really taking their time coming into stage here, these guys. In the cool night air here at Sydney Dragway. Pretty good conditions for racing, but it's definitely starting to get on the cooler side of things, and the dew's starting to fall here as well. Zamet across the line for 11.66, 11.31 for Yulton. And move on to the next one. It is Henry Spikak, who's been racing for many, many moons. And I would expect that he's going to be racing for many, many more, because he just can't seem to get it out of his blood.
I think Henry's in his 70s, I'm pretty sure.
That tallies, because, I mean, he was racing in the 70s.
Yeah, correct.
And that was 50-odd years ago now,
Yeah.
so yeah, in colour as well. Corey Stutchbury in the Rocket Industries Lane, the VX Commodore, Dialed In Racing, PSC Racing, Shorty's Performance, all on board with him.
001 green from Corey. Take that in a race. Henry Spikak goes 0.133 on the tree. Henry runs it through for 11.98, and Corey at 10.57, and 10.57 in the previous qualifier.
Jane's telling me I still said Flagstone wrong, apparently.
Oh, how do you say Flagstone?
Apparently
wrong?
it's French. Flagstone is the way she's written it here.
Okay.
There's a little apostrophe, like Target, exactly. It's got the little,
Target, yeah.
It's got the little apostrophe over the E.
Yep.
Anyway, not too many cars left in the lanes. In fact, 0 cars left in the lanes, and I think we've got this pass and one more left to run, and we will put a pin in day one of the Gulf Western Oil Nitro Champs. Jack Metasevich and Tex Griffiths, the big Plymouth satellite.
006 red for Jack. 095 green for Tex.
Oh, Tex nearly over the centre line. That's
Yeah,
very
for that
unusual
car.
for
It's
him.
always super steady, isn't it?
Yeah, that thing is
Didn't
usually
knock much off it.
absolutely
Still went
planted in the centre.
36.
Yeah, usually absolutely planted in the centre of the lane, but 10.36 is the number. Oh, hang on, they keep on coming. I thought we only had 2 runs left. Turns out I just can't count. Dave McGlynn, the HQ GDS Monaro, taking on David Matasevich, TD Cortina.
Dave's day started out badly when he had that leak out of the radiator in the first qualifier.
The thing is, it looks like he's got it fixed now, and
Yep.
Ted 63 in the second round of qualifying puts him in the number 8 spot. And another clean pass here, another 10.60, this time with a 5. And a 10.57 for Matasevich. And I tell you what, whoever gets the win in these sportsman categories this week and the Aeroflow Sportsman Series, they are going to earn their money, because with the pure volume of cars that we've got, it means they're going to be going 5 or 6 rounds of racing. And everyone is tough. Like, every single racer has been running, give or take, within a tenth, unless they've had problems. It's going to make it a very interesting round one tomorrow morning, that's for sure.
Looking forward to it.
Sammy Joe Johnson.
004 from Sammy Joe.
Sammy with the big head of nitrous off the start line just to get it up and moving.
Sammy, our top qualifier too.
Yeah, 10.08. 10.08 to go with the previous 10.06. Only 2 runs in the books though, so from memory, I think she went too quick on the first
She
run.
went 9.98 or something.
Yeah, so she will stay in the number 1 spot, and well, unless Ben Roberts or Tim Cohn can knock her off, which is possible because Tim Cohn is a number 2 qualifier, Sammy J will remain as the number 1. One more pass left here this evening, and it is an 0.79 to an 0.55 red for Ben Roberts. Pass from just down the road here at Quakers Hill. Good side-by-side pass to finish things off this evening, and a 10.10 will leave him in the number 2 qualifying spot.
Sammy keeps her number 1 spot.
So, ladies and gentlemen, that does wrap things up this evening from Sydney Dragway, the Gulf Western Oil Nitro Champs. If you haven't already got your tickets for tomorrow and Sunday, well, first of all, why not? Second of all, here's the schedule. Kicking things off tomorrow morning at 9 a.m, spectator gates open. Aeroflow Sportsman Championship elimination racing tomorrow morning. And then at 11:10, we have the top door slammer all in fire up down there in Slammer Alley. That means every single one of the door slammers we've got here all firing up at the same time. That's going to be cool. And by the time we get to 11:30, we are rolling into the NDRC professional categories with Pro Stock, Pro Bike, Pro Mod, Top Fuel Bike, Top Door Slammer, Pro Alcohol, and then into Blast Top Fuel and X-Pro by Aeroflow Nitro Funny Car. That is the schedule for tomorrow. We're looking forward to it. Jump online, grab your tickets, save time and money at the gate. And speaking of saving money, there's Alan Reinhardt handing some over. What did we work out the exchange rate to be? About $4 million or something? Lily Horton, she's today's big winner. Absolutely. Took money off our US friend Alan Reinhardt, and a big thank you to Alan as well for stepping into the commentary box today. Always good to have him. Thank you to Bushy, thank you to JB, thank you to Adam for being on the camera as well, and thank you to all of our officials here at Sydney Dragway doing a spectacular job. We'll see you tomorrow for day 2 of the Gulf Western Oil Nitro Champs. Bye for now.